Assalamu alaikum and welcome to Blogging Theology. Today we're very happy to speak to Sheikh Yousef Wahb. Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. How are you?
Alhamdulillah, good. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah. Sheikh Yousef holds a bachelor's in Islamic Studies from Al-Azhar University and a master's of law from the University of Windsor. He is an Islamic law instructor at the University of Windsor's Faculty of Law and is also the director of Quranic Studies at Yaqeen Institute. Today, inshallah, Sheikh Yousef is going to be giving us a presentation about the 7 aḥruf and the Qirāʻāt. Inshallah, you'll find today's presentation to be both digestible and informative. However, I must say that even our scholars recognize and acknowledge that this topic in particular is one of those complex ones. The intent behind today's presentation is not that we all come out of it as experts on the topic, but rather that we at least have a reasonably good introductory level knowledge of the subject. Reasonable and sufficient enough to enable most of our Muslim listeners to know that many of the arguments out there raised by critics on the subject could be dismissed offhand just by simply having a foundational grounding in the subject. And we hope to deliver that to you today. So please pay careful attention so that you fully grasp what is being said so that you attain maximum benefit, inshallah. Without further ado, Sheikh Yousef, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Brother Bassam. I really appreciate the invite. Okay, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So the presentation today will be about the origins and canonization of Qirāʻāt. The title is pretty broad to cover basically the story behind the development of the Qirāʻāt as different readings of the Qur'an, as well as a discipline that Muslims have been studying until today on how to read the Qur'an in different or various ways. Inshallah, the presentation will be pretty extensive. It's going to cover 3 major parts. The first part will be about the Qur'an and the 7 aḥruf concession or rukhsa, how the Qur'an was permitted early on during the time of the Prophet ﷺ to be recited in different ways. So we'll talk about the 7 aḥruf hadith. And purposely, I'm not really translating the word aḥruf now because we will shed light on this a little bit later. The term doesn't have a direct equivalent in English, but it is mentioned by the Prophet ﷺ, and of course in a massive amount of literature, of Muslim literature as well. And then what is the meaning of aḥruf? What are the different interpretations that the scholars provided about this concept? And then what is the idea of the aḥruf being a rukhsa, or being a concession, being a permission for ease for people to ease the reading of the Qur'an for them? And then what is the significance of this discussion overall for Muslims in the history and for us today as well? And then moving forward, we'll talk in part 2 about the development and the canonization of Qirāʻāt. How the Qur'an was orally transmitted during the time of the Prophet, how the Prophet disseminated Qur'an to people, and how his companions also carried this message and delivered it to people as well. And then we'll move to the move that happened, or the transition that happened from the aḥruf concession, from this permission for people to read Qur'an in different ways, to Qirāʻāt as systemized and canonized group of particular readings. And then part 3 will be about the 10 Qirāʻāt, as they're famously known today. What are the 10 Qirāʻāt? And when we say variant or different readings, some scholars actually have a problem with the word variant for some good reasons. We will illustrate later, inshallah. But what does it mean that the Qur'an can be recited in 10 different ways? And are they all Qur'an, or are we talking about a fixed text and then we're talking about different versions of the text? And then we'll talk about the phenomenon that happened in the Muslim tradition, which is some scholars belonging to different disciplines providing some kind of tarjih or some kind of tafdeel, providing some kind of preference or preponderance for some qira'at over others, saying this qira'ah is better, or this qira'ah is more authentic, or this qira'ah is stronger, etc. And then we'll just shed light on the spread of qira'at in the Muslim world throughout history, how looking at the Muslim world map, how qira'at was spread across the globe in history and a little bit today as well. And then we'll conclude with some examples of qira'at differences that actually bear impact on the meanings and the interpretations of the Qur'an.
Excellent.
Okay, so for the first part, and this is a further breakdown of the first part, so about the Qur'an and the 7 aḥruf concession, we'll talk about the 7 aḥruf hadith, and we'll talk also about the reaction of some of the companions to this rukhsa, to this concession given by the Prophet. And then we'll talk about the meaning of aḥruf, highlighting three major concepts or three major views / opinions on the aḥruf, being 7 dialects of the Arabic language, which is a kind of a reflection of the dialectical diversity, or being 7 modes, or as the scholars call them, awjuh, the plural of wajh, of speech variations, or being 7 types of synonymous variations. And then we'll talk about the context of the rukhsa of the aḥruf, because that aids a lot in understanding this rukhsa and the domain of the rukhsa, like what was happening in the Muslim community during the time in which the Prophet ﷺ provided Muslims with this rukhsa. And then we'll also shed like quick light, like briefly on the Prophet's styles of teaching the Qur'an. And the teaching here is not only about the teaching method as a teaching method from a pedagogical point of view. It's more about how he was very keen and careful about disseminating the Qur'an in a very particular style of rendition to the companions and to Muslims. And then we'll talk about the significance of the aḥruf discussion. So first, let's take a look at the aḥruf hadith. And we call it hadith or hadiths because there are different versions of this hadith. One famous version of this hadith, the Prophet ﷺ said, Jibreel recited the Qur'an to me in 1 harf. And again, we'll not translate the word harf for now. Then I requested him to read the Qur'an in another harf, and continued asking him to recite in other aḥruf, now the plural of harf, like in more harfs, until he ultimately recited it in 7 aḥruf. Version number 1. Version number 2, in another narration, he said, O Jibreel, so now he's talking to Jibreel directly, I have been sent to an illiterate nation, among whom are the elderly women, the old man, the boy and the girl, meaning like young children, and the man who cannot read a book at all. So Jibreel replied to the Prophet saying, O Muhammad, indeed, the Qur'an was revealed in 7 aḥruf. So now we have one in which the Prophet is requesting something from Jibreel, and then Jibreel is giving him more flexibility about reading the Qur'an. And I'm trying to use the words carefully. In the second one, the Prophet is showing Jibreel alayhi salam the context of his community and how the community needs some kind of accommodation for certain difficulties they are facing upon reading the Qur'an. And then Jibreel responded to him. And what's interesting about Jibreel's response is that it was revealed. So there is something that indicates something that happened in the past, because he's using the past tense, telling him it was actually revealed like this. And we'll also comment on this a little bit later. The Prophet said in a third narration about the same concept, the Qur'an has been revealed. And again, using the past tense is a very important point to highlight here. The Qur'an has been revealed in 7 aḥruf. All are curing insufficient. كلها شاف واف. Like all of them are equally valid and equally sufficient. It's just enough to say for now that the aḥruf hadith, and again, when we say hadith, means hadith with its versions, it has actually reached the distinguished level of wide or mass transmission, which is called tawatur. A quick note here, we don't necessarily mean by tawatur the verbatim tawatur or the tawatur lafzi, because as we know from the science of hadith and other sciences as well, that there are 2 different categories of tawatur. We have tawatur lafzi, which means the exact verbatim was actually transmitted by wide number, or like a large number of narrators across all the different links, across all the different generations of the narrators who transmitted the report. And we have also tawatur ma'nawi, which means tawatur or mass transmission in meaning. That the concept of aḥruf, this idea of the permission of reading the Qur'an in 7 aḥruf, reached actually mass transmission. This is a point that was asserted by multiple scholars, early scholars such as Abu Ubayd al-Qasim ibn Salam, and many other scholars also approved and agreed on this point. Actually, Imam Suyuti provided a list of the number of companions who narrated this hadith. He didn't provide one particular list. In 3 different books, actually, this is a quick tangent, he provided, like in one of them was like 21 in Al-Itqan, and he provided 27 in another book, and he provided 30 names of the companions of the Prophet. I think that was in his commentary on Alfiyat al-Iraqi. He provided 30 companions of the Prophet who narrated this hadith, and 30 according to many opinions who try to quantify tawatur. We'll talk about tawatur later. This is of course tawatur, and this is also dependent on proving that like a large number of narrators across all the different generations of the transmitters also narrated this hadith. So long story short, this concept of 7 aḥruf was actually transmitted by many companions and was widely known among Muslims throughout history. Now let's move one step further. Before explaining what does aḥruf mean? And let's talk about one famous reaction by some companions, not any companions, one of them is Umar ibn al-Khattab, so that of course gives it a lot more weight to this idea or this permission of al-aḥruf. Umar himself, Umar ibn al-Khattab, narrated this hadith. He said, I heard Hisham ibn Hakim reciting Surah Al-Furqan, a chapter of Al-Furqan, during the lifetime of the Prophet. Now he's highlighting that happened while the Prophet was alive. I'm going to add like quick comments because this is a key narration in this whole point. He said, I listened to his recitation. I noticed that he recited in different ways which the Prophet had not taught me. Now it's important to note that Umar's main point or criteria for judgment is that I was not taught by this, like this, right? The Prophet did not teach me this way, which means there is a criteria set already in his mind. And by the way, this story happened in Medina. So we're talking about like towards the end of the life of the Prophet, like much of the Qur'an has been revealed by now. And he's saying that I wasn't taught like this. So there was a key point in his mind that Qur'an is about teaching, like Qur'an is about riwayah, is about transmission. I need to transmit it in a particular style from the Prophet. And not just that, knowing the character of Umar, he got mad and he said I was about to jump over him during his prayer. This how much he took it seriously. This is Qur'an and this is Salah, right? It's not something easy. Like he's reading something different and strange from the style I was taught. He said, but I was able to contain myself. And when he had completed his prayer, I put his upper garment around his neck and seized him by it and said, and again, if we know Umar, we know Umar. And then he said, who taught you this surah, which I heard you reciting? Again, highlighting the point of teaching, right? It's all about al-qirā'atu sunnatu muttaba'a. This is if you can call it a precept or a maxim using the fiqh or usul fiqh language, this is like a principle among all the qurra that qira'ah is a sunnah. Sunnah here means a particular way that every person reciter needs to follow. It's something that is acquired by transmission. It's not just like by personal ijtihad or personal preference.
Yeah, it needs a prophetic precedent. It needs a prophetic precedent.
There is a prophetic precedent, exactly. The word sunnah here, of course, it's more general than the word sunnah as we know in a technical sense in hadith or usul al-fiqh. It means that it's based on transmission. It's based on naql, something that you transmit from your teacher transmitted it from his teacher, etc., to the Prophet, to Jibreel even, alayhi salam.
Would you say that when it comes to Umar ibn Khattab, radiallahu anhu's reaction here, I guess there's two ways that we could possibly explain it. One is that maybe he wasn't aware of the concept of 7 aḥruf at this point, or he was aware, but he had grounds for believing that this specific recitation did not have precedent. So I guess you could look at it in both ways.
Yes, both are actually valid possibilities. And unfortunately, I don't think we can pinpoint exactly when the hadith was said. We know that the aḥruf concession happened in Medina, and we know that this story happened in Medina. Which came first, we don't know. You know, in the scholars of hadith, they always try to identify al-mutaqaddim wal-mutaakhir, the preceding and the later narration, to identify like possibly an idea of abrogation or nasakh, or just to order or to make some kind of specification of takhsis. We're not very sure, but it's possible that he didn't know about. It's possible that that was something a little bit new that happened. Or as you mentioned, it could be that he knew about it, but he's not like very comfortable, because the fact that Qur'an is revealed in 7 aḥruf doesn't mean that everybody can read it in whatever they want. Specifically, this is Umar, right? And actually, Umar actually memorized the entire Qur'an. I think this is something that is not commonly known. But in my recent article about the oral transmission of the Qur'an, I provided an argument that Umar was among the memorizers of the Qur'an. He developed his memorization, of course, over time, but he was a person, if somebody doesn't agree with this point, at least Umar knew a lot of the Qur'an already. So he's a person who knows how the Qur'an is recited. And he's, of course, a Qurayshi, and same as in Hisham, and we'll highlight this point as well. So he's somebody who is very eloquent. Somebody was literate, by the way. He knew how to read and write. So Umar knew what he was talking about, basically. So as you mentioned, it is possible that he knew about the ruqsa. Unfortunately, this riwayah doesn't tell us what was his reaction after the Prophet responded to them, but I guess it's fair to say both possibilities like are equally valid. So again, he highlighted the point of teaching, and he said, who taught you this surah which I heard you reciting? And then Hisham replied saying, the Prophet taught it to me. So Umar said, you are wrong, for the Prophet has taught it to me in a different way from yours. So at least both know the surah now. Right? Umar knows Surah Al-Furqan. He actually memorizes Surah Al-Furqan, and he knows it, and he was taught it directly from the Prophet, not even from like by a wasita or like by another companion of the Prophet. So Umar said, I took him to the Prophet and said, O Messenger of Allah, I heard this individual, is obviously mad, this individual reciting Surah Al-Furqan, the chapter of Al-Furqan, in a way that you did not teach me, the third reference to teaching. And you have taught me Surah Al-Furqan. And he's explicitly and specifically saying, this particular surah, you have taught it. You have taught it to me yourself. So the Prophet said, oh, Hisham, recite. He asked Hisham to go ahead and recite. So he recited, now Umar is narrating, he recited in the same way as I heard him recite it before, meaning in that situation that triggered him. And that the Prophet said it was revealed to be recited in this way. And I'm bold in this sentence because it's a key point in the entire narration. And then the Prophet said, recite Umar. So he asked Umar to go ahead and recite it. And he said, I recited it as he had taught me. And the Prophet then said, it was revealed to be recited this way. And then the Prophet added, and this is again back to the rukhsa of aḥruf, or the concession of aḥruf, this Qur'an has been revealed to be recited in 7 aḥruf. So recite it whichever way is easier for you. Now, not to beg the question, or not just to jump over many points that we will cover later, but I would just highlight these 2 points again. The very strong emphasis on teaching. This is number 1 in this hadith, which means that Qirāʻah, again, is about following a particular style of transmission. And then number 2, the Prophet's response, he didn't say that's okay, or he didn't say it's okay, you did it right. He said it was revealed to be recited in this way, which highlights that even the rukhsa of aḥruf is actually coming from a divine source. So there are contours, there are like limits for this rukhsa. There are like certain, it's delimited rukhsa. It's not something that is left open to people. You know what, you can recite it in your own dialect. You go ahead and recite the Quran as much as you want. No, he said it was revealed. So he linked it back to revelation. He linked it back to the divine source of not only the Quran, but also the permission to read the Quran in different ways. And then in his last statement, he said it has been revealed to be recited in 7 aḥruf. So recite it whichever way is easier for you. Now, whichever way doesn't mean like whatever you want. It now goes back to the fact that the aḥruf has been revealed. So recite it whichever way of this revealed rukhsa that is easier for you. So now it's time to I would say reflect a little bit on the idea of aḥruf. First of all, aḥruf is a plural word in Arabic, and the singular is harf. Excuse me. And linguistically, or like in a basically a lexical sense, it means 7-sided. The word harf has multiple meanings in Arabic, like obviously famously known to be a letter, like harf of the words. Or it could be the meaning of an edge, the harf of something, which is like وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَن يَعْبُدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى حَرْف. So it has multiple meanings, but maybe a general enough meaning that would be relevant to our discussion is that something that has 7 sides. Now in our tradition, we have a lot of interpretations of this hadith. We have over 40 different scholarly interpretations of the aḥruf. One of the earliest references to this was made by Ibn Hibban, the famous scholars of hadith. I think this is the earliest reference to a long list of opinions. He provided 35 opinions. And by the way, we do not find this reference in any of the available works of Ibn Hibban today, but it was something that was quoted by the likes of Imam As-Suyuti. As-Suyuti mentioned that he quoted it from Ibn al-Naqib al-Masri in his famous introduction to tafsir, even though the available printed introduction to tafsir by Ibn Naqib, we cannot find this there. But As-Suyuti affirmed that he narrated it by a wasita, by a different narrator, Al-Sharif al-Mursi, from Ibn Hibban, and became widely cited even before and after As-Suyuti as well. And As-Suyuti mentioned there were actually 40, so he kind of added more opinions to these 40. Now, not all the 40 opinions, or 35, or whatever number we can extrapolate in our tradition, they're not all like distinct opinions that are contradictory. Actually, we can find a lot of overlap in between them. I think, just like in my humble opinion, the maximum number, the distinct opinions among these views can reach maybe 10 or even less. But we're not going to even list the 10. I just want to highlight, excuse me, the most agreed upon 3 facts about aḥruf, basically. So
basically the ones that withstood scholarly scrutiny, because you know, when they're counting 40, it could be the case that they're literally counting every single opinion that was ever uttered, even if it doesn't have scholarly merit anymore. So it could even include some fringe opinions, for instance, because you know, dealing with sometimes with Islamic critics on this topic, they'll be like, 40 different opinions. Like, look how confused you guys are. But, you know, the relaying of these 40 opinions is, just as you mentioned, it could be partly due to different articulations of the same substantial point, or it could very well be the case that, you know, only one person held this opinion, and, you know, at a certain point, while the topic was still being fleshed out and still being discussed, but, you know, no one paid heed to it anymore because it didn't withstand scholarly scrutiny and critique. So basically, what eventually happened to survive you know, and have valid merit to them would probably be these 3 opinions that you're going to take us through right now.
Yeah, and actually that's an important point. I want to add to that is if you read the list of the opinions, like in Al-Itqan by Suyuti, for example, many of them you can sense they were like reflections by some scholars, because you found scholars who went further to say those are like 7 kinds of the Qur'an's discourse modes. Like there is like amr, there is a command, there is a prohibition, there is wa'd, there is a promise with reward, there is a threat with punishment, stuff like that. So it became something like it was very far from the idea of dialects or the idea of qira'at or different readings. It became more like some kind of tadabbur / tafsir opinions about like these aḥruf are things that exist in the Quran. We are dealing with the hadith as like another hadith that is telling us the Quran has like whatever kind of wisdom or merit, for example. So not all the interpretations are directly engaging with the idea of dialects and the situation of the Arabs and stuff like that. And that also relates to a point that I'm going to talk about right now, which is before mentioning the 3 famous, or like I don't want to just call them famous, the 3 most common interpretations of the aḥruf, there are 3 other points that the majority of those people who held these opinions agreed on. Number 1, the 7 aḥruf are not 7 qira'at. And the point I just highlighted, that many scholars provided interpretations that had nothing to do with qira'at and aḥruf, is actually related to this, because it wasn't just like a direct correlation that we have aḥruf, then we have qira'at, and we have to reconcile them together. I don't think that was a concept that all scholars actually held in history. The qira'at was there. People learn and know qira'at. People are transmitting qira'at. At the same time, people are dealing with the aḥruf hadith. I wouldn't want to say in isolation from the qira'at, but it was like, it's two different distinct points, at least for some of the scholars, not obviously for all of them. So the 7 aḥruf are not 7 qira'at. This is the majority of the scholars agree on this. Like an odd opinion was transmitted by some scholars, but most of them said this opinion is actually wrong. The opinion that the 7 aḥruf are 7 qira'at. Number 2, from the points that the majority agree on, excuse me, they said the 10 qira'at, and now I'm using a later terminology, just like fast forward in history, and then we'll come back to the hadith. The 10 qira'at as we know them today, and the students of Qur'an know them very well, they are parts of the 7 aḥruf, but not all of them. And this is a point that I will touch on again in more detail later. Number 3, the 10 qira'at comprise the content of the Qur'an as conveyed by the Prophet to his companions. No one ever held the opinion that, okay, so possibly parts of the Qur'an went missing. No one ever in our history actually said something like that. With all the discussions and the difference of opinions that happened around aḥruf, no one ever even questioned the idea of that parts of the Qur'an were missing. The whole discussion was, what does it mean? What did the Prophet mean by saying this hadith? And what is the relationship between qira'at and aḥruf? And then also, how can we relate this to the dialects of the Arabs and to the situation of the companions, the first recipients of the revelation from the Prophet? All these discussions were completely isolated from the thought even that the Quran, we possibly missed, or parts of the Quran went missing. So these 3 concepts, I would say, almost universally agreed upon by all the scholars, including the holders of all these different opinions. So now the 7 aḥruf, what are the 7 aḥruf? These are the 3, I would call them expositions, or call them opinions or views that decipher the overwhelming majority of the opinions. You can look at aḥruf as 7 Arabic dialects. That's a common, kind of strong opinion in our tradition. You can look at the aḥruf as 7 modes of reading, 7 modes, awjuh. If not actually of reading, we can say it's 7 modes of speech variations. We'll illustrate this more. Or 7 types of synonymous variations. And these, the second and the third, there's a little bit of overlap between them, and we'll explain each one separately. So first of all, qira'at, the 7 aḥruf were understood to be 7 different dialects, famously known among the Arab tribes. So in this sense, the aḥruf is a reflection of dialectical diversity. And the dialectical diversity is a very key point in understanding aḥruf and qira'at, because Now the Prophet is sent to all the Arabs and to all mankind. But we're highlighting the Arabs because the Quran obviously is a book revealed in Arabic. The Prophet is from a particular tribe, from Banu Hashim, from Quraysh. He speaks the Qurayshi dialect, but of course he was very knowledgeable of many other dialects, if not all of them. We have reports in which the Prophet spoke in dialects, even not in Hijaz or like in the entire area, like he spoke in the Himyar, like in the Yemeni dialect, for example. And that was part of his da'wah method of reaching out to people and talking to people in their own dialects, etc. So the dialectical diversity is important, and like with the most superficial knowledge of the Arab culture, specifically back then, dialect is a big deal, something that people care about so much. It can actually turn a person away from Islam. It can actually bring a person very closer to Islam. It's something that they appreciate so much. Basically, language in general was like the bread and butter for Arabs, right? It's everything that they do. They are public orators. They are people of rhetoric and eloquence, even the quote-unquote illiterate people. Yes, illiteracy was commonly spread among the Arabs back then, but the definition of illiteracy here is that those people didn't read or write, but those people were very, very eloquent. The Prophet ﷺ himself, he was known to be illiterate. He didn't know how to read or write, but he was the most eloquent of people. He actually said that about himself. أنا أفصح الناس. I'm the most eloquent of people. بيد أني من قريش. So we're talking about an extremely eloquent society, even though they didn't really know how to read or write. So what is left for them is the oral communication and the oral transmission as well. They care much about poetry and about shi'r. They care much about transmitting this poetry. They care much about teaching their children and young youth poetry and prose. And that was the only way for them to preserve their culture, to preserve their history, to preserve Ayyam al-Arab, the days of Arab, like what they did like in whatever battle or whatever situation. So that was their whole thing. So now I'm just giving this quick background to appreciate this perspective of understanding the aḥruf. Yes, dialectical diversity was something very, very important. And now the Prophet is noticing people are getting a little bit confused about the aḥruf, like what happened to very prominent companions, Umar and Hisham, and they're disagreeing on this. So the Prophet wanted to tell them that we are different from a dialectical point of view. Yes, we're all Arabs, but we're different. And we have stories from the companions who didn't actually know the meanings of particular words in the Quran because it wasn't a word that they use in their own language. And that happened with the likes of Abu Bakr and Umar. We have stories like this, like Umar and the member was reciting أو يأخذهم على تخوف, and he paused and he said, والله لا أدري ما التخوف. I don't know what تخوف is. And he had to listen to somebody from a different tribe, a lay person that we didn't even know his name, who explained it to him, and then he cited a line of poetry for him to make sure that or to prove his point that this word means at-tanaqqus, like we are going to punish them by decreasing by making them decrease in numbers. That happened to Abu Bakr and to other companions as well. So according to this opinion, the Quran has encompassed 7 of the most eloquent Arabic dialects, and we've seen the most eloquent because obviously people objected, or scholars who objected this opinion, they said, okay, what are these dialects, or like why 7? And the proponents of this opinion said it's the most eloquent Arabic dialects. But we have some issues and I would say valid objections against this understanding of the meaning of the aḥruf. Number one, this seems to be the wisdom or purpose behind the aḥruf more than an interpretation for what aḥruf means, right? Because we can all attest the fact that yes, aḥruf came to accommodate the dialectical diversity of the Arabs. This is a wisdom, this is a purpose, this is an end goal of the concession or the rukhsah. Because again, people are different, and even we can infer that from the hadith in which the Prophet pleaded and asked Allah or asked Jibreel to make the recitation of the Quran easy for people. So this is a little bit of I would say, an issue with this opinion. Number 2, we do not have any authentic report that states these 7 dialects. This is not something that we have from like the Prophet of the companions. We have ishārat or indications. We have later scholars who try to identify these dialects. Number 3, Umar and Hisham, were both from Quraysh. So supposedly they both speak the same language or the same dialects, or they know about it. That doesn't mean that they don't know about other dialects, but they both basically belong to the same background culturally and from a tribal perspective. So that also would be an issue. I understand we can provide also counter arguments and interpretations against these objections. I'm not saying they are like absolute, but I'm just saying these are reflections that we should keep in mind when we adopt or highlight this particular opinion or perspective. And then number 4, we have many dialects in the Quran. this is actually an independent subdiscipline that existed later on in the science of Qur'an. اللغات التي تكلم بها القرآن, the different dialects that the Qur'an is spoken. Imam al-Wasiti, according to Asyuti, he counted 50 different Arabic dialects used in the Qur'an. Of course, Quraysh was the most frequent. This is just 50. It's a large number, but one or many of them would be like a few words here and there in the Qur'an, but there are different dialects in the Qur'an. So these four, I would say, issues or points would, again, be kind of counter arguments against adopting this. But nobody actually disproved the idea that aḥruf came somehow to accommodate this dialectical diversity. Just to explain more what we mean by dialectical diversity, we have different dialectical pronunciations in the Arabic language and, of course, in the Qur'an. People are familiar with Qirāʻāt, listen to Qirāʻāt, or like hear, or reading Qirāʻāt. They know something like imala. Imala literally means inclination. It's a dialectical phenome that you shift the long vowel to incline towards the long vowel a to a, for example. Like instead of saying Musa, you say Musa, and then we have two different levels of grades of that, Musa or Muse. They call it imala sughra, imala kubra, or taqlilan imala. Again, students of Qirāʻāt know these terminologies. But basically, just like it's an inclination of the letter of the alif al-layyina here. Instead of saying Musa, you say Muse. Everybody can infer that this has nothing to do with the meaning of the word. It's just like a dialectical style. It's like we think of the English accents between different countries or regions, for example. Something pretty similar to this. Imala is not only in the alif. Imala could be in sad to ishmam to bizay. Famously, Hamza, the famous qari, recited اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. So the sad became ishmam here. Ishmam here is related to the topic of imala, that you were also trying to incline it towards the zai harf, and there was like some kind of merging or mixing between both. Now we can trace these phenomes or these linguistic phenomenon to different Arab tribes. We have Banu Asad, a famous Arab tribe who actually did imala in their language. We have Banu Qais as well, who did that. Actually, we can see reflections of these dialects in today's different dialects of the Arab countries as well. Like you can try to detect at least some ways of regional pronunciation of certain letters that you can say, okay, that could be some kind of development of the original imala of whatever tribe. Another famous phenomena of dialectical pronunciations in the Quran is not only the Quran and also like day-to-day language. تخفيف الهمزة. So we know the hamza as well as a letter in the Arabic alphabet. It's basically a phenome that you devocalize the hamza for the sake of lightening the pronunciation of the hamza. Hamza is it's a strong letter, and it's a letter that actually students of tajweed sometimes struggle with like perfecting how to master reading the hamza or pronouncing the hamza. We have different ways of تخفيف الهمزة. There is lightening the hamza, tasheel. And instead of saying, for example, amintum, you say amintum. So the second hamza, you lighten the pronunciation to make it easy. Is like it's a strong letter that is a little bit tough to recite perfectly. You have ibdal, substituting. Warsh, for example, a qari is known to do that. Of course, also Abu Ja'far is known to do that. Instead of saying al-mu'minun, you say al-mu'minun. So you substitute the hamza with the haraka, with the letter that suits the haraka before it, al-mu. So because the meme has a dhamma, then the hamza with a sukun, then you switch it to a waw. You can do isqat. You can omit the entire hamza. In multiple occasions in the Quran, for example, أَإِذَا مِتْنَا وَكُنَّا تُرَابًا وَعِظَامًا أَإِنَّا لَمَبْعُوثُونَ. You have different qira'at here that they would omit one of the hamazat of أَإِذَا or أَإِنَّا. You say إِذَا مِتْنَا instead of أَإِذَا مِتْنَا. So like you have the hamza to istifham and another hamza after it. So you can drop, basically omit one of them. That's another way of takhfif al-hamza. And then finally, you have also, you transfer the vowel to an unvocalized consonant preceding it, which is known to be a naql. Naql is known in Warsh reading and also is known in certain ways in the qira'ah of hamza. So for example, instead of saying wal-ard, you say wal-ard. So you're doing naql, you're transferring the vowel to the letter before it. All these different ways are called takhfif al-hamza. It's underneath it comes tasheel, ibdal, isqat, and naql as well. All these again are phenomena that existed in the Arabic dialects. And as I just did right now, I traced each one of the 4 to different qira'at that we know today. So it's something that was permitted to recite the Quran in this way, and also was something that the Prophet sometimes recited in these different awjuh, and we'll explain this further. The Sahaba encompassed these different styles of reading, and then also they had their own tribal preference, because it's whatever easy on my tongue basically to pronounce, I'm going to read it. And then they taught their students this way, and the students came afterwards, they tried to systemize, and we'll explain again this in more detail, systemize these different styles of reading, which most of them so far, at least that we're talking about, are related to only dialectical pronunciations. They have nothing to do with the meanings of the words or the interpretation or the tafsir of the ayat, or even the preservation of the words and the letters of the Quran. It's just like how to pronounce this word that we all agree it is Musa, it is Isa, it is Amintum. It's the same meaning, same thing, but we're just going to pronounce it in different ways based on, again, our tribal association or our tribal dialect of reading.
I presume that you will probably shed light on this in the upcoming slides, but maybe someone looking at this. So when it comes to the first rejoinder or rebuttal, that this is more, this interpretation is more like, elaborating on the possible wisdom, which is accommodating dialectical diversity, rather than explaining the actual content of the aḥruf itself. But someone might think to himself, what way is there to accommodate dialectical diversity unless that the aḥruf were different dialects? So is there a different way to accommodate dialectical diversity other than the aḥruf being dialects themselves?
Exactly. I think this is the if I understood you correctly, this is the point of this i'tirāḍ, of this objection, that there is some kind of a circular argument here, because you are saying that the aḥruf came to accommodate the diversity of the Arabs from a dialectical point of view, but at the same time you're as a purpose or wisdom, but at the same time you're saying this is also the meaning of the 7 aḥruf. Is that what you were saying, right?
Yeah. The point here is that, can someone say, I agree the wisdom is to accommodate dialectical diversity, but I don't agree that the aḥruf were the dialects? Is that a coherent position to take?
I think so. I think so. That's why other opinions actually held otherwise, right?
Okay, yeah, that's what I was curious, because someone might say, if you believe this is the wisdom, then this is the only opinion that you can take.
No, I do not think so.
Okay.
Because we have across the board, we have, I would say, almost all scholars, whether explicitly or implicitly, saying that yes, the aḥruf came for tasheel, to ease it on people. And we have a hadith in which the Prophet is, as we just mentioned, he described the people who are like illiterate, people who are like old in age, which means like even the capacity for people to pronounce certain words because of age, or because of like whatever, even physical ability to pronounce certain letters. So this is something that is almost explicitly mentioned in the hadith. And by the way, one of the points that this point is highlighted by the Prophet is that people are expected to memorize the Quran, because we want people to transmit this. We want people to take the Quran. Some people who come to the Prophet meet with him only once in their lives. The only thing he would give them to go back to the people is the Quran. So he wanted to make sure that those people are preserving this message, because they're going to take it and teach an entire city, an entire tribe, an entire like group of nomads or whatever. They are going to teach them this particular surah. So I want it to be as easy for them as possible. Quran was #1 method of da'wah for the Prophet. So if people are not able to memorize the Quran or to read it in a comfortable manner, then the da'wah would actually be harmed this way. I think this is a very key point to understand this idea of dialectical diversity. I think this is something that was agreed on by all the scholars. It was explicitly mentioned by them about the aḥruf and about the qirā't as well. It was too easy for people. It's not easy for every Arab to say wal-ard, or for all of them to say wal-ard. It's like these things, again, were like kind of a big deal for them. And by the way, it could have been easy for some of them, but their pride in their own tribe and family also plays a huge role here. I don't want to do this. I want to feel I'm honored that I'm given the option to read the Quran in my dialect as well. And like I'm a Hijazi, I don't want to read in like whatever other tribe from Yemen or any other.
Exactly. I mean, there were still tribal sensitivities back then. I mean, even till today, right? In these regions, and so you also don't want people from the Quraysh to even get tempted to kind of, display pride in the fact that his dialect was chosen and then kind of rub it in. Because, we're all humans after all. We all have deficiencies and we can make mistakes. So that would have caused a lot of sensitivities and may have stirred fitna. So if anything, this was a very wise, just as all of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's, edicts are wise, solution to kind of curb that from escalating.
Yes, absolutely. And as you mentioned, like this is very realistic. Even the Sahaba themselves reflected some of these issues, not necessarily to defend their own tribal association, but we have like somebody like Umar ibn al-Khattab after the death of the Prophet. He instructed Ibn Mas'ud specifically, and I know there's a lot of different ways of understanding what Ibn Mas'ud did, and a lot of people are taking Ibn Mas'ud's whole case to just like argue against certain points related to the authenticity of the Qur'an or the Qirāʻāt. And he told him, like, teach people in the language of Quraysh. And you can understand this to be a kind of a bias by Umar, but I would see it because him being a Khalifa at that time, being the Caliph of Muslims at that time, there's a big part of a maslahah he's doing there that was even more exemplified by what Uthman did, as we're going to talk about the Uthman's compilation. So it's not only about dialectical or tribal bias. There were also other public interest element that was involved, like general maslahah for the community, or even I would say some fiqh analysis that happened in that as well. But again, we cannot negate that those people belong to different tribes. They took pride in their tribal association, and that was something like very common in the culture. The Sahaba kept part of that in their hearts. They actually felt again honored and felt the pride that I can read the Quran in my own dialect.
Right.
So back to your point. Yes, this is a wisdom that everybody actually agreed on. But I can't actually believe that this is a wisdom, but try to explain it in a different way, because whatever other way I'm going to explain it, it has to relate back to this dialectical diversity, by the way. If we go farther than this, then we are going to go back to the opinions that saying these are like 7 different discourse modes, or like amr and nahy and wa'd and wa'id, etc. Yeah. So this is the first, again, let's call that an opinion, but it's I consider it to be more general than just like one opinion out of 30 or 40. The second approach, let's call it an approach, held that the aḥruf are 7 modes or awjuh of speech variations. We have like many prominent scholars who held this in history. Some people trace it back to one of the earliest scholars who mentioned it was Abu al-Fadl al-Razi. That was actually in a book that was no longer extant until very recent, actually. The Kitab al-Qirāʻāt, it was a makhtut, it was a manuscript, and then it was published, I think maybe 2011. And interestingly, I think the muhaqqiq, the editor of this book, mentioned that Imam Abu al-Fadl al-Razi, even though the reference to him for this opinion is extremely common in the books of Ulum al-Qur'an, he mentioned that Abu al-Fadl al-Razi actually listed this opinion as one opinion, but he didn't show a direct preference. So there's just like a side point for people who want to do tahqiq of attribution of these opinions. Yes, it's attributed to Abu al-Fadl al-Razi. Was that his choice? Allahu a'lam, maybe it wasn't. I didn't actually read the new edition or the edition of the Qirāʻāt book until now. But yeah, like you can encounter these issues of attribution of opinions. You try to identify who was the first person who said this, or did that person actually say this or not. Of course, this is an important point of research for students of knowledge. But this opinion is popular in our tradition. This is enough to say about it. However, people who held this opinion, they differed over what are these 7 speech variations. So a common list of 7 variations they provided. They said, in terms of the nouns, we have singular, mufrad, dual, muthanna, plural. We have the gender, masculine and feminine pronouns and references in the Arabic language. So you said like this is one. All of these together is one type of speech variation. We have verb forms, conjugation. We have past, present, future, imperative, and madi, wal mudari', wal amr. We have i'rab, grammatical analysis or syntax. This is also one type of speech variation. We have addition or subtraction of letters that also exists of course, in the language and in the Quran as well, and in the Qirāʻāt later on. Later on in the terminology of Qirāʻāt. And then we have changes in the order of words. You can do taqdeem and ta'khir. You can do like this word before that, or that word goes before this. This is a common thing in Nahw and grammar, and also Balagha deciphers this point a lot. We have substitution of letters, so we can take a letter out and put another letter instead of it. That's another speech variation. And also we have dialectical differences, which I just gave examples for, like imala or takhfif al-hamza, musa, amintum, etc. So
just to be clear, is what this opinion is saying is that each of the seven aḥruf differed from each other in these 7 different ways that you've mentioned here? Is that what it said?
So something close, but not exactly this, because they said 7 aḥruf means 7 different speech variation, and these are the 7 speech variations that are the 7 aḥruf, but they differ a lot. And I'm just giving one example of the list of the 7. So we have a large group of scholars who agreed on 7 aḥruf means 7 speech variations. And then this group of whatever number of scholars, they said, like, what are these 7? We have multiple different opinions. This is only one of the basically view of this general view that 7 aḥruf equal these 7 speech variations. Okay. And you have also criticism, like some kind of i'tirāḍāt, of objections against this, that, okay, does that mean that like the differences are limited to these 7? What if we find out like the differences that are not included in these 7? That's why they came up with different lists of these 7 speech variations. Some other scholars said, does that mean that if that each result of the aḥruf, which became a qirā'a, does each qirā'a has to have all of these 7 variations? We have some, again, valid kind of objections, but this is also a strong way of understanding the aḥruf. We have scholars who said, you know what, it's 7 different modes of speech variations. We don't know exactly what are these 7, but this is the meaning. This is how far we can tell you about the interpretation of the 7 aḥruf in the Prophet's statement. And then the third and the last one of these 3 approaches to understanding the aḥruf, some scholars said they are 7 types of synonymous variations. This opinion is related to the mutaradifat, like you have synonymous or synonyms in the language and in the Qur'an. So they said there are 7 types of synonyms that exist in regional dialects. You have like a Tabari hinted, like talked about this opinion a lot. We have Tahawi talking about this opinion, even though there is some discussion about like what did the Tahawi exactly mean. Again, attribution and analysis of who said what exactly. This is something further beyond the scope of this presentation. But this opinion was held by like the likes of those scholars, or like at least arguably by the likes of those scholars. So it's a very strong opinion. They said the Arabic language have different words that different words that have the same meaning. You have halumma aqbil udnu. Not all of them are in the Qur'an, by the way. These are just examples from the language. Halumma aqbil udnu, 3 different imperatives or commands in the Arabic language. They all mean basically come. This is a little bit arguable, by the way. I've just like given a rough example. We can argue that udnu might be a little bit different from halumma and aqbil. Also, we have in our linguistic tradition, we have even different opinions about like like the idea of having synonyms. Is this actually something that is agreed upon by the scholars or not? Scholars of usul al-fiqh argue about this.
Really, it's very hard to actually pinpoint in precise synonym, right? Because sometimes different words have, can be more suitable in different contexts or have slight connotations that differ from other words. So it's even debatable whether there are actual genuine synonyms, and even if there are they the majority of the cases or not? But we tend to use the word synonyms just to describe that, it's almost roughly similar in meaning.
This is actually what made many scholars, again, not necessarily in the scope of Quranic sciences or Qirāʻāt, but made many scholars of usul to say, like, there isn't such a thing in the Arabic language. Like, every word has a distinct meaning. It might resemble, it might be like another word, they might overlap in particular signification, but we don't have, like, quote unquote, as you said, genuine synonyms in the language. We have different opinions again, but I'm saying there's a strong opinion that holds that. And if they hold this in the regular speech of human beings in Arabic language, so you can imagine that, of course, in the Quran they would say there aren't synonyms in the Quran. Again, we can also highlight some issues / objections against this understanding of the aḥruf. Number one, we can see, okay, that means every difference in reading the Quran that resulted from the aḥruf has to be related to synonyms, which is not the case. Because if we say that, that would exclude many qirā'at that we still know today from being included in the aḥruf. Not all the qirā'at difference are about aḥruf. This is like common knowledge. And number three, also dialectical differences do not necessarily mean that each dialect provides a unique word of the same meaning. Because also those scholars, if we investigate the earliest references to this opinion in our tradition, you find strong emphasis on the regional differences in terms of the tribes of the Arabs, which makes you think, okay, that means if we have like halumma and aqbal and udnu, do I have to attribute each one of them to a distinct tribe, or they can actually overlap between tribes as well? Now, I want to just highlight an important point. When we raise these objections, I find it very hard to believe that those scholars who held this opinion didn't know about these objections, right? Of course, and obviously, even us with our limited knowledge, we can actually respond back to some of these objections. I'm calling them objections, let's say, in a metaphorical sense. I'm not just like being humble or whatever. It's actually like the scholars put a lot of time and effort into deciphering these opinions. That was the best interpretation they could provide. They understood if there was any kind of limitation that they experienced in providing an accurate interpretation. They have rudud and responses to the i'tiradat and the objections that the whatever opponents would actually raise. So again, just like, let's take the word objections with a little bit of a grain of salt, because again, the objections might sound to say like, okay, that sounds to be very logical. Why didn't they actually think about this? Of course, they know, like Tahawi knew about many qira'at, if not all of them, and Tabari as well. So for them to, again, I know some people believe that Tahawi didn't actually hold this opinion exactly as is, but just like by way of tajawuz. If they held that it's synonyms, then okay, how would they deal with qira'at that have nothing to do with the synonyms? Allahu a'lam. Maybe they had a different framework for aḥruf, and then they had a different framework of how the qira'at resulted from the aḥruf. This is very possible because it's not a direct correlation between both. So I just wanted to highlight this point. So now these are the three basically approaches to understanding the meaning of aḥruf. Let's try to keep them in mind. And I'm going to move to the context of the hadith, and then we'll go back to these opinions again, because maybe when we understand more the context of the hadith would help us not necessarily do tarjih or choose which opinion is the most correct, but just to appreciate and understand more the background of each of the three approaches. Number one, as I alluded earlier, the aḥruf statements in the different versions were actually declared in Medina. I think this is something that I believe many scholars, if not all of them, agreed on. In Mecca and for some time in Medina as well, the Qur'an was primarily recited according to the dialect of Quraysh. It's how the Qur'an was like mainly delivered to the Prophet ﷺ. That was his primary dialect. That was the way he was actually teaching people the Qur'an. And then the Prophet requested the takhfif, or the ease, from Jibreel and from Allah. Now this request or this plea by the Prophet to ease the Qur'an's recitation was probably prompted by the growing Muslim population in Medina, because the community remained widely illiterate. Again, I really want to highlight how I understand the word illiterate here. Again, those people were very eloquent. They understood the Quran without any like tools or any other auxiliary whatever science or disciplines to understand the meanings as we do today, but they didn't know how to read and write. So they just rely on oral transmission and communication. So the growing Muslim population, they remained widely illiterate. And also, like, now we have a diverse community from a tribal, dialectical, and ethnic backgrounds. We have Sahaba who even came from descendants from different non-Arab origins, like from Persia, from Abyssinia or Habasha, etc. So in that situation, with hundreds and thousands of Muslims now, this sociocultural dynamics, they necessitated two major or critical things. Number one, it is not logical that the Prophet ﷺ himself alone will teach every single Muslim how to read Quran. So now we need Quran teachers, because he cannot individually teach like new Muslims and everybody who embraces Islam, etc. So to address this particular need, the Prophet started identifying Quran teachers among the companions. Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Mu'adh ibn Jabal, Ubay ibn Ka'b, Salim ibn Ma'qil, Zayd ibn Thabit, like these known famous Qurrāʿ, the reciters of the companions. He said, like, okay, you are a Quran teacher, go teach that person. Somebody comes to embrace Islam, takes the Shahada, goes to Ubay, for example, he will teach you Quran. So he started doing this a lot, because again, he wouldn't have the capacity to teach every single person the Quran. So this is the first necessity that emerged, and this is how the Prophet responded to that. The second factor that emerged because of this context that I highlighted, the idea of the cultural accommodation again. Now people are coming from various linguistic customs, and even not only about dialects, it's also about the mental capacity to memorize and read the Quran, or the physical ability of speech, pronunciation. Specifically, we're talking about a text that has very meticulous rules of pronunciation. Like everybody who says tajweed, like a lot of people struggle to just perfect the dad and perfect the ra. Of course, that was easier for those people, but it's still, again, coming from a particular background, from an Arab background, from whatever tribe, few letters, few ways of like idgham, mad, whatever might be difficult for me. I need time. I need to put effort into doing this. So to address this cultural accommodation point, the Prophet requested Jibreel or asked Allah through Jibreel to ease the recitation of the Quran for his ummah. These two factors imply or tell us that the 7 aḥruf were the result of a prophetic request, and that request was honored by Allah, which indicates as well that the aḥruf, in part at least, were a rukhsa, were a concession to ease the reading for the Quran for all Muslims. I want to make a very important point that we're going to use the word rukhsa a lot. People who know fiqh al-usul, you do not have to correlate exactly the word rukhsa here with what you have as definition of rukhsa in usul al-fiqh. Rukhsa, which is the opposite of azima in usul al-fiqh, has a particular domain in usul al-fiqh. Yes, they resemble each other. There's like a big overlap, but I wouldn't treat it, and I do not think, that's my personal opinion, that scholars treated the word rukhsa in this context to be the exact definition of rukhsa in usul al-fiqh, which is تغير الحكم من صعوبة إلى سهولة. We have a particular technical definition that a hukm was haram and then became halal, or a hukm was wajib and then became mandub or halal, with a very technical way of defining each of the...
So basically, I mean, you have a rukhsa to eat pork if you're starving in your middle of the desert, right?
For example,
yes. A rukhsa to make tayammum if you don't have access to water. So it's only if something is a rukhsa, you're only permitted to do it if certain conditions satisfy you doing that, doing that dispensation. But you're saying it's different in this context.
It's a different. So the resemblance part is that, yes, something was a little bit difficult and then it became easier. We can see that from the words. And this is actually, these two words are used in the definition of rukhsa and usul al-fiqh in the common authoritative text to usul al-fiqh. Yes, there's a resemblance from this perspective. But here it wasn't really kind of a rukhsa that, okay, so you have an asl and then you have a rukhsa and then you have these parameters that would permit you in very particular circumstances to read it. No, it was like open for people. Now you can read.
So it's not saying only those of you that are struggling to recite in the Qurayshi dialect are permitted to recite in the other aḥruf. No, it's basically saying, as the Prophet said, recite of it whatever you please, because they're all curing, they're all sufficient. So it's not saying only those of you that are struggling with the Qurayshi dialect, you are permitted to read from the other aḥruf. No, It's basically all of them are equally Qur'an, equally satisfying, equally sufficient. Recite what you wish.
Exactly. This is exactly what I'm trying to say. Now, a counter argument to this could be, okay, so why did Uthman and the companions obliterate or redact or exclude some aḥruf by the final compilation or transcription of the Quran, which we will be talking about? That wasn't only for this. They said because some people present it in a way, and this is correct as well, that okay, now we don't need this rukhsa anymore, so they just like stop doing it. Yes, that was correct, but that wasn't only this. It was because now things are getting out of hand, right? And that was the context of Uthman's transcription of the Quran. People might like read the Quran in ways that the Prophet did not permit. Now we need to protect how the Quran is pronounced. We don't want to cause fitna, because it's not only about people bringing their personal preferences. Now people might actually fight, and they actually did fight.
They actually did, right? I mean, according to the Hadith, takfir actually was thrown hurled by some against others. I mean, that was actually explicitly mentioned in the authentic Hadith. So fitna did occur. It's not that it may have; it did.
Yes, of course. So the decision of Uthman, for example, and other companions was for this very important maslaha point of view as well. It wasn't just because now, okay, we don't need this rukhsa anymore. So I'm just trying to predict that somebody may argue saying, no, it's still rukhsa because that was the attitude the companions had afterwards. Yes and no. Yeah. So and some scholars use the word rukhsa to explain that, like Tabari did, Baqillani did, many other scholars use the word rukhsa, and that the rukhsa is not needed anymore. So Uthman did that, yes. But again, those scholars, wallahu a'lam, did not actually mean the rukhsa in the very technical sense, which they themselves defined in their respect.
Because I mean, technically, if you think about it, because the wisdom would have still applied, right? I mean, if people were struggling with different, the dialectical diversity did not disappear 18 years later. A 20-year gap between the Prophet ﷺ's death and Uthman anhu's era. So I guess that can't be a full explanation, as you said.
Of course, and actually, you reminded me with just a quick tangent. Even today, as you mentioned, we learn the Quran in different capacities. We come from different backgrounds, and we learn the Quran in different ways. I was raised in Egypt. I learned the Quran. The first riwayah I learned before I learned the other Qirāʻāt was Hafs, because it was the most common one in Egypt. And to me, if you ask me growing up, after I learned Qirāʻāt even, what is the easiest way to read the Quran, or not to read, maybe what is the easiest way to learn the Quran, to start learning the Quran, which is Hafs, right? It's just that this, when I was very little, I started reading Hafs. Everybody around me reads Hafs. I go to the masjid, the imam reads in Hafs, so it should be easy. And then after learning the Qirāʻāt, and then I also got the opportunity to interact with Muslims from very different backgrounds. This is very subjective. I remember once I met with a esteemed Moroccan Qirāʻāt sheikh. I don't remember exactly the context of the question, but I asked him this question of how would you teach people Qirāʻāt, and how would you start teaching? Because some scholars go through the conventional list or the conventional order of starting with Nafi' and then going all the way to Khalaf, and we'll provide all the names of the Qirāʻāt later. But some other scholars provide different order from a pedagogical sense that it's easier for students to learn it. And I was a little bit surprised that the Sheikh told me that the easiest way, and he said it in an unequivocal way and like a very universal statement, the easiest way to learn and read Quran is Warsh. And I bet you if you ask any...
Was he from North Africa? North African?
He's a Moroccan Sheikh, yes.
Okay.
So obviously. So and I bet you if you ask any Muslim from, of course, not North Africa, not Maghreb or not Morocco, Algeria or Mauritania or these countries, about Warsh, no, it's difficult. You have a lot of mudud, you have naql that we talked about earlier. Not everybody is easy for them to see a lot of it. For Moroccan people, yes, that's extremely easy. It's actually part of the dialect. They can see a lot of it, right? It's just
they grew up with it. They got used to it as kids. They know the back of their palm. So it's
exactly. So this is what I'm saying. Yeah, we still see reflections of this study. And just for the sake of clarity, he didn't mean Warsh through the Shāṭibiyya. He means Warsh from a particular tariq that doesn't have all this mudud. And he was talking about a particular tariq of Warsh. So people might say, oh, this can't be true. It could be. If you know the tariq of Warsh, that may be a little bit easier. But yeah, again, what I'm trying to highlight here is it's subjective and it still exists until... So to continue also providing some reflections on the aḥruf concession or rukhsa, again, after that disclaimer I gave about the meaning of rukhsa. Another thing to keep in mind, and I also alluded to earlier, the declaration by Jibreel that the Quran was revealed in 7 aḥruf signifies that the aḥruf are divinely mandated. It's something that came from a divine source. And that also should be kept in mind when we talk about the parameters and the limitations of how much people have flexibility in reading the Quran. It also means that the primary way to learn the Quran or to learn these aḥruf in reading the Quran is through transmission. And I also highlighted this point earlier. This transmission needs to be connected to the Prophet. When Umar and Hisham argued, they didn't cite their tribal dialect or poetry. They went back to the Prophet because there is a source that we have to confirm and affirm the validity of this reading from. It could be teaching, it could be approval. And this is very important because people get confused. There is no way the Prophet taught all people all this Qirāāt. Yes, this is not necessarily the case. Specifically, if we mean by the Qirāāt, every single mode of pronunciation of imala, takhfif, naql, isqat, we're not saying he read all the 10 Qirāāt with all the turuq of the thousands of turuq that Al-Jazari counted, for example, for the entire Quran, for a large number of companions. We're not saying this. We're saying the Prophet ﷺ read in different ways. We have authentic hadith that he did. We are saying that he taught the companions in different ways. Very clear example of Hisham and Umar. Explicit saying taught like this. And they both were taught by the Prophet directly. They were not taught by another companion to say, oh, maybe another companion added their own dialect. No, it was the Prophet. So he was teaching people purposely in different ways, including people from the same tribe, which is very interesting, like Umar and Hisham. And as next point, highlight that one way of teaching the Quran is you reading to the student, or the other way is the student reading to you. So when the student is reading to the Prophet ﷺ in their own dialect, they might say Musa, right? And the Prophet would say, sure, that's correct. They might say Musa, they might say Walard, they might say like whatever other pronunciation, the Prophet would approve of this. So when we say transmission has to be connected to the Prophet, it's teaching or approval of the Prophet. This is very important because I think that might alleviate the confusion a lot to just respond to the common question like, okay, what did the Prophet do or how did the Prophet recite in all of this? It's logistically kind of impossible. So the two ways of teaching the Quran, as I was just talking, as I was just describing, is Iqra, which means that the Prophet is teaching the companions by reading to them, or the Prophet is correcting the recitation of a companion who is reading to them. It's called al-ard, Qirāء and ard. Qirāء and ard have particular definitions of Quran that are different from the Hadith sciences, by the way. So like these are two separate. They overlap, of course, but they have particular meanings distinctly between the two disciplines. The ranks of authenticity also difference between Hadith and Quran. You know, in Hadith, scholars have difference of opinions about which is better, like the sheikh doing tahdith, the sheikh actually narrating the hadith and the student is listening or writing, or the student is reading. And many scholars say that the tahdith of the sheikh is better. Like the sheikh reading is better. The Quran is different because you need to make sure the student is pronouncing correctly, which is the hadith is not really about pronunciation. It's about just like preserving the text. So yeah, there's just a point of difference between the two, between the disciplinary engagement with these two concepts. So Iqra and Ard, the most common ways of teaching the Quran that the Prophet ﷺ exercised, and also Quran reciters and teachers afterwards. A third point or fourth point to keep in mind about the aḥruf, most of the differences between the aḥruf are related to dialectical variations. We have Imam al-Ashmuni, famous scholars of language and theology and fiqh as well. He has this very interesting quote saying, there is no doubt, and he's very firm in the way he's phrasing this, there is no doubt that the different tribes would visit the Prophet ﷺ, and he, the Prophet, used to translate to each in their dialect. Translate here, of course, understood and within the Arabic dialects. He would elongate the loan vowels up to 1, 2, and 3 vowels for those whose dialect was like that. Talk about the mad, as we know in the Quran. He would also perform emphatic pronunciation, tafkhim. You know, he would say, Warsh has, for example, وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ. So you do tafkhim of lam. Tafkhim exists in so many different ways and letters. But he would do tafkhim in general for those whose dialect was like that. Perform softening, taqiq, the opposite, for those whose dialect is like that. We say, for example, like you do tafkhim of lam, you tafkhim of ra, like nadhira, like Warsh would read, for example. And he would also do inclination, imala, that we described earlier, for those whose dialect was like that. This is an interesting statement. Now, first, I should highlight that Al-Ashmuni is a late scholar. Al-Ashmuni is like in the 10th Hijri century. So we're not talking about somebody who like was early on. But the language he's using here is very affirmative. And he's saying there is no doubt that the Prophet did this. And I don't think he's wrong. I don't think because he came late, this statement is wrong, because we have many stories and reports in the Seerah and the Sunnah that would imply that. Yes, maybe it's hard to locate a very particular report or hadith from like a particular companion or from the Prophet saying that he did these particular things. That's why he didn't say this as a hadith or a report. He's saying this had to be the case. Because if you extrapolate the vast literature we have about the early period of Islam, and how the Qirāʻāt were disseminated and were transmitted across so many different companions and then their students as well, you would definitely make a conclusion like this. So this is a way that Ashmuni was able to visualize how the Prophet disseminated the results of this concession or rukhsah al-aḥruf to people. We can go back to Tabari, like very early scholars, a scholar relatively speaking, comparing with Ashmuni at least, who reported that several people representing different tribes, they recited the Qur'an to the Prophet. They came to recite the Qur'an to the Prophet. Every one of them differed in the language in which they recited to the Prophet. And the Prophet approved all of the readings. Now, for the sake of clarity and being fair, this narration is reported by Abu al-Aliya, and this report is considered mursal from a hadith authentication perspective. Abu al-Aliya didn't see Ibn Abbas, he narrated it from Ibn Abbas. But the story of Tabari mentioned it and approved of it, and I didn't do really research or tahqiq to see if this narration is connected in a different collection. But the idea that Tabari is mentioning here in this report can actually be sensed and detected easily in many traditions that we have. from the early period of Islam, and of course from the time of the Prophet. The Prophet was teaching people through different ways, Qirāʿ and ard. He would teach them directly, and we have authentic hadith saying this in different ways, and he would also approve of their recitation. And his actually response to Umar and Hisham in the authentic hadith that we introduced earlier also indicates that there was a style of his way of teaching, that you read and then I would approve if your reading was also correct or not.
Yeah, and when it comes to the Prophet ﷺ, teaching the 7 aḥruf, I mean, one could, the teaching could have been done in different ways. Right, for example, the Prophet ﷺ, the Quran was revealed in 7 aḥruf via Jibreel alayhi salam to the Prophet ﷺ, and the Prophet ﷺ may not have necessarily recited each of the modes to all the different tribes repeatedly several times. He may have done it once, carefully explaining to them the different rules, telling them that, instead of, in this place you could do imala, in this place you could do taqim, in this place you could do this and you could do that, and then leave it up to them to know by default that, okay, these are the rules that we have to abide by, and just to confirm that we're not making any mistakes, let's go and recite it to the Prophet ﷺ, and then he will approve and verify, yes, you're doing it correctly. No, this is not what you're supposed to be doing, etc. And like you said, there are so many turuq of how to recite, and obviously the Prophet ﷺ need not have taught all of them, because in another hadith, which I assume that the Prophet you will share with us later, the Prophet ﷺ was also okay with us combining between the different aḥruf, as long as it did not result in distorting the meaning of the Qur'an, and replacing an ayah that's talking about mercy with an ayah of punishment, and so on. So there was also some free reign to combine different aspects from this entire pool of divinely approved recitations, which the Prophet ﷺ may not have necessarily directly recited, but the content itself, there's no actual content, actual letters that established reciters are reciting, unless that content was approved and revealed to the Prophet ﷺ via Jibreel alayhi salam. But then when it comes to combining different aspects of how to recite and whatnot, yeah, there was that free reign, and the Prophet ﷺ may not have necessarily taught it in that particular fashion.
Exactly, and actually to add to what you just said, the fact that the Prophet read in different ways was kind of obvious and clear to Muslims, that we have the collectors of hadith, the dedicated chapters in their sunan and their collections of hadith to Qirāءāt nabi, to the readings of the Prophet, which means that he read in different ways. The concept was there. And when you have a chapter dedicated to this, Abu Dawood and Nasai and many scholars who did this. You have the famous narration from Aisha, the Prophet's wife, radiallahu anha, in which she affirmed that he read فَرُوحٌ وَرَيْحَانٌ وَجَنَّةُ نَعِيمٌ, Qirāء of Ya'qub, even though Qirāء Ya'qub might not be as popular today, even though it was very popular in history. We have multiple narrations in which the Prophet read the Qur'an in different ways. It looks like that was something pretty common. And
I actually recall reading a book, I can get you the reference later, maybe after we're finished, I think a couple of years ago, listed around 130 different narrations showing where the Prophet ﷺ recited in non-Qurayshi dialects. So that not all of them are necessarily authentic narrations, but the idea is kind of established. And so this is a very gross misunderstanding among some Orientalists and Western academics who say, how on earth did the Prophet ﷺ have the time to recite all these different kinds of modes of recitation that have been transmitted to us? And that there is a gross misunderstanding there, because it presumes that the Prophet ﷺ was teaching every single one of these to the people. And there's different ways of teaching. The Prophet ﷺ could have taught one person, could have recited the entirety of a particular mode to prescribed teachers who would then go on to the different tribes and recite it to the different tribes. And some of the people from different tribes may not necessarily recite the entire Qur'an to the Prophet ﷺ, but may recite a surah or a few surahs just to get approval that am I doing this right? Am I following the rules of recitation accurately? Am I doing imala the way I'm supposed to be doing imala in the places I'm supposed to be doing imala and tafkhim, etc.? And once the Prophet ﷺ approves, then subhanAllah, that they get the idea and they understand that, okay, I understand the rules of recitation. I can apply it to the rest of the remaining surahs. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many different ways of how the Prophet ﷺ could have taught the Qur'an and approved the Qur'an, and it doesn't warrant all this speculation that we see sometimes in the Western academic literature.
That's a very good point. So we can summarize that there are two reasons for misconceptions here, or instead of saying there are two direct misconceptions, but two things that might be a little bit confusing or might be causing that confusion for some people. Number one, the Prophet taught all the qira'at to people or to a number of people for the entire Qur'an. This is number one problem, which is not the case, because simply it was enough for the Prophet to tell them that imala in this way is okay. And the people would understand, because now they have the lexical reference to relate to, and they also have understanding that we can be consistently applying this to other similar instances in the Quran. So if I tell you Musa is okay, I don't have to teach you every single Musa in the Quran. Musa is mentioned a lot in the Quran.
Exactly.
This is number one source of the confusion. Number two source of the confusion, sometimes, even without really noticing, without intentionally doing this, we're applying our understanding of the systemized Qira'at today to that era. So we're saying the Prophet must have taught Warsh to, I don't know, like Sayyidina Ali ibn Abi Talib, the entire Quran. No, this didn't happen, right? Or he taught like Yaqub, or he taught Yaqub in that tariq that Ibn Jazari actually traced in a national. No, this didn't happen this way. That's why Aslan, the idea of Qira'at developed, because the Qira'at and the ikhtiyārat, which is going to talk about soon, they came to systemize these things, because at the time of the Prophet, which logistically made perfect sense, imala is fine. Mad 2, 3, 4, 6 is fine. Tafkhim in these letters are fine. Tafkhim in these letters are fine. And again, people can easily relate to this. These are dialects. We can understand what he means by saying this. If he made it once, if he said it once in Fajr or Maghrib or Isha, the Prophet led the Salah every single day, long prayers. So he recites the Quran a lot, and people hear this a lot from him, and they go back and teach each other, come back, read to him again. Quran was 24/7 disseminated in the society in Medina and in the surrounding areas as well, because the Prophet would always send delegates and companions, and we'll also share some methods of his teaching of the Quran in a bit. So that was the style of teaching. So we're not supposed to apply how we understand the qira'at of 10, 7, 20, whatever numbers we are having a systemized qira'at today to that early period when the Prophet was teaching people the Quran. And I think this is a good transition and point to this slide, that it's very valid to ask, why didn't the Prophet explain the meaning of aḥruf? We're talking about a mutawatir hadith. Hadith that 30 companions, like as Suyuti mentioned in one reference, narrated it. It's very common, and there's a number there, so something seems to be specific. Some scholars said the number is not meant to be a specific number, and many scholars dismissed this opinion. They said no, because it looks like there is a particular meaning behind the 7. So why didn't he explain it? Well, we can say it was too obvious, not needing an explanation, or it was too ambiguous and he purposely left it ambiguous for people. These are the two logical interpretations. Likely it was initially clear. When he said it, people generally speaking understood it. As many ahkam or as many commandments the Prophet would reveal or would deliver to the community, people understand it at least in a particular sense, and then something might happen later and the Prophet will have to clarify that. We have parallels to this a lot in our tradition, not in Quran, but like in other ahkam. He would say something and then the Sahaba start applying it, and then some of them start wondering, some of them like come back with questions, and then the Prophet would provide whether clarification, would provide a specification or particularization of takhsis, might sometimes abrogate the hukm as happened in many fiqhi rulings, etc. So it's possible that it was understood to at least a particular level to many companions, if not all of them. And then after a while, some companions felt confused, which is the story of Umar and Hisham, for example, as a clear example of this. When the companions started feeling confused, the Prophet repeated the statement in multiple occasions, and that's why we have different versions of the hadith. And in these repeated statements that the Prophet provided, he was basically highlighting 3 things. Number one, he wanted to tell people, now there is a newly legislated rukhsa to accommodate your different dialects. So number one, you keep this in mind. Now, because he would highlight the ease, he would highlight that I asked Allah to make it easier for you, right? So that means what would be easy about reading the Quran different ways? Obviously, we're talking about the pronunciation of the words in the Quran. And then number two, he also practically, and this point I don't find it highlighted a lot, he practically eliminated the ambiguity by the actual practice. Again, al-qirā'atu sunnatun muttaba'a. It's Quran is about how to be recited. I'm not just gonna give the statements and theoretically tell you what the aḥruf are. I'm going to teach you in practice. The Prophet is teaching the Quran every single day of his life, whether in the conventional meaning of teaching, one-on-one or group teaching or whatever, or in the salah. Salah was a huge mean of transmitting the Quran to the companions. So if I hear this hadith as, let's say, like a companion hears this hadith, and then, okay, I'm not very sure what the aḥruf means. I see the Prophet, I see him lead the salah, I see the different pronunciations that he's providing, I see that the leading companions around him teaching other people Quran, Ubay, Zayd, and other companions. Okay, now I get what he means by the different aḥruf. Number three, he also taught the companions that the differences are not contradictory. That's why he said kulluha kafin shafin, as we mentioned in one version, that all of them are equally curing and sufficient because they're not contradictory. And this is something also all the scholars established and affirmed and argued that we don't have contradictions between the different qira'at.
So the companions were more concerned with the practical ramifications of what the 7 aḥruf entailed, rather than receiving this one-liner or two-liner theoretical definition of what the 7 aḥruf are. So they're more concerned with, what am I supposed to do with this? Theologically speaking, what am I supposed to believe about the 7 aḥruf? Well, that's clear. You're supposed to believe that these were all revealed from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala via Jibreel alayhi salam to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And you were also supposed to believe that you could recite any of them, and you should also believe that they're all divine, that they're not contradictory to one another, and you have free reign to combine between them, as long as you're not doing it in a way where you're making them result in a contradiction when you're combining between them. And that's all you need to know. Don't ask any further questions. I mean, if we're going to think about it, practically as a Muslim, what is enough for you to know?
Exactly. And you know what, that was the urf, or the custom of that was the culture the companions lived in, and the way the Prophet taught them things. The companions didn't ask many questions about definitions. We didn't have definitions and details. The Prophet gives a command, the companions receives, they try their best to understand, they try their best to apply, and then when significant confusion happens, they go back and ask. We actually have incidents, I'm not doing a direct correlation with the aḥruf here, just to be clear, that we have incidents when the companions would say we were sometimes hesitant to ask questions of clarification. We would be happy if a Bedouin person comes in from out of town to ask the Prophet questions, be very happy. Why? Because thank God somebody else would actually ask the question and we get more clarification. The way they were taught and given the tarbiyah of the Prophet is that giving you the command, اتقوا الله ما استطعتم اتقوا الله ما استطعتم, like fear God as much as you can, fear God as much as you can. Like we share the same language. You are all like native Arabs. You understand what I'm saying. I'm speaking Arabic to you. That's enough for you to understand and then to go and apply. Again, I'm not necessarily saying this is 100% the case in the aḥruf, but I'm just saying we should keep in mind this context of the companions of the Prophet in any like statement from the Prophet that might sound a little bit ambiguous to us. The last point about the aḥruf, to move to the next part of the presentation. I hope I'm going in a good pace, by the way. I don't know if I'm going
absolutely slow. No, very good.
Yeah, thank you. So quick points about the discussion of aḥruf and why it is significant, why people grapple with it until today. Number one, even though each of the 3 interpretations that I mentioned earlier, we have 7 dialects, we have 7 modes of speech variations like nouns, verb forms, etc., or we have the 7 aspects or 7 types of synonyms. Although each of these 3 interpretations may not independently explain the totality of the 7 aḥruf, but they together, all these 3 together, if you put them together, they provide a holistic understanding of how different pronunciations of the Quran were permitted. What you need to know now is how was that applied in a practical sense. So grappling too much with one sentence, clear statement, aḥruf equals like 1, 2, 3, this might not be provided. You might not like a sentence like that. We're gonna keep arguing about this until God knows when, right? But if you put these 3 together, I think they provide a very holistic understanding of the context of this permission from the Prophet, of making sense to the cultural background of the companions and the Arabs at that time. And it makes sense when we see the results of the aḥruf, which are the Qirāৎ, which will be our next part of the presentation. Then if you still think there's a little bit of ambiguity unresolved, they're like 10%, whatever, now we should see what happened in reality, how the companions kept reading the Quran, how the companions compiled the Quran during Abu Bakr's reign first, and then how Uthman did the final, sometimes I don't want to call it compilation, it's more of a transcription of the Quran. I'm going to explain this more. And then how the Sahaba like dispersed over different regions, taught Quran, and then how the Qur'an scholars developed these Qirāءāt. That's why, irrespective of whatever definition you want to adopt of the aḥruf, it's a matter of consensus among the scholars that the 7 aḥruf resulted, excuse me, the 7 aḥruf resulted in different yet equally valid readings. So none of them again argued about the authenticity of the Quran, or parts of the Quran possibly went missing, or that we're not sure if there are other parts of the Quran that weren't preserved. None of them argued about that. They know that the Quran was entirely preserved. The khilaf was about certain dialectical pronunciation of particular words and styles of reading in the Quran, and that khilaf was settled after Uthman, and we'll explain that in a little bit. So it's not really going to affect our belief in the preservation of the Quran. It's not. Also, being a rukhsa, point 3.
At the end of the day, as long as a verse, an ayah, is not missing when it should be there, the Quran is preserved. Because the Prophet ﷺ said, each of them is sufficient. And, and he didn't say, please, try to learn all of them. He didn't even stress, that we know all the either. Each of them is sufficient. And so as long as all the ayat are there, and even if you only have one of the aḥruf remaining with you, this is the entirety of the Quran, and it's preserved. I mean, this is the way in terms of, practically speaking, this is sufficient, theologically speaking.
Yes. And by the way, they're all sufficient. It should be understood also in preserving the verbatim of the Quran as the base content of the Quran. We're not talking about interpretation. We're not talking about tafsir here.
Yeah.
Right? Because when it comes to tafsir, yes, other Qirāءāt provide multi-layered meanings of a particular word, and we'll talk about that. Even scholars use Qirāءat Shadda, like anomalous readings or like non-canonized readings, to explain meanings in the Quran. Tafsir is a different story. The Sahaba wrote tafsir meanings in the margins of their personal codices or copies of the Quran, which possibly caused some confusion about the compilation process. But yes, the tafsir was there. Other ways of like Sahabi would transcribe the Quran for even his personal use, not necessarily an official copy to the Prophet, and then would write like whatever, like talhin mandud means kada, and like in the margin, something like that. A person might come later and might get confused about like, is this part of the ayah or not? And the genre of Qirāāt Shadda of anomalous readings deals with this a lot. We're not talking about tafsir, we're not talking about interpretations. When we say the Quran is preserved, the base verbatim of the Quran, the content of the Quran, as Allah wanted Jibreel to deliver to the Prophet, was fully delivered by the Prophet to the companions, and was also fully encompassed within the Uthmanic transcription of the Quran, which is the final stage of the compilation of the Quran. Some dialects might have went missing. We're gonna talk about this. Sure, maybe like I don't know, like the mad of whatever number of harakat, elongation of a vowel. Maybe that's possible, but this has nothing to do with the base content of the Quran. Finally, why the discussion is significant of the concept of aḥruf and the surrounding discourse around it, because the aḥruf is reflected in 4 very critical topics that are related to textual authenticity of the Quran. Number 1, aḥruf relates to understanding the revelatory methods of the Quran, how the Quran was revealed. We have في كيفية نزوله. This is like a chapter in Ulum al-Quran, how the Quran was revealed. And actually, like a Suyuti included the discussion of aḥruf under that chapter. So the definition of wahy, how the wahy comes to the Prophet, the divine communication with the Prophet, how Jibreel delivered the Quran to the Prophet, what would happen to the Prophet when revealing the Quran. And it's very interesting because the disciplinary designation of topics is very important. We shouldn't take these things just as haphazardly, like haphazard designation that happened by the scholars. When a scholar included a topic under a chapter, he's basically given a message by the mere fact of including this under that chapter. Because the hadiths of aḥruf are using the word unzila, was revealed, that means it's a revelation point. So we need to discuss it under the chapter or the topic that discusses revelation, how revelation happened to the Prophet. So there is a very important meaning and message implied here by the mere fact of including this topic under this chapter by Suyuti and many other scholars as well. Because if it was unzila this way, if it was revealed this way, then it should be part of the investigation or the discussion of like, what is the meaning of wahy? Number two, of course, it's related to the compilation / transcription of the Quran over the different stages. And of course, most importantly, the final one by Uthman ibn Affan. So aḥruf is important because the whole point about Uthman's transcription of the Quran was to make sure this aḥruf is not fluidly applied by people and everybody's just trying to read the Quran in their own dialect without necessarily proving or affirming that the Prophet recited or approved it to be recited this way. So this is the second topic that is important to the discussion of aḥruf. Number three, rasm al-mushaf, the orthography of the mushaf, is very important because it became a condition for authenticating any reading of the Quran after Uthman. The scholars developed these conditions, and we'll talk about them in a little bit. That to ensure the exclusion of a qira'ah that the Prophet did not read in or approve in, then the Sahaba made sure that we need to write the Mus'haf in a particular way of orthography that encompasses the right qira'at, that encompasses the most like authentic / common aḥruf the Prophet taught or approved, and then will limit the authenticity of any qira'ah to what complies with this rasm. Of course, this rasm, there was no marking or dotting, so like it encompassed many possible ways of pronunciation, but at the same time, the way it was transcribed also eliminated some other possible ways of pronouncing the Quran, which the Sahaba did this purposely because they wanted to basically regulate this rukhsa of aḥruf, and we'll talk about this also in more detail. And finally, the fourth important topic of aḥruf obviously is the qira'at, because to understand the origins of qira'at, you need to understand the aḥruf and how the Quran was recited by the companions during the time of the Prophet. Now, this is the overall the discussion about the aḥruf, hadith, and meaning. Now, to move also, and I'm trying to do it in a chronological sense to as much as I can. Okay, how the qira'at now developed and how they were canonized / systemized by the scholars. Before we get to that, we need to again briefly talk about the different methods in which the Prophet taught the Quran. We already touched on iqra' and ard and some other methods, but just like briefly introduce how the Prophet taught and disseminated the Quran. When I say taught here, I don't necessarily mean, or I don't only mean that like the style of teaching from a pedagogical sense. I'm just highlighting how he made sure the Quran is disseminated across all the different classes of the society. Everybody basically, he wanted to ensure that everybody has the potential and the ability to read the Quran and hopefully memorize a big part of it. So oral transmission of the Quran during the time of the Prophet and the prophetic methods of teaching the Quran. And then we'll talk about the transition from this aḥruf, rukhsa, or concession to the qira'at. We'll do it in a chronological sense. What happened in the first century, of course, we'll talk about Hijri. What happened in the end of the first and in the second. First century was the final compilation, transcription of the Quran by Uthman. Second was this phenomenon of ikhtiyar. Let's call it system reading for now. And then how standardizing the qira'at emerged after that. And then third century, the criteria for authentic readings were developed by scholars of Qur'an. Fourth century, the term of 7 readings emerged, and you can notice now that came really late, relatively speaking, the 7 qira'at or 7 qira'at. And then the 5th century, how the 10 qira'at now like became almost like the Muslim word settled basically for 10 qira'at, and almost most scholars accepted them in a way, and I will explain why I'm saying this. So first, oral transmission of the Quran, and then I'm going to cover this briefly. My most recent article on the topic is actually an extensive article that covers the oral transmission of the Quran during the time of the Prophet and the written transmission of the Quran during the time of the Prophet, how the Prophet taught the Quran and how the companions.
Yeah, please. Yeah. So inshallah, we're gonna link to that article in the description box, inshallah.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. So I first wrote the article on the Qirāāt, which this presentation is based on, and then after that, I wrote the oral transmission, which is a prequel basically because it talks about like how the Quran first was taught by the Prophet, was written during the time of the Prophet, how many Sahaba memorized the Quran, how the Sahaba taught the Quran, the tabaqat of Qurrāʿ, the biographical generations of Qurrāʿ, etc. So that's why I'm just going to briefly cover this point. We know that the Quran commanded the Prophet to recite it to others. Utlu alayhim. This is a common, in different derivations, is a common imperative in the Quran. Talking directly to the Prophet, telling him to recite the Quran. And there's an emphasis on reciting. not only just like explain or teach. No, it's reciting the Quran, which highlights the oral transmission. You need to orally deliver this to people. We need people to preserve this message. Of course, people need to be taught by the life example of the Prophet, by the teachings of the Prophet, how to practice the commands and teachings of the Quran. Is not only about transmitting the text, but transmission was highlighted in the Quran itself. One of the names of Quran is Quran. It has other names, and Quran has multiple derivative meanings. One of which is Qirāʻāt. It's related to the word Quran. So it relates to this idea of recitation, as it's also called the kitab, the book, which means also should be transcribed in writing as well. So oral/written transmission is something that the Quran itself, we can argue, Quran itself actually asked the Prophet and Muslims to take care of it. And sometimes the command would come without telling him to whom, just recite it. Utlu ma uhiya ilayk, recite what was revealed to you, which means it's a universal command that you should disseminate the Quran to people. Sometimes in an imperative form, like an amr command, sometimes in a declarative form, but that means amr as well. So the conveying this Quran to people, but like as a command from the Quran to the Prophet, subsumes basically some contextual premises. Number one, the Prophet, as we mentioned, didn't know how to read or write, nor did the majority of the initial recipients of the message. So obviously, this necessitated oral delivery, and oral delivery now should have or will have to ensure and guarantee very accurate articulation and commitment to memory, because it's the primary method of transmission. So oral, again, communication and transmission was key. And number two, the Prophet also encouraged written documentation. As I mentioned, the kitab as a name of the Quran implies that already. And the Prophet appointed official scribes to transcribe the Quran, but he maintained verbal delivery to be the chief method of transmitting the Quran. And then the writing or the kitab of the Quran developed over stages afterwards. This is an extrapolation of 15 different ways the Prophet taught the Quran, directly or by instructing companions to teach it under his supervision. So briefly, the Prophet sometimes would innocently recite the Quran to the companions upon revelation. Again, each of this method is explained in detail in my recent article. Now we have multiple hadith. This surah revealed right away, he is reciting it to the companions. It's instant teaching once the Quran is revealed to him, and this ensures that like the exact words that he received, in addition, of course, to the promise of Allah that the Quran will be preserved and that its recitation will be preserved in your heart. Inna alayna jam'ahu wa Qur'ana, meaning jam'ahu fi sadrik. It's upon us to collect it and to put it in your heart, as the ayah says. In addition to that, he also, to ensure the maximum level of accuracy, the ayah was revealed right now, I'm going to recite it to the companions right now as well. When somebody he wants to invite to Islam, that was his like number one way of inviting people to Islam. Just said, I'm going to read Quran to you. It's a native Arab culture. People know language. People appreciate fasaha and eloquence so much. The best way to talk to them is to read Quran to them. Number three, somebody who came to embrace Islam and they were still like discussing or asking questions, the Prophet would say, okay, you can sit and I'm going to teach you. I'm going to read to you some Quran. So whether he's taken the initiative to read Quran to people, hopefully that they will touched by both the eloquence and the meanings of the Quran, or somebody who's already in the process of embracing Islam and he's reading the Quran to them. Sometimes he would show up in the masjid and just like find the companions assembling or gathering. He would sit and read Quran to them. We have a hadith in which he did that. Sometimes he would be traveling, and the Quran that was revealed during travel, which is a subcategory in ulum al-Quran, al-Hadari wa Safari, what was revealed during travel versus what was revealed in the Medina or in the city. The ayat were revealed to him, the verses are revealed to him, he recited them directly, which resembles the first category, but this one specifically while he was traveling as well. Even though he's busy in travel with the difficulties that come with travel, but he's still very keen about delivering the Quran right away. Of course, one-on-one teaching, we already mentioned examples of this. Reciting at gatherings, we have a hadith, he's passing literally by a group of people sitting in whatever corner in the Medina. He would get off his mount or ride and he would read Quran to them. Prayer is again very important. I would like to highlight that because like we have also chapters in the collections of hadith that document the Prophet's qira'ah in the salah. So if you want to know how often he would read whatever surah in Fajr, Maghrib or Isha, at least you would find that. And his salah was pretty like long, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So we recite like long portions of the Quran in the prayers. And this is obligatory salah. You can add Jumu'ah, you can add sunnah recommended prayers, you can add Qiyamul Layl and many other prayers that the Sahaba were following the Prophet in, and he was reciting a big part of the Quran. We have a hadith in which the companion said that they learned the Quran from the Salah. And we have also reports from other young companions or Tabi'een who learned the Quran from Sahaba who recited it while leading the Salah, like Umar and Uthman. Umar and Uthman were leading, and other companions memorized the chapters they were reading. Reciting in sermons. We have a female companion who memorized Surah Qaf because the Prophet recited it on the minbar multiple times. So these 9 methods, he himself directly engaging in teaching, disseminating the Quran to people. The other 5 or 6, he's sending or assigning companions by direct instruction to teach the Quran. These 6 are different from the companions teaching the Quran after his death in their own way. I'm talking about his direct engagement in the process of teaching the Quran or disseminating the Quran. He sends delegates to gatherings reciting the newly revealed Quran. Now, newly revealed Quran was given to him. He recited it right away to people around him. But how about Muslims in the rest of the city or in the area? Fulan, that particular companion, go and read this new revelation to people right away. There's a dissemination that is happening on the spot. He would assign companions to teach new Muslims. We give the example of Ubay ibn Ka'b and others. He would assign companions to teach one another, whether new Muslims or not. That happened also a lot. Like Umar used to alternate attending the Prophet's gathering in the masjid because he had his own job with another companion. So they would go every other to the Prophet. So in the day that he didn't go, the companion who attended would teach him what the Prophet taught him on that day. So we have many hadith like this. He also cared about people in the surrounding areas, not only in the city. So he would send messengers to villages and to like different regions around Medina to teach people Quran. Sometimes people would ask him to delegate people to them to teach Quran, hoping that the rest of the tribe would become Muslims. We have sad stories about people who were deceived and were killed, like in the battle of Bi'r Ma'una, for example, where the Qurrāঃ were killed, and actually they had the title of Qurrāḥ. We have a Sufa, that this a small section in the Prophet's masjid which served as a shelter for the companions who couldn't afford housing. Most of them were known as the Qurrāḥ. Baqillani has a beautiful discussion about them in his Al-Intisar, talking about like the characteristics of the people of Sufa. I also discussed a little bit of that in the article, that the Sufa people were Qurrāḥ. The title of Qurrāḥ emerged that early on during the time of the Prophet. And the Prophet used those people a lot to go and teach people Qur'an, not only in Medina, in other regions as well. Even military leaders of expeditions or armies the Prophet dispatched from Medina, he would ask them, like, after you do the whatever militant task he was given, you stay there and teach people in the area Quran. And finally, we have a beautiful phenomena that we find in the books of Seerah and history, that travelers to and from Medina, people who are passing by Medina or like traveling from or to the city, would stop on the way, right, and teach the nomads and the Bedouins Quran. We have multiple reports about this. Like, okay, we need to like basically take a rest in whatever area. We meet people, and some Bedouins and nomads, Muslims, they knew about this, so they would go in these areas, wait for Muslims to come from Medina because they didn't have the capacity or the time or whatever to go to Medina and get taught directly from the Prophet. Okay, can you share with us the new Quran? They would receive the new Quran, and some of them would go actually and teach their people these ayat, and there are some interesting and beautiful stories about this as well. The whole point behind all these different methods is that the keenness of the Prophet and the care of the Prophet about delivering the Quran right away as much as possible to everybody in the community. It's not the knowledge of the elite. It's not something that only a few people get. Everybody should have access to the Quran in a certain capacity or on a certain level. This is number one. Number two, oral transmission was very important. Everything is linked back to the primary source, which is the Prophet ﷺ himself, again, teaching directly, indirectly, or approving how people would recite the Quran. That continued after the Prophet. That's a whole different topic, but just like a quick glimpse of how the companions carried out this message after the Prophet died. Abdullah ibn Umar, the son of Umar ibn al-Khattab, for example, he said about his father, I've seen the commander of the faithful, Amir al-Mu'mineen, Umar ibn al-Khattab, sitting on the minbar, in the pulpit, while the Muhajirin and the Ansar are surrounding him. He was teaching them the religion and the Quran as the teacher teaches children. And that was like that's an imagery that you can see, like, okay, now it's becoming like and he's the leader of the society. It's not just like an appointed Quran teacher to teach people in a Quranic school. He was the leader of the society, but it's that important task that he himself should directly get involved
in Qur'an's teaching. And the way he's describing now, you see the development of now it's becoming a teaching method, and now it's becoming like a group teaching. You can say some kind of an early model of Qur'an school. Abu Darda was like a famous Qur'an teacher from the companions. He went to Damascus. Now the companions are like spreading across the Muslim world at that time. He was the main teacher of the Qur'an in the Damascus mosque in Syria, and he had over 1,600 students, 1,600 students. He used to divide his classes into groups of 10s, like small classes, and would appoint arif, like assistant instructors. And again, now you see the development of the method after the death of the Prophet ﷺ. Abu Musa al-Ash'ari was known for his daily Qur'an teaching and direct supervision of also other teaching circles of the Qur'an, and his personal assistants, the TAs, basically, at the Basra mosque. He was in Basra in Iraq. And by the way, he was appointed as the leader of Iraq, and he was teaching on a daily basis. And you can imagine how difficult the position of a leader in Iraq, of a leader of any basically region is. And I'm going to dedicate part of my schedule to teach Quran to those people. Abu Musa al-Ash'ari originally from Yemen, and now you see how the Sahaba and the companions dispersed again in these different regions. He once gathered the most advanced reciters of his students, and they numbered 300, the most advanced. So you can imagine how many other students of Quran he had in Basra as well. Ibn Mas'ud, of course, a very famous Quran reciter and a faqih. He spent 22 years in Kufa in Iraq teaching Quran, and of course teaching fiqh as well, as an important figure in the chain of the Hanafi school. There's a famous revolution that happened against the Umayyads. It was led by something called the army of Qurrāʿ. For how many Qurrāʿ were there? There were like 4,000 of people, that many, if not all of them, were like from Ibn Mas'ud's students, or like their students, basically. They are belonging to Ibn Mas'ud's school somehow. Those are not the only companions who did this. Many other companions of the Prophet did that as well. The point here again is the companions continue this message of disseminating the Quran, and they developed. The idea of development of teaching is very important, because it would help us understand how the Qirāāt then developed afterwards.
I mean, they obviously they have to improvise in their methods, because right now they're dealing with a much greater number of avid learners and students.
Yes, yeah, they have to improvise. They were taught in different ways. That's very important. Or they knew that they're approved to recite in different ways belonging to different dialects. So these are two important factors to keep in mind to get to know how the Qirāāt then were developed. Because we noticed something that a little bit later, the names of these companions disappeared, right? Because now people know Qirāāt Nafi', they didn't know Qirāāt Ali or Qirāāt Uthman, right? We know Qirāāt Asim, we don't know Qirāāt Ali, for example. Asim famously goes through Ali, etc. Why did this happen? This is important to explain in detail. So Qirāāt, as we know today, now to keep in mind the aḥruf discussion, we agree that they are reflections of the rukhsah of the aḥruf. They are not synonyms. They are not synonymous with the meaning of aḥruf. They are systemized recital modes that preserved many aḥruf, which means not all of them. Again, I'm going to unpack all of this. And they also accommodated dialectical diversity. So Qirāāt and the aḥruf, they resulted from the aḥruf. They are not. They are systemized recital modes. They are combination and systemization of different rules that were originally approved by the permission of the aḥruf, or by the rukhsah of the aḥruf, and they accommodated dialectical diversities. Now, because we also alluded earlier that the Sahaba started to be concerned about the fluidity of, or the potential fluidity, or actually the actual fluidity, because it started happening during the time of Uthman, that people would interpret the aḥruf haphazardly and apply the aḥruf in a way that is not really approved by the Prophet and his primary companions who were Quran reciters. So that prompted the companions to care about now the idea of Jam'ul Quran, the collection of the Quran, or the compilation of the Quran. To relate, of course, we're not going to talk in detail about the compilation of the Quran process, but we would talk about the parts of it that relate to the discussion of the Qirāāt. So again, as I mentioned earlier, first century final compilation, second century, in the first and second, the explosion of ikhtiyārat, basically a lot of ikhtiyārs emerged, how different Qirāāt were systemized, and then the criteria for authentic readings that came as a response to the explosion of a large number of ikhtiyārs, and then the standardization of 7 readings, and then the settlement on 10 readings. It's enough to say about the compilation of the Quran. Now, here we're talking about first Hijri century. nearly after or shortly after the death of the Prophet ﷺ, the preservation went through both combination of oral and written transmission. In the Jam' of Abu Bakr, the compilation of the Quran during the time of Abu Bakr, the main concern, and we need to differentiate between its purpose and the purpose of Uthman's compilation. The main concern for Abu Bakr was to preserve the Quran itself. The idea of aḥruf wasn't really the main concern. The idea of the Qirāʻāt wasn't really the main concern. We need to make sure that we have at least one copy that has the content of the Quran exactly as the Prophet taught the companions. Again, irrespective of what are the permitted ways of pronouncing particular words, or like what are the regulations of the rukhsa of aḥruf. So we know he established the committee. Zayd ibn Thabit was involved, of course, and then the committee agreed that two witnesses have to approve each verse to be included in the compilation of the Quran. Two witnesses is understood in two different ways in our tradition by the scholars. Some of them said means two witnesses. Two people need to witness that. Two people aside from the committee, by the way, need to witness that this verse, yes, we were taught this verse from the Prophet. Other scholars said no. Two witnesses mean that both. One witness from oral transmission, one witness from written documentation, that we need to make sure, we need to confirm that this particular verse, before we include it in the copy of the Mus'haf, was written during the time of the Prophet. The Quran was written during the time of the Prophet on so many scattered materials, not compiled in one particular copy, but it was written. A quick side point, in the recent article on the preservation of the Quran that I wrote, I provide an argument for the high probability, I would say, of the fact that the entire Quran was written during the time of the Prophet. I don't find it a compelling argument at all, even though 98% of modern academics, specifically Western academics, of course, argue that the Quran was not entirely written at the time of the Prophet. Actually, most of the Quran was not written during the time of the Prophet. Many scholars held this opinion. Orientalists or even late Western scholars, revisionists, or like any other academic approach, they believe in this, while I don't find really this argument very compelling. I think it's very plausible that the entire Quran was written during the time of the Prophet. It's not just my opinion. Obviously, we have many scholars who advanced this argument. Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, Qastalani, many other scholars, and again, it's there in the article.
I guess we can deduce from the hadith that, that when Zayd was looking for all the ayahs, that he found all of them except for the last two from Surah At-Tawbah, but clearly Zayd himself already knew those two ayahs because he knew what to look for. So, and then when he found it with Abu Khuzaymah, that kind of sealed the deal. So I guess we could also, deduce from tradition itself that the bulk of it was actually written. I do have a question though. Do we have an educated guess? This may not even be important for us to know. It may not be relevant for us today, but just out of academic curiosity, do we have an educated guess about what the nature of the compilation of during Abu Bakr's time, Anhu's time was? Like, did he focus on collecting the Qurayshi dialect, or there's no indication for us to presume what the nature of the collection focused on? Was it on a particular hadith or there's nothing there?
Well, I think what can be deduced is that wasn't a concern to begin with. They didn't really, again, care much about the pronunciation. The oral recitation of the Quran in the society was fine. Of course, the society wasn't as didn't expand as much as it happened during the time of Umar and Uthman afterwards across really huge part of the world at that time. So my understanding, and I think many scholars also mentioned this, that it was just about we need to preserve the words of the Quran as they are in the Mus'haf, without, again, keeping in mind much the aḥruf, with possibly, we didn't have access to that copy of Abu Bakr, but with possibly not consistent transcription from an aḥruf perspective, which means that you can, if we have access to the Abu Bakr's Mus'haf, right, to the Abu Bakr's compiled Mus'haf, you can't say, oh, okay, this can be said to be written in 2-3 aḥruf, or this would match this particular number of qira'at. No, because again, that wasn't really the concern, and they didn't even make it consistently in that. Again, we didn't have material evidence for this, but it's deduced based on what we understood from how Uthman actually compiled it. Because
it was two copies, correct? was it 2 copies that Abu Bakr made? So, I mean, this just reaffirms and bolsters the theological affirmation that the preservation of the 7 aḥruf, in terms of all of them, is not seen as something compulsory or essential in Islam. Keeping in line with the Prophet ﷺ saying that each one of them is satisfactory, each one of them is sufficient. And if the Sahaba during the time of Abu Bakr anhu thought otherwise, they would have made it their goal and mission to have preserved, all of the 7 aḥruf, and made sure that they sent Zayd, anhu, to all the tribes, and making sure that he's collected all of the different modes and different, the different modes of recitation. It's just a thought.
And you this fits perfectly with understanding the difference between Abu Bakr's Jama' and Uthman's Jama', because now Abu Bakr is concerned about what we don't want the Qur'an or parts of the Qur'an to go missing. Obviously, in the famous incident that when Umar told him that in the Battle of Yamama, many Qurrāʿ were killed, and now we're losing the memorizers of the Qur'an. So just to be safe, let's transcribe the Qur'an in a written form just to keep it preserved. People usually ask the question, okay, if the Qur'an is promised to be preserved, why would Umar care about the death of the Qur'an? Yes, the Qur'an is, Allah promised the Qur'an to be preserved, but he wanted people to it's like any other command from Allah. Allah promises Muslims things, but people need to take actually
means. Tie your camel.
Means, yes. Okay, exactly. This is of course something that they had to. There's no contradiction whatsoever between. Some people say oh, didn't Umar believe in this? No, of course he believed that the Quran would be preserved, but there's a role, there's a communal obligation on Muslims to preserve the Quran. Until today, we'll talk about towards the end about حكم تعلم القراءات. That's like a common issue in the introductory works to Qirāʻāt. It's فرض كفاية. It's a communal obligation. In every generation, even if we want to apply the technical sense, locality, we need some people who know Qirāʻāt, because it's a communal obligation. We don't say, oh, the Quran is preserved, so who cares? No, it's of course something that Muslims have to do. So Abu Bakr cared about the loss of maybe parts of the Quran. So he compiled the Quran. Now the priority is not the aḥruf, the priority is not the Qirāʻāt. When Uthman came, the priority was when the famous story Hudayfa came and told them they were in the conquest of Sham, and then people started having I think it wasn't the Sham, it was a different region. Anyway, they told them people now are fighting over how to pronounce the Quran. So the priority here was to eliminate aḥruf that were not basically solicited correctly, or were not approved by the Prophet. So he did this. That's why, again, I do believe that the right way of expressing about what Uthman did is not compilation. It's transcription of the Sahifa of Abu Bakr, of the copy of Abu Bakr, in a new way that would eliminate ways of pronouncing certain words in a wrong manner. So it wasn't about compilation, again, that they're not sure, because they trusted what Abu Bakr did. They actually asked Sayyidah Hafsa, the Umar's daughter and the wife of the Prophet, to just give us the copy that you have, because it was preserved in her house. We're going to transcribe it. Some narrations use the word naskh multiple times. We're going to copy it. So in the copying process, what he's doing is, let's make sure it's copied and transcribed in a particular orthographical style that would eliminate wrong or again, unsolicited pronunciations of the Quran. That was his primary concern. Not again, is this verse in the Quran or not? They did double check. The of course checked everything again, obviously, but I'm talking about the main incentive behind the again, second compilation, or call it transcription of the Quran. So the Uthman's compilation / transcription again was the final one, with the companions unanimously approving his decision. Of course, the unanimous approval didn't happen right away. You have some companions who dissented for some time, like Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. That's a whole different discussion. And many scholars wrote about this, why Abdullah ibn Mas'ud had some objections. He had his own copy. He didn't want to give it up, and all these stories. We have many explanations by the scholars about this. But what we know for a fact is that eventually everybody, including Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, as recorded by many scholars, they all actually consented. Sorry. They all approved and consented to what Uthman did. Something
and we don't want to digress into because it could take a full lecture discussing Ibn Mas'ud anhu's stance. But the point to stress here is that at no point in time did Ibn Mas'ud's objections concern the validity or the veracity or accuracy of the Uthmanic compilation. So he wasn't arguing, or he wasn't concerned that the actual transcription in the compilation or the standardization itself contained any errors or compromised the preservation of the Quran. So that's something that needs to be stressed. And whatever other concerns that he may have had, don't touch upon that. And so, I think we could just leave it at that.
Let's keep in mind also it was an assessment of maslaha decision as well,
Mm.
right? Because maybe it wasn't like a fard on Uthman to do this, but Uthman took a maslaha-based decision that yes, he knew that some aḥruf might be excluded. That's fine, because this is for a maslaha, which all the companions actually consented this. Yes, this is the maslaha, which is better to keep. Again, I know that might sound a little bit of a superficial example, but to preserve random hypothetical 7 haraka mad, is that more important, or just actually to preserve that the Quran is not liable for distortion, or for people just like to recite it in ways that never,
to preserve the peace and harmony and quell the fitna as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. So maybe Abdullah ibn Mas'ud initially at least had some issues about like, okay, let's reassess this maslaha, how much should be eliminated, like what are the aḥruf, like obviously that was his
exactly,
reaction. He wasn't personally present for some time as well, so communication wasn't something that is very back then, so it makes sense to take
issues of maslaha are usually subject to personal ijtihad.
And we talk about both Qurrāʾ, both scholars, both esteemed companions, so their opinions are equally, of course, important and significant. But when it comes to some kind of ijma', Ali ibn Abi Talib, he would make like dua and praise for Uthman for what he did, because like that was the right decision. We had to do this. Anyway, as you said, that's of course a different like a long conversation. Something that helped the companions basically go through all this process. The companions who were directly involved in the process of compiling and transcribing the Quran, they were among the companions who witnessed the very last period of the life of the Prophet. They witnessed something called the final review, or al-ard al-akhira, because Jibreel used to review the Quran every year in Ramadan with the Prophet, and then the last year he reviewed the entire Quran twice with the Prophet. So this arda ensured that this is the totality of the Quran. If there is abrogation or naskh that happened, the Prophet now knew about it for like final time. This arda arguably included how the Quran is recited, how the Quran is pronounced. There is some kind of transcendent nature of this arda as well, because the arda of the Quran, some scholars argued, it wasn't just like a regular session as like me and you are learning to read the Quran. There is, I would say, a miraculous, transcendent part of it, even by the mere fact of telling him, لا تحرك به لسانك لتعجل به. Do not move your tongue to hasten with it. It's a recitation. إن علينا جمعه وقرآنه. Don't worry, we got this. We are going to ensure that you have the Quran memorized. So there is something, of course, special that has to do with our theological understanding of the position of the Prophet, the concept of prophethood, and the nature of revelation as well. So the Prophet, the content and the final content of the Quran, of the Ard al-Akhira, the final review, was given to the closest companions he had at that time as scribes and as also reciters of the Quran, of course, including Zayd ibn Thabit, who was in both committees during the time of Abu Bakr and the time of Uthman. So because the Sahaba knew this, they knew about abrogation, which is important, that there are ayat that are abrogated now. They're not part of the Quran anymore. One particular category of abrogation, obviously. They knew that if they found some written Quran and that the scribe hypothetically added a marginal note explaining a word or providing some kind of exegetical opinion or preference, they know that this is not from the Quran, because we witnessed the final recitation of the Quran from the Prophet. So these factors helped those companions do this compilation and transcription of the Quran. I already covered this point. What's the main difference between Abu Bakr's compilation and Uthman's transcription is that the motivating factor is the difference. The concern for Uthman, the concern over the fluidity of the aḥruf, was the main motivating factor. So Uthman's decision was basically to standardize the Quranic text and codex and to regulate the rukhsa of the 7 aḥruf by limiting their vast dialectical scope. So it's very possible, very likely to say that some of the 7 aḥruf were not included in the Uthmanic Codex. Again, that's perfectly fine from the maslaha point of view we explained. The overall skeletal script of the Codex of Uthman, again, as we mentioned, without vowel markings or dotting, accommodated multiple readings of the Qur'an. Again, the Qirāৎ is 7 or 10 didn't emerge yet, but accommodated multiple readings, because now we didn't have nuqat, we didn't have dotting, we didn't have vowel markings. And we still have the companions teaching the Quran, reading the Quran according to the Mus'haf of Uthman and according to their oral transmission of the Quran from the Prophet or from the prominent companions of the Prophet as well. Now, after the Uthman's compilation and transcription of the Quran, we have something called ikhtiyar. Ikhtiyar, again, there isn't really a particular word-to-word translation. Some academics translate it as system reading. But to describe it in a simple manner, you find in the early literature the ikhtiyar fulan, ikhtiyar, even the Qur'an that we know today, ikhtiyar Nafi' or ikhtiyar Abu Ja'far or any other imams of the Qirā'a. When an ikhtiyar is named after a reciter or a qari, it means that this reciter, he systemized a mode of phonetic principles, which we call usul, and certain pronunciation of certain words that we call farsh. Any student of Qirāāt today, this is the way they study Qirāāt. There are usul, there are farsh. Usul relate to, usul literally means principles, but they relate to the pronunciation of dialectical differences of imala, mad, idgham, idhar, iqlab, all these rules of tajweed, basically, takhfif al-hamza, and all these things. These are usul, which are 99%, if not 100%, relate to just dialectical pronunciation of certain letters and words, have nothing to do with the meaning. And then we have, relatively speaking, a small portion of words that we call farsh al-huruf, as the scholars call them. Interestingly, they call them huruf as well. Farsh means that we have different words that are pronounced differently. They're not just like dialectical, but the words themselves are pronounced differently. For example, Maliki Yawmiddin, Maliki Yawmiddin. So these are two different words. Most of the time, or many times, they will bear a difference in the meaning. They will impact the interpretation of the verse, and we will give more examples. Now it's important.
Would it be fair to say that the farsh deals more with the content itself, because there could be a missing letter, an additional letter, while usul deals with how to recite the words? Would that be like a more simplified distinction? The farsh is touching more upon the content itself, but like there is a difference between Maliki and Maliki.
Yes. Okay. And the content, that's a good point, and we'll talk about it again later. But to call it the content is important because the method of authentication for the content has to be a lot more rigorous than the one for usul.
Yes.
Right? Now, what makes some scholars, when we get to the point of tawatur, because it causes confusion, a lot of people, tawatur for usul, it wasn't something that all scholars said, like, it has to be, like, we have to establish tawatur for the 3 haraka, right? Yeah. I remember my teacher told me, like, nobody really reads in 3 haraka. Like, it's not really common that people would do it, right? We just know it, and we learn it from the tajweed books and qira'at books, but it's not really something that every Muslim reads in. It doesn't really matter if you don't read in it. But no, we have to ensure that Maliki and Malik were reported in like across the
yeah. So when it comes to farsh, is definitely a consensus, and from you can correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, it's almost virtually the dominant, maybe 98% opinion that the usul also has prophetic precedent, not in that exact all the turuq and all the combinational form, but that the Prophet ﷺ approved of of these rules. But I know that maybe a few scholars here and there may not have seen that as being a stringent requirement.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm going to break it down further. But yes, the original concepts of usul, almost in unanimous agreement that they are, like, the concept of imala, the concept of mad, of course, like, this is mutawatir. The details of them and the degree of imala, degree of inclination, the number of harakat and these things, yes, we might actually have like recorded tawatur, by the way. There could be tawatur still, but we don't have material evidence for tawatur. Doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So this is for basically this is what ikhtiyar means. I'm going to systemize like a mode of reading the Quran in these 2 different ways from what I learned from my teachers, which in that case, for example, in the early generation, the companions of the Prophet. So when we say the ikhtiyar of so-and-so or the reading of so-and-so, this doesn't mean that the person who's the qira'ah is named after has like invented the qira'ah of the Quran, right? He hasn't even invented any aspect of the mode, basically. What he did is just like he basically compiled a mode based on these different aspects that he learned through transmission from the companions of the Prophet. So he narrates the Quran from many companions or from like the students of the companions. He mastered dialectical pronunciations, but then he eventually said, okay, now I learned from somebody learned from the Sahaba, I learned from like let's say Abu Darda and Uthman, just as an example. And maybe they taught me in different ways when it comes to the usul, maybe a little bit in the farsh. I need to systemize what I learned from them and do ikhtiyar, and I have to make sure that I'm tracing back my ikhtiyar to one of them and to differentiate between what I learned from both of them. This is the meaning of ikhtiyar. And the word ikhtiyar became almost synonym with the word qira'ah of so-and-so that came, that emerged afterwards. So the method of ikhtiyar, why did it basically emerge? Why did it, why the scholars and the tabi'in did this? Because now it's for the sake of practicality and consistency as well. Practicality, because now the people back then used to read to a lot of mashayikh. Nafi' read to 70 teachers. And we have like the early Qur'an read to like tens of Qur'an and companions that were tabi'in. And those Qur'an were a little bit different. So we need to be practical. I need to teach my student in a particular way. So I'm going to systemize a way of reading. Let's say if I read to 5 companions, or like 5 companions and tabi'in, for example, and the successors, I'm going to compile a system reading based on the majority of the 5 teachers I had. Whatever most of them agreed on something, I'm going to add it to my style of qira'ah, and then I would teach my students this way. I dedicated my life to this. I became famously one of the most famous Qur'an reciters. I lead people in the salah and I teach them in the masjid every single day. Now I'm known now to be the person who systemized this, is going to be now called Qirā't ibn Kathir, Qirā't Nafi', Qirā't Abu Ja'far, etc. So this is why ikhtiyar then. So practicality, because now we need to keep teaching the Quran. Muslim lands are expanding, Muslims are increasing. That's another factor, of course. And consistency as well. I know from a lot of people, different pronunciations, different tribes, we need to be consistent. If I'm going to do imala, I need to be a little bit consistent. If I need to do mad, I need to be consistent. I know consistency didn't apply 100%, because some people might say, okay, some Qur'an have exceptions to imala. Of course, because they will come to a point, they would do the consistency of imala, but you come to a point, okay, now my hypothetical of 5 teachers, 4 of them didn't do imala in this particular word here. So I'm going to make this as an exception. So always transmission trumps the consistency of qiyas. I don't want the word qiyas to confuse people. Qiyas in qira'ah has a particular definition, but qiyas, let's say it's some kind of consistency applied throughout, but transmission always takes priority over the qiyas. The ikhtiyar phenomenon dates back to the companions themselves. We might find some reference to ikhtiyar ibn Mas'ud, for example, ikhtiyar ibn Abbas or other companions, and to their students. Few companions, not many, and to, of course, their students. Towards the end of the 1st century and in the 2nd century, numerous ikhtiyars emerged. Many ikhtiyars now are there, because the companions, again, are teaching, as we mentioned, hundreds, thousands of students. Those students are teaching everybody the Quran. A lot of people are dedicating themselves to learning and transmitting the Quran. So now we have a lot of ikhtiyars, which started to become a little bit of an issue, because, okay, the whole point of consistency and practicality now, it's becoming, I would say, a little bit counterproductive. So we need to do something. So the majority of Qur'an, they upheld a set of qualifications for in ikhtiyar to be an authentic reading. They said, number 1, we need conformity with grammar. Of course, going with grammar, we can talk much about like what do they mean by conformity. Conformity with the Rasm of Uthman's Codex was something that everybody agreed on, and agreement of the majority of Qur'an on it. Keep in mind the word tawatur is not there. Nobody knows even what tawatur is in that time, because again, we need to be very careful designating and applying later terminologies to the early period of Qirāʻāt and then come to wrong conclusions. The word tawatur wasn't even there, right? Even in usuli sense, by the way, the word shuhra was even more used than tawatur in a particular generation of the scholars. But that's also another discussion. Overall, if grammatically the Qur'an sounds valid, because obviously the Quran wouldn't be read in a way that the Arabs would deem wrong, grammatically speaking, shouldn't diverge from the Uthman's Mus'haf. If it does, it's not going to be an authentic reading. And the majority of Qur'an, let's be as safe as possible. You can sense here the concern of Uthman's compilation as well. We need to be safe. We need to make sure the majority of Qur'an agree on reading the verse or the word in this particular manner. I don't know why people are upset with Ibn al-Jazari. I want to say this because they think Ibn al-Jazari, just like he basically ruined it for us because he just like say khalas, like nobody's going to read in any other qira'at. It's 10 qira'at. The conditions emerged really early on. We found Abu Ubaid al-Qasim bin Salam in the 3rd century, and even subsequent scholars like Tabari and many scholars actually affirm this. Yes, Ibn al-Jazari added some tweaks to these 3 conditions, but basically the idea was there a really long time ago. And again, if you put this as one narrative, as I'm trying to do this presentation, it kind of makes sense at least. So Abu Ubaid al-Qasim bin Salam was the first as far as we know, it might be, of course, somebody before him, but from the available literature we have many Qira'at works that actually were lost in our history. But Abu Ubaid al-Qasim ibn Salam, famous Quran scholar, who has multiple books on, he has a book on Qira'at that obviously, that unfortunately went missing, but we have some preserved passages in other works. He has also multiple other works on Quran, like Fada'il al-Quran and others. He explicitly listed these three qualifications to be the conditions of a Qira'ah as-Sahiha, or the authentic reading. Then later on, Ibn Jazari came and he systemized this further, because until the time of Ibn Jazari, there were still some discussions about the three additional qira'at which made them 10. Ibn Jazari dealt with this a little bit, and we'll talk about this in more detail. Ibn Jazari listed the three conditions again, saying authentic chain of transmission, which the isnad is authentic. Again, he didn't mention tawatur, he said sahhatul isnad. So the isnad needs to be transmission. Tawatur is a little bit subjective, and it deals with other issues, and I'm going to touch on later. Conformity with the Rasm of Uthman Codex, same thing. Conformity with the rules of the Arabic grammar. In the فَكُلُّ مَا وَافَقَ وَجْهَ نَحْوِ, as he mentioned, is like everything that conforms with at least one wajh, at least with one aspect of the Arabic grammar. It doesn't have to be an ijma' of the grammarians. It doesn't have to be the ijma' of all the Arab dialects, right? Because we have people say, okay, yeah, this qira'ah is wrong according to that grammatical rule. Sure, it's wrong according to who? And then the argument would be here, okay, let's go and grapple with grammar and the dialects of the Arabs. Even the scholars themselves engaged with this, and we're going to talk about the idea of tafdeel or preference of qira'at. You have people who had issues with Qirā't ibn Amir, had issues with Qirā't Hamza, تساءلون به والأرحام, that to be like not really the best way of i'rab. Sure, but what Ibn Jazari is saying, and even the conformity with grammar that the scholars mentioned earlier, is that it is not unanimously wrong, it's not really odd, and it cannot be supported by any aspect of the Arabic grammar. Any qira'ah, any reading, any ikhtiyar, system reading, that diverges from one, even from these three conditions, we're not going to consider it to be an authentic reading. It will be anomalous reading that has different utility, as the scholars of usul al-fiqh also dealt with. So in that early period, still going now towards the 4th century, we have a lot of qira'at works. Many of them, again, didn't really make it to our time. But they included a large number of canonical readings. One of the earliest that we know of is Abu al-Qasim ibn Salam, Abu Ubaid al-Qasim ibn Salam, the one I mentioned, the scholar who was the first to list the three conditions. His book contained 25 readings. Again, we don't have it, but we know that it contained 25 canonical readings. So like those qira'at that to him, they actually qualify for the three conditions that he mentioned. By the 4th century, the Qur'an scholars, they sought to, okay, we need to standardize the ikhtiyarat based on the popularity of the qira'ah. So now, again, not tawatur, but let's stick to the popularity and the majority. How can we assess popularity? That's a good question. Number one, salah. We have the masajid in at least the major cities of the Muslim world. We have a lot of stories like Fulan, Jami' al-Basra the Imam used to read in Yaqub for years. Jami' al-Basra used to read in Hamza. And it's interesting that they actually succeeded each other in an interesting manner. I think it's a very interesting point of research. This the merging of the qira'at over the regional ikhtiyarat. This is something very interesting. Early on, we find regional selection or regional adoption of a qira'ah. But then, okay, what happened that afterwards, instead of Yaqub became Hamza, or Hamza became like Asim, for example, right? Abu Amr we talk about this, Abu Amr was very common across the Muslim world, and then now why is it Hafs? So this change of or transitioning between qira'at is important. And I think early on, it actually transitioned from being regional adoption to other factors. It wasn't anymore the regional qira'ah. It was like Makki's always read Ibn Kathir, Madani is always read Nafi' or Abu Ja'far. Yes, that was the case for a long time, but other qira'at were introduced by other factors to these localities as well. Most of the ikhtiyars, going to still to the era of the regional adoption, they represented 5 regional Quran schools. Medina, Mecca, Basra, Sham, and Kufa. Those 5 regions, all the qira'at emerged from there. And then again, the cross-pollination basically happened across these cities, and they adopted different qira'at from each other.
Does that also have to do with the fact that Uthman radiallahu anhu had a manuscript sent to each of these cities?
Yes, according to the opinion that it's 5. There's difference of opinions about like whether 5 more or less. But yes. And there was a report that is not really authenticated, but it's commonly cited sometimes, that Uthman sent a reciter with each copy to teach people according to the copy. I know it's not really fully authenticated, but it's kind of a common reference, and makes some sense in my personal opinion. That yes, that because the companions did go to these locations, the companions did teach people in these locations according to the Uthmanic Codex. So whether he instructed this directly or not, it's not really a big deal. But yes, as you mentioned, I think it's related to the Uthmani Mus'haf, and those were like the 5 major really centers of learning and Quran teaching and ilm teaching in general in the Muslim world at that time. So the first scholar to limit the number of canonical, or like, I'm using the word canonical, that Qirā't as-Sahiha, just to make sure that people are following. The first one to limit them to 7 was Ibn Mujahid. And again, people are upset with Al-Nujari, people are upset with Ibn Mujahid for whatever reason. Also the same idea of like, okay, khalas, now he ruined it for us and he hid Qirāʻāt and aḥruf and stuff. Ibn Mujahid explained his methodology in the introduction of his famous work As-Sab'a, and he called it the 7. That caused some confusion. Some scholars kind of criticize him for using that title, but it is what it is. In the introduction to As-Sab'a, or to the 7, he said, the Quranic reading adopted by the people of Medina, Mecca, Kufa, Basra, and Sham is the reading which they orally received from their predecessors. So Sunnah Muttaba'a, the Qira'ah is based on transmission. One man from each of these regions who learned from their successors, or the successors, meaning the Tabi'een, meaning the students of the companions, yes, was committed to that reading, and all of the public and the elite agreed on his reading, number 1. Number 2, followed his mode of recitation. Number 3, and abided by his methodology. So he's spilling out his methodology of compiling the 7. He knew that there are many more qira'at, but I want to stick to the popular qira'at. The word popular here is technical, not just like famous. It's like shuhra. It's a technical term in our tradition that is not really equivalent to tawatur, but they overlap a lot. So I'm going to stick to the 5 regions for very clear, valid reasons, and I'm going to choose the one that is famous among people. Everybody agrees on. Everybody practices in this qira'ah. People read in the salah in this qira'ah. People, both the public and the elite of the scholars and qurra and whatever, they agree and follow and adopt this methodology. And following the mode of recitation, he's hinted the consistency of the system reading as well. He said we need to limit the ikhtiyarat, because now the ikhtiyarat are really getting too many, and it's kind of counterproductive for the purpose of systemizing the reading of the Quran.
When it comes to this widespread acceptance, as one of their criteria, is this what they refer to as the Qirā'a al-Amma? Is that what they have in mind? Because I know Imam al-Tabari
a little bit close.
That,
I'm actually going to Qirā't al-Amma. I'm going to define it in a little bit, but yes, it's a little bit close. So it started with, I would say, a little bit broad, and then technical definitions, the scholars kept adding them over time, which the same thing that happened to many other disciplines, by the way. So it's a natural evolution of the discipline of Qirā'āt.
A part of my mind was thinking, like, can we understand Qirā'a al-Amma, or this widespread acceptance, or this virtual consensus as some form of mutawatir al-ma'nawi, or mutawatir in meaning? So that's kind of where my, or whether these are 2 distinct things. Not sure.
I think they're distinct because tawatur ma'nawi or lafzi is related to the text itself, the verbatim. The shuhra is like how many people adopted this. I see your point, but it's like how many people adopted this and agreed and testified for the authenticity of this reading. So you might detect a bit of overlap.
Because like, for example, I mean, one example is also like the adhan, right? So the adhan, I mean, we don't have. How do we know our adhan today? We don't have actual mutawatir chains of transmission that we could count and see the full wording of the adhan. I mean, this is something that's been transmitted in mass, widely accepted, not controversial, generation after generation. And from what I see from different scholars that talk about this subject, they compare the qira'at, or at least some of these qira'at, that are established, in a similar way, and they try to use the adhan as an analogy. That not everything mutawatir has to be documented asanid. And a lot of scholars even commented on some of the reasons why they would say that a lack of documented isnads is not proof that those isnads did not exist. Just that for reasons that may be, there was no motivation or driven determination document them, because there was no need, to the point that they were already these matters were transmitted in mass and widely accepted, and there was no need to actually document all these asani to the point of tawatur. I mean, it's just different perspectives, but there's just some things that cross my mind.
Exactly. That's why we have sunnah fi'liya, right? We have practical sunnah. This is what I tried to explain earlier about the aḥruf as well. Like, I'm going to teach you now, as like the Prophet hypothetically saying in action, I'm going to teach you now what this aḥruf means in a practical sense. I'm not going to give a lecture explaining the definition of aḥruf, but I'm going to teach you the Qur'an according to these aḥruf. That happened a lot. Example of that is a very good example of tashahhud as well, right? We have ikhtilaf of tashahhud. Some scholars would also indicate some qiyas with the qira'at from a particular angle, that we have different alfaz of tashahhud, and the scholars started to say, okay, we have different tashahhud ibn Mas'ud, tashahhud ibn Abbas, some other tashahhuds, and then the madhahib started adopting different tashahhuds, but they were very precise about adopting the words, because they felt like this part of the salah, there's a particular dhikr ala hay'at al-makhsusa, it has to be pronounced, and Shafi'is, for example, I'm a Shafi'i myself, so they're very, very particular about the words of the tashahhud. Right, you have to say this way, and we would can I add alif wa lam? Can I remove it? Can I add like all these very meticulous rules of perfecting what exactly should I say in the salah? Try to imagine how much the scholars would put into trying to make sure how much I can read the Quran, or how can I read the Quran in this way or that way, or pronounce it this way or not. So of course the Quran gained more attention from the scholars than tashahhud or adhan, for example. So for the idea of ikhtiyar, before we transition to the sab'ah and the 7 by Mujahid and then all the way to the 10th, we need to highlight these 4 points as results from the ikhtiyar phenomenon. First of all, the point that I highlighted a little bit earlier, regional readings now are merging. So before it was like Mecca, Medina, Basra, Sham, and now with the number of Muslims, number of Qurrāʿ, and number of the Sahaba moving around sometimes, or their students moving around sometimes, or the Tabi'een who are learning from multiple companions and then moving around to multiple cities, starting teaching. So now the Qirāāt started to have, or the ikhtiyars yet started to have this kind of cross-pollination, that, as what I mentioned earlier, that a Medina or a city would transition from a Qirāāt to a Qirāāt, because like Asim moved from here to there, or like Yaqub moved from here to there, or like their students actually went from here to there. So regional readings now started to emerge. That's why regional readings started to basically become a little bit more loosened up, like towards, I would say, the 4th century, around that area. Number 2, I also alluded to this earlier, that the names of the companions Qurrāʿ began to disappear. So now we don't have the ikhtiyar of Ibn Mas'ud, ikhtiyar of Ibn Abbas, ikhtiyar of Uthman, Ali, or like any of the famous companions who taught the Quran. Now the names of their students are becoming more popular, because those people, like, they dedicated themselves. Now I'm going to be this is what I do for a living. Ibn Amir, he learned from Abu Darda. Abu Darda is the main source of Ibn Amir's Qirāʻah, right? And Ibn Amir is one of the earliest Qurrāʿ. He actually direct student of the companion of the Prophet who memorized the entire Quran, Abu Darda, that we talked about earlier as the famous leading Qari of the Damascus Mosque. So after Ibn Amir learned from Abu Darda, it's Abu Darda's knowledge, it's Abu Darda style, but no, it's now Qirāāt Ibn Amir, because Ibn Amir now became the technical title for this system reading that is named after him, but he actually learned it from Abu Darda, the companion of the Prophet. Number 3, even though a few companions of the Prophet were known for being dedicated to Quranic teaching, the number of ikhtiyars kept increasing a lot, because there is a demand for teaching. Again, the Muslim population is growing. Many Muslim students, people are settled now, of course. Situation is much more settled, more than the time of the Prophet and the early time of the 4 caliphs, with like all the civil war and the problems that happened. Now people are settled. Like people, generally speaking, the socioeconomic status improved a lot for many Muslims. Major cities became a little bit luxurious for a lot of Muslims. So like when the time is, generally speaking, again, I'm not really, I don't want to generalize that much, but like when there's some kind of civilizational flourishing somewhat, now people are able to dedicate more time to teaching and transmitting the Quran. Again, we can see this reflected in the early Qirāāt literature. The earliest Qirāāt books contain 20, 25, 27. We have documented reports of these books that, again, most of them are not extant anymore, but they have collected that number of ikhtiyars in them. And then the last conclusion or result indirect result from the ikhtiyar phenomena is the emergence of the 7 readings term. We need to really understand and appreciate why Ibn Mujahid did this. Ibn Mujahid himself rejected to have his own ikhtiyar, even though he was capable of doing this. And we have reports that people ask him, why don't you have ikhtiyar? Right? A lot of people do, right? We have many scholars who have their own ikhtiyar of Qirāāt. Why don't you develop? You're a scholar of Qur'an, you're very respected. Everybody like respects your expertise in Qur'an. Why don't you have your own system reading? That's fine. It's not like wrong or haram or anything. It's okay from a Shari'i perspective. It's disciplinarily also okay and valid. He's an authoritative person in the field. So why don't you do that? He said no. Why? Because he basically said this is almost counterproductive. Because we need to systemize how people read the Quran. What's the point of having hundreds of ikhtiyars or like tens of ikhtiyars? There's no point. We need Muslims to learn the Quran in a more consistent and a more systemized way. And that's why he introduced this idea of, okay, I'm going to select these 7 qira'at based on these criteria that we mentioned from quoting him directly from the introduction of his book, The 7. That's why after Ibn Mujahid, and I, in my opinion, that was a great contribution from him. Because now the scholars started to shift their attention from the fluidity of ikhtiyars to now, okay, let's try to systemize more. Let's try to be consistent in our reading of the Quran, which started happening in the late 4th and the 5th Hijri century. Scholars said, okay, but they're not only 7. We have 3 more that basically originated from the same localities that Ibn Mujahid named, the 5 major cities of Muslim world at that time, and they also generally belong in their ikhtiyar, in their system reading, to several of the original 7 qira'at. If you look at Yaqub, he resembles to a large extent Abu Amr. If you look at Khalaf already is the student of Hamza. Abu Ja'far is actually the teacher of Nafi'. These 3 names I just mentioned are the 3 additional qira'at that were added to the 7 that Ibn Mujahid listed. Next slide we'll list all the names of the 10 qira'at. So 7 to 3, this is how the 3 qira'at were actually introduced afterwards. The standardization of these 10 qira'at does not mean that their readers, their eponymous readers, were the only experts of such caliber. I think we made this point clear by now. It's just the person who's dedicated to this and the person who publicized this system reading, and people accepted it, and تلقاها الناس بالقبول, the majority of Muslims, scholars and otherwise, actually accepted their systemization of the qira'ah. This systemization eventually settled on the 10 qira'at, 7 and the 3. Again, a little bit of, I don't want to even call it controversy, but some scholars just questioned the 3 because like, why would you add the 3? But the counter argument to this question was very clear that the 3, more than 90%, are actually already included in the 7 qira'at. So it's not really something new. But those scholars were worthy of giving the title of Qurrāʿ. They were worthy of giving independent designation of a qira'ah. Yaqub was very predominant. Yaqub, again, people in Basra used to read in the Jami' al-Kabir al-Basra, the main mosque in Basra, used to read in Yaqub for a long time. Abu Ja'far is the teacher of Nafi' actually. So like we're talking about people are very, very expert in qira'ah. None of their ikhtiyar or aḥruf or like selected system reading contradict what is well established by the majority of Qurrāʿ at their time, so why not making them 10? That was basically the argument. So when we see some references, people say, no, it's only 7. Even some scholars of fiqh and usul, by the way, they consider the Qirāāt Sahihah to be only 7. You will find this existing in the literature of usul fiqh until the 6th and 7th century. We have a lot of fiqh works that would state that across different madhahib. Again, this doesn't mean that the 3 are not sahih. They're just saying, okay, we got to know that those are the most famous 7. If you can prove that the 3 do not contradict or do not really diverge from the 7 readings, then the khilaf becomes really technical at that point. And al-Jazari came and he was very, very strict about, no, they're actually 10. He has a famous, I wouldn't call it a debate, but like a strong discussion with As-Subki, because As-Subki, when he authored, Tajuddin As-Subki, when he authored Jam'u al-Jawami', one of the most authoritative works on usul al-fiqh, he said that وَالْقِرَاءَةُ الصَّحِيحَةُ وَالْقِرَاءَةُ السَّبْعُ, like calling the authentic readings, and the Matan specifically said they are the 7 readings. And they said وَقِيلَ الْعَشَرَةِ, and they said, and according to another opinion, it's the 10. And then
minority, it kind of brushed it aside.
Yeah, qila for tad'if most of the time. So qila means like, yeah, it's an opinion, but not really as well verified. So Al-Jazari got upset about this. They were contemporary, and he said, I met with him. That he mentioned actually the story. And he said, I met with him and said, like, why would you exclude them? What's the difference between the 3 and the 7? Like, and he was like, I can sense from, it's a beautiful conversation, that he was like a little bit mad that there was no point of doing this. Subki, Taj al-Subki, after authoring Jam'u al-Jawami', which he said جمعته أو ألفته من زهاء 100 مصنف, I believe. So like I compiled this authoritative text of Usul al-Fiqh from about 100 references. It became one of the most famous works on Usul al-Fiqh afterwards, at least according to the theological school, the theology school, the طريقة المتكلمين, the theology-based approach to legal theory. He wrote a work afterwards. He called it منع الموانع عن جمع الجوامع. He wrote a work in which he just basically revisited and re-clarified some points he wrote. And it's not a new edition of the book. It's an independent work that is published actually separately, but it's written as some notations about the work that he himself wrote earlier. In that منع الموانع, he mentioned that basically I changed my mind because like Ibn al-Jazari, or Ibn al-Jazari basically influenced my opinion about the Qirā't, and yes, they are 10. And he quoted his dad, the Shaykh al-Islam Taqiyuddin al-Subki, and he like discussed this point further. And then of course the Shurrāḥ and the Muhashin, the glossars who came afterwards, they discussed this 7-10 Qirā't.
I mean, would you say that the initial hesitation to accept the 3 additional Qirā'āt was primarily due to a lack of awareness for the positive evidence demonstrating them meeting the 3 criteria: wide acceptance, valid transmission, grammar conformity, or rasm conformity, etc.? Or did they actually have some arguments or misconceptions regarding the reliability of the 3 qira'at, and then it required Ibn al-Jazari to come later on and respond to their concern? So was it more of a lack of awareness of the evidence that they are established, or did they have actual misconceptions regarding the establishment of the 3 qira'at?
I highly doubt that they had misconceptions or arguments. I think it's partially what you mentioned, and I think it's the popularity point. What was popularly transmitted by Muslims, basically, because like the term 7 readings became very popular, right? And not all Usulis were actually experts in Qira'at as well. We have to admit this, right? Subki did new Qira'at. He did actually study Qira'at with some teachers, but in general, I'm not talking about Subki. I'm talking about the scholars of Usul in general. Not all of them were actually experts on Qira'at. So as you mentioned, maybe they didn't do the homework of going and investigating the 3, but let's just stick to what the majority have actually basically stated. And again, this is an Usul al-Fiqh work, so he's concerned about Qira'at from a particular legal angle, not really the transmission of Qira'at that would be in other works as well. But I just highlighted this point as an interesting point of, again, maybe a point of contention between Qira'at people, Ibn al-Jazari, Usul al-Fiqh people, Subki, and how they basically discussed this idea, and how things, I think, settled a lot more afterwards to be the 10 Qira'at. But it's not only in the theology-based approach of طريقة المتكلمين or the Shafi'is. I think other, like Hanafis also in some texts, they would say like the 7 Qira'at, like the idea of 7, 10, it can be read from far distance as some kind of hesitation, but it was really about what is popular in the tradition. And a lot of these works, they are compiling and reproducing the literature before and expanding. So this point is settled for 7. We're going to keep it 7. But it's not meant by mafhum al-mukhalafa, a congruent implication that, okay, then any other qira'ah is invalid necessarily, and then the 3 qira'at are invalid. This entailment is not necessarily intended, at least.
But eventually, the Ummah has reached a scholarly ijma in terms of the acceptance of the 10. Eventually, like there isn't any resistance today. And and this is one thing that I want to stress to, especially to some of the listeners, who may be exposed to this topic for the first time and may be wondering, why are there scholars disagreeing about the authenticity of some of the readings of the Qur'an? And something that you may not be accustomed to once you're exposed to the subject. This is like, should not the Qur'an have absolutely no dispute over? And here we want to remind the listeners that at the end of the day, this does not touch upon the preservation of the Qur'an. Even if we had only one single established qira'ah today, that still means that the Qur'an is preserved, right? And that we always have to remember the hadith of the Prophet that each one of them is sufficient for you. So what we're concerned is what is sufficient for us first and foremost. Secondly, when it comes to why didn't the scholars instantly agree with each other? When you look at almost any topic, even in fiqh, even in any discipline, in almost any discipline, usually what we take to be as ijma', what we've settled on in terms of consensus on many issues today, if you go back in time far back enough, you'll find disagreement there. Because always when new issues arise, it takes time for scholars to hash out these issues, to flesh out the issues, and to debate with each other and test their arguments and scrutinize each other's positions, right? That process takes some time, right? Not everyone is aware of the other scholars' arguments or counter arguments. Especially, we didn't have modern communications at that time, right? So it's not surprising to see differences of opinions on certain issues, especially in the initial phase. But eventually, over time, once the dust has settled and everyone knows each other's arguments, everything's been scrutinized, everything has been hashed out and debated. Once a consensus emerges, then that constitutes a solidified authority, especially if that ijma has arisen through the process of intellectual conviction, rather than there being some sort of evidence of coerced, of coercion, forcing opinions on people's throats, which is not the case here. And so this is just something that I just kind of want to stress to some listeners who are new to this entire topic, wondering how could there be difference of opinion on the Qur'an, and it should not be thought about in that way.
Absolutely. I think adding to this is it also demonstrates like they were trying to be fair and as objective as possible. That's another issue. And number two, they were comfortable debating these things, which means that this had nothing again to do with the preservation of the Qur'an. Because again, we know it's like they even have judgments about people who like believe that Qur'an is missing something to be even like excommunicated from Islam. So they know it's like something that we can't really like mess with, right? But we're comfortable talking about these things because we have this systematic distinction between these two topics. Now the next few slides will be general introduction to the 10 Qur'āʾ, just for people who didn't know about this Qur'ān before, with just quick remarks about their lives and their timeline. As the last point we stopped at was that now it's 10 Qur'āʿ basically. These Qur'āʿ were people who were dedicated to Qur'an most of their lives. Many of them were notable jurists, were like very high esteemed scholars of language. They were linguists. All of them are known to be very pious saints. Some people are like of high level of spirituality. They devoted their lives in the Qur'an. Beautiful stories about how they died, like had husn al-khatima, or good ending, due to their connection with the Qur'an, etc. An interesting remark: only 3 of the 10 Qur'āʾ are descendants of pure Arab lineage. And that's a nice reflection of the diversity already that the early literature, the early Islamic period actually accommodated a lot in so many different respects. The rest of them, they descended from different non-Arab lineages, basically, who belong to the tribal association institutions that we call clients. It's not the best translation, but like mawali, plural, or the singular mawla bani fulan. So those are the 10 Qur'ān. This is not a chronological order. This is the disciplinary order of the Qur'an in the books of Qirāāt. It's just a designation that Qur'an scholars developed. When you open like the authoritative works on Qirāāt, this is the order of the Qur'an they adopt. So Nafi' ibn Kathir, Abu Amr ibn Amir, Asim, Hamza al-Zayyat, al-Kisa'i, Abu Ja'far, Yaqub, and Khalaf. Nafi' Medina. So I'm just highlighting the regional, basically. Location of the Qari, and that he was like, for example, Isfahan, Persian descendant, Ibn Kathir in Mecca, Persian descendant, Abu Amr and Abu Amr, afwan, in Basra, the native Arab from Banu Hanifa, it's the first native. Damascus, Ibn Amr, native Arab as well, from Yahsub. Asim, Kufa, was Mawla of the clan of Asad. Hamza, Kufa, and he's Mawla of the clan of Taym. Kufa, again, Al-Kisa'i from Kufa, again, Persian descendant and Mawla of the Asad clan. Abu Ja'far, Medina. So you have 2 Medinas, Nafi' and Abu Ja'far. They call them the Madaniyan, the 2 Medinas, Medinans. Mawla of the clan of Makhzum. Yaqub, Basra. So you have 2 Basrans, Abu Amr and Yaqub. Mawla of a Hadrami clan, Hadrami from Hadramaut in Yemen. And then Khalaf from Baghdad in Iraq. So yeah, we see, of course, Kufa has the largest number, 3 Imams. Asim, Hamza, Al-Kisa'i, they call them the Kufiyun. So the Qira'at scholars have different terminologies. The Madaniyan, Al-Makki, Ibn Kathir, Abu Amr al-Basri, they assign them the regional origin of their Qira'ah. it's important also to shed light on the connection of the 10 Qurrāʿ to the Sahaba. So the isnad of these 10 Qurrāʿ, some of them read directly to the companions, some of them read to the students of the companions. Those 7 companions are among or the most famous Quran teachers from the companions: Ubay ibn Ka'b, Uthman ibn Affan, Ali ibn Abi Talib, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, Zayd ibn Thabit, Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, Abu Darda. We almost like mentioned all of them today multiple times. This is just like a quick diagram or like easy chart of who read to who from the companions. You find like Ubay taught many of the Qurrāʿ. You find overlapping. Some of them read to multiple ones, like Yaqub read to Ibn Mas'ud, not directly, I mean like to an isnad that goes through Ibn Mas'ud, and to an isnad through Zayd ibn Thabit as well. So many of them actually read through multiple of the companions. And by the way, these are the isnads that we have documentation for today. Yeah. Obviously, they read to more people, and they of course could have been connected to many more companions of the Prophet as well.
Has anyone ever tried to call into question the reliability of any of these, of this transmission, of any of these transmissions, or is this fairly uncontroversial?
Generally speaking, no, except for a famous incident when At-Tabari questioned the isnad of Ibn Amir. So At-Tabari had a famous issue with the Qirāء, the reading of Ibn Amir. And actually, I might touch a little bit on this when it comes to the scholars making tarjih and giving preference to some Qirā'āt. At-Tabari, as many scholars said, he was mistaken in doing this because it's an issue of isnad. Basically, if you didn't get the isnad right, then like his method is right because he needed to investigate the isnad. The conclusion wasn't actually right. Like scholars responded to him, like Abu Amr al-Dani, for example, he argued against him because, like, obviously this is a very well established isnad. He's actually Ibn Amr. If we go back to the list of the Qurrāʿ, he's like the oldest of them, right? I think he's number one because it's like the one he read directly to a companion. He's not even like a late scholar.
From what I know, I mean, one of the key criteria, a key criterion for a Tabari was that it has to be Qirā'a 'am. And as far as we know, Ibn Amir's dominant recitation in the Sham fit that criteria, right? So I mean, just looking back, I mean, we know what we know, and we know what Imam al-Tabari's criterion was. And at the end of the day, he is fallible, just like any other human being. And so we look back and be like, okay, was it that Imam al-Tabari had his own extra strict criteria that Ibn Amr did not pass? Or do we know what his criteria was? And do we know what the case was with Ibn Amr at that time? And was Imam al-Tabari mistaken in applying his criteria, this particular criterion, against Ibn Amr? And we're able to tell in retrospect. And again, sometimes we have the privilege of looking back and knowing everything that we know today, and we need to put ourselves back in the shoes of those scholars living in that time, and they may not have had full access to all information that we know today.
Absolutely, and At-Tabari like explicitly listed the 3 conditions of Qirā'a Sahiha in a little bit older version of it, like Al-Qasim ibn Salam. So like the methodology is fine, but again, it's a matter of data, basically how much data he had to come to this conclusion. And again, many scholars argued against him, like one of the early ones, Abu Amr al-Dani, and many later scholars also said, like, yeah, he was mistaken about this conclusion. But overall, to my knowledge, I don't know of any objection to the isnads of these Qurrāʼ to go back to these companions of the Prophet. Just a little bit of more Qirā'a terminology to get the listeners more familiar. Each Qari of the 10 is designated by the Qirā'at scholars 2 canonical transmitters, because also they had many students, and now the focus now is about consistency and systemization. So let's limit the hundreds and maybe thousands of the students to the most prominent and leading students who encompassed most of the knowledge of those Qurrāʼ, who read multiple khatmas, they completed the Quran multiple times with the teachers, etc. So they identified 2 transmitters who were the most popular of their students. So that explains the difference. If you hear Quran scholar Sheikh today saying Qirā'a and Riwayah, this is the difference. So it became more a technical designation of Qirā'a means one of the 10, Riwayah means one of their transmitters. So 10 by 2 means 20. So we have 20 transmitters belonging to 10 Qurrāʼ, because each Qari is designated to Riwayat. I'm going to list the names of the Riwayat shortly after this slide. So when we read the Quran, we usually reference the riwayah. Usually we read in the riwayah. That's why we say أقرأ برواية حفص عن عاصم. I read in the riwayah of Hafs through Asim. Asim is the Qari, Hafs is the Rawi. For example, Asim has two transmitters, Hafs and Shu'bah. I'm giving the example of Asim because very
but who determined the two rawis to select from each Qari? Was it Ibn al-Jazari? Was it some other scholar? Or who made that
before that? It was Ibn al-Jazari, but al-Jazari, because he compiled a lot. So like you have, for example, Abu Amr, Dani and Taysir, who's Shatibi as the most famous matan now in Qirāʻāt was developed based on. And of course Ibn al-Jazari as well, but even scholars before that, those ruwah, those transmitters became very famous. So they started to adopt, I would say, not very similar to their teachers, but like very close position to the teachers. But now they both still belong to their teachers. Like let's say Hafs and Shu'bah, they were teaching Qur'an at the same time, right? Hafs is teaching Qur'an, he became like a very famous transmitter and a very famous teacher of the Qur'an. Shu'bah is the same thing. They both still belong to Asim. They say like, this is what we're teaching you people, what we learned from Asim. Many other students did the same thing from Asim as well, but those became the most prominent. So it was also by way of designation by the scholars and by way of just the reality that happened in the Muslim society as well. Those became the most famous references to the Asim. If you want to go if you want to identify what Asim read, I need to go through Hafs and Shu'bah, for example. So it's a mix between what happened on the ground and what the Qur'an scholars started to designate, like Taysir, Ad-Dani, and many other books of Qira'at that came afterwards. Now the Qira'at is becoming more of a discipline. I'm going to highlight this a little bit later. And it's developing its own terminology as well. So the point here again is to say Qira'ah of Asim, Riwayah of Hafs, this is the difference. The difference is technical. The reading of Asim is the overall reading of Asim that encompasses both Hafs and Shu'bah. Or if I want to be more specific, I'm reading in a very particular style of Asim, then I'm going to identify Hafs or Shu'bah. There's even something that is called Turuq. Just I don't want to cause any confusion, but Turuq is a further like breakdown of the students of the transmitters who had minor differences in the way they transmit. Sometimes it could be a little bit more than minor differences, but those are the turuq that transmitted from Hafs, transmitted from Shu'bah, or from any other transmitter. They were also documented, and until the time of Jazari, Ibn Jazari was one of the major contributors to the systemization of these turuq, just to list all of them, to connect all the isnads, to trace their authenticity and everything. Most of the differences didn't have anything to do with the meanings. They're all about, again, the usul and the way to do the ghunna, the mad, etc. The riwayat of the same qari, the riwayas of the same qari may differ in both the usul and the farsh. When we give the example of the two transmitters of Asim, Hafs and Shu'bah, in usul, not really much of a difference. In farsh, the elocution or the pronunciation of certain words, a little bit of difference. But if you go to Qalun and Warsh, for example, there is quite a bit of difference between the usul. Mad is different, some rules of hamazat are different. Ibdal in Warsh that doesn't exist in Qalun. So usul are a little bit different. And then the farsh, not as much, but also there are some differences in the farsh as well. So the degree of differences between the transmitters is not the same across all the different 10 and 20 transmitters. This is a list of the transmitters. So Nafi', I'm going to go through them quickly. The two transmitters for Nafi', Qalun and Warsh, pretty famous until today. Ibn Kathir al-Makki as al-Bazzi and Qumbul. They both the most famous, again, transmitters of Ibn Kathir, Abu Amr al-Duri and al-Susi, Ibn Amir, Hisham and Ibn Dhakwan, and then Asim, Shu'bah and Hafs, and then Hamza, al-Kufi, Khalaf and Khalad, and then al-Kisa'i, Abu al-Harith and al-Duri. By the way, this is the same Duri of Abu Amr, so he's basically the two different Qirā't, yeah. So he's joining in two different capacities. He's transmitting from al-Kisa'i and transmitting from Abu Amr. And he's a very interesting figure because he's one of the earliest authors of Qirā't works. He has Juz' al-Qirā'at and a couple other works. Most of them are not, unfortunately, available today. But he was a very famous scholar of language as well. So he basically was also one of those capable of having his own ikhtiyar, but he dedicated himself to al-Kisa'i and Abu Amr. And then he found the merit of developing or committing to both and transmitting both in a systemized manner to Muslims. And then Abu Ja'far al-Madani, the teacher of Nafi', so he's an early qari. Ibn Wardan, Ibn Jammaz, the two. Sorry, starting from Abu Ja'far, those are the three. So the Qisai is the last of the seven, and then we have now the three additional Qur'ā, call them al-Thalath al-Mutammima. Abu Ja'far, and then Yaqub al-Hadrami was in Basra, Ruwais and Rawh, and then we have Khalaf. And this Khalaf is the same transmitter of Hamza, by the way. So Khalaf is both a transmitter of a Qari, who is Hamza, and also an independent Qari himself, and whose two transmitters are Ishaq al-Warraq and Idris al-Haddad. So those are the 10 reciters, Qurrāʿ, and then the 20 transmitters. Again, there's just a technical difference between Qirā'atu Fulan and Riwayatu Fulan, the riwayah of so-and-so or the qira'ah of so-and-so. Usually we read in a riwayah, not in a qira'ah. You can read in a qira'ah in a technical manner that scholars and students of qira'at know, but usually we read according to a riwayah to be very specific and very systemized and consistent in the way.
You're not aware of any farsh differences between respective rawis of the same qari, right? Or is it possible?
No, they're not the same. There are actually some differences. Shu'ba and Hafs, for example.
Yeah, differences in farsh.
يا ليتني مت قبل هذا وكنت نسيا منسيا. This, for example, a difference between Hafs and Shu'ba. فناداها من تحتها ألا تحزني. Shu'ba reads it من, Hafs reads it min. So yeah, between the two transmitters there are also differences between some of them. Now the last part of the presentation, some different issues and masail about qira'at and their value. Are they all Qur'an? I feel like now we can answer this question, but just like to highlight this idea of like, okay, we've been highlighting a lot of the distinction between Qur'an as a base content of the wahi that was delivered to the Prophet, like preserved in verbatim by the Prophet and by the companions, and between the qira'at, which are different modes of reciting these ayat. When you again break down the difference between usul and farsh, this understanding becomes very easy. Number two, are some qira'at preferred over others? Because what happened by some scholars in the tradition, mentioned the example of At-Tabari already, for example, the spread of qira'at in the Muslim world throughout history, and then qira'at as a discipline, just general disciplinary framework for the ilm as it's being taught today, and then some examples of the qira'at differences that have impact on the meaning or the interpretation of the Qur'an. Are they all Qur'an? We already established that. Now we settle for 10. The difference of the 3 added qira'at, not really much from the 7 qira'at. So like the scholarly community basically agreed to a large extent to the 10 qira'at. Again, some books remained stating only the 7 qira'at, but their intention wasn't to exclude the 3 qira'at. Even later, Shafi'i works, for example, in the Kitab al-Salah, in the chapter of Salah in legal works, when they talk about what is the qira'ah permitted to be recited in the salah, they say qira'atu sahiha, or qira'atu, some of them would say mutawatira. What is the qira'ah sahiha? They say the 7 readings. They do mean that any other reading is actually inauthentic. They mean the 7 in terms of like what basically the 7 qira'at encompass. Some of those authors who wrote these things were themselves scholars of qira'at, and they transmit the 10 qira'at. Like Zakaria al-Ansari, for example, a very Shaykh al-Islam, a very famous scholar of fiqh, Shafi'i, and also a very famous scholar of qira'at. He would still state what the madhab would generally states, because he's like committed to the typology of the madhab, saying the 7 qira'at in the books of the Salah and his different legal works, but he's one of the most famous, renowned links in the isnad of qira'at that we know today. The discussion of tawatur relates basically to the quantification, like how many number of people qualifies for tawatur. We didn't have an agreement on this, neither in hadith nor in Qur'an or usul al-fiqh. Like, because these are the 3 disciplines that usually deal with the idea of mass transmission, we don't have an agreement. We have a wide range of opinions, from 5 or like 4 people all the way to 40 and even hundreds of people to say this what qualifies for tawatur. That's why we try to express it to be mass or wide transmission, something that is widely transmitted, widely accepted by people, not contested from its authenticity. From its textual authenticity, we can debate about the meaning or the interpretation, but the textual authenticity is not something that is debated. A large number of people know about it throughout the entire links, or throughout all the generations that transmitted this. If tawatur is interrupted in one generation, it's not going to be considered tawatur. Tawatur has to be consistent across all the generations of the narrators of a report. So it's about quantification, which is not really a matter of agreement. And again, I'm highlighting the point that we shouldn't be very adamant about applying a very particular definition of tawatur to that, because the scholars themselves didn't actually agree on a particular number of tawatur. Shuhra was there, familiarity of the qira'at was there, practicality in terms of like what was most common among people. What was most common among people was indicated by the scholars, but we didn't have reports documenting like in detail the numbers of people who transmitted this. But everybody witnessed that Al-Basra used to read in Yaqub. If we have 2-3 references saying this, these references are authentic, that should really imply a strong sense of tawatur and authenticity for this historic fact. The other reason the scholars of usul would be involved here is, other than the quantification, would be the boundaries of legal certainty. What basically gives yaqeen that this is 100% Qur'an. That's why they try to quantify, they try to add parameters to just make sure the certainty is actually developed with no chance of doubt. But again, if we go back to the early criteria of the shuhra, and what we got from the qira'at is what survived from the qira'at, or the most famous. This is a very strong indication that was more than even the tawatur, the technical sense that later scholars actually have developed. Specifically,
Dr. Suhail Laher actually has a very fascinating PhD dissertation. I know he's going to be publishing it in book format soon, hopefully this year, inshallah, where he discusses the difference of how to understand tawatur in usul fiqh and hadith and Quranic sciences. And and the idea here is that what we're essentially interested in is that epistemologically speaking, are we certain that this is reliable, right? And for us, tawatur is not merely just having over a dozen authentic isnads in documented format. And for us, that's the only way that we can attain certainty. And there's different approaches in each of the disciplines, and as we just not to repeat what we just said before, but certainty could be attained here without the asanid having necessarily being documented, as long as there's widespread generational transmission and wide acceptance that this has come from the Prophet.
Exactly. Specifically, that the Quran was very obviously transmitted to people, was very clearly disseminated across people, with sometimes some of them not finding any need to document this in a written form, more than the need that emerged early on to document the narrators of hadith, for example. The fabrication of hadith was a lot easier than somebody trying to mess with the Quranic text, because obviously is much more distinct from its language and its style, and much many more people actually memorized it than memorizing the reports of the Prophet. So as you mentioned, the fact that we do not have documented tawatur doesn't mean tawatur didn't actually exist. And all this discussion, the 2 points of quantification and legal certainty, if we also apply it to the distinction that we mentioned earlier between usul and farsh, that would also again fit more easy or easier, that the usul, the detailed instances of usul are not necessarily mutawatir, or we do not have material evidence that they're mutawatir, to be more accurate. Because again, concept of imala is mutawatir, concept of mad is mutawatir, concept of takhfif al-hamza is mutawatir, but again, the details of the degree of imala, the elongation of the mad and all these things, we don't have evidence that it's mutawatir. Doesn't mean that it's not mutawatir, because again, that was something that was taught across history to hundreds and thousands of people. The Quran never ceased to be taught in Muslim lands, period, since the time of the Prophet. What I mean by Qur'an and Qirāāt as well. We don't know of any era that Qirāāt were not actually taught by people, by scholars of Qur'an, or they were not teachers of or students of Qur'an and Qirāāt. So it might not be necessary to trace each unique pronunciation of each of hundreds of combinations of phonetics back to the Prophet to establish an uninterrupted tawatur. Because again, if we understand the rukhsa of aḥruf in a correct manner, how the Sahaba taught the Quran, how ikhtiyars actually emerged and exploded basically in a certain period of time, and then how the scholars systemized if this very strict criteria that they developed. And I don't want to use one academic used the term of the survival of the fittest, but I don't want to use this term. But the haqq part of it is that those ikhtiyars basically that survived, they went through a very, very rigorous filtration process. Actually, some of those people who have issues with the Qirāāt, they don't have issues because the Qirāāt are not authentic. They have issues because they believe that the tradition have actually hidden some Qirāāt. So the problem is not about the authenticity of the ones that we have now. The problem is possibly there are other modes of recitation that were obliterated or basically excluded from the Quran. But it's not by any means of a strong argument to say these Qirāāt were in doubt about their authenticity.
I mean, look, it's also common sense. I mean, when Uthman radiallahu anhu sent the manuscripts to all the 5 different regions, he didn't just tell them, okay, read the skeletal text and just figure out what the words are. I mean, obviously, it's being sent to every region. The emir is going to assign the main qari to lead the primary masjid in that respective region. Lead Taraweeh every year. You're reciting the entirety of the Qur'an in that particular reading, every single year, at least once minimum, right? And you're teaching all these students in the masajid, and so it's becoming widespread and accepted and known in each of these regions. And there's no documented evidence whereby these established recitations that have had the approval of the emir who assigned the qari of the main masjid to recite these in Taraweeh are being disputed. And it's just become so widely established because it's not like the Bible, it's hidden somewhere and only the priest can read a few verses to some of the people. I mean, this is just being projected openly and recited openly to tens of thousands of Muslims in each of these different regions, or hundreds of thousands of Muslims in each of these regions. And there's no evidence that these are being attacked in terms of their authenticity. It just becomes, you reach a point where you're going to ask yourself, what more am I going to ask for here in terms of evidence, right? And it just seems to be more than sufficient, to give you a sense of confidence, comfort that these are firmly established.
Exactly. I think the next slide, this slide actually adds to this or confirms this, that our inability to document an isnad past the Qur'an and to the Prophet does not mean that such isnad does not exist. Because there's this argument that, we might have tawatur until the 10 Qur'an, but we don't have tawatur to the Prophet. Again, if you understand how the Qur'an was taught, how the dissemination of the Qur'an happened, tawatur definitely happened. We don't have it documented now. Maybe we do not, but it's very likely, if not almost definitive, that actually this happened, because we have the biographies of many students of the Sahaba. We have a lot of reports about the Sahaba teaching. They were not documented in our contemporary understanding of documentation. Sure, that's a fair point, but it doesn't by any means negate 100% that tawatur didn't actually exist before the Qur'an or between the Qur'an and the Prophet.
And at the end of the day, before Uthman radiallahu sent these manuscripts to these regions, the Muslims there were already reciting the Qur'an, right? Like, it's not like, okay, I'm sending you the skeletal text and now recite something something that you're absolutely unfamiliar with, right? And whatever minor tweaks variants were made to each of them. They'll probably be digressing too much, but there is evidence to suggest that some of the minor variants that were made to each of the manuscripts were being accommodative to the established readings in those regions prior to the Uthmanic standardization, right? So it's just unfathomable that you have all these ahadith stressing on the importance of sunnah muttaba'a, that you must have prophetic precedent, and then suddenly that practice comes to an abrupt end once each of the regions receive the Uthmanic manuscripts, and then they decide forget precedent, let's just read the manuscript and recite it the way we want to. I mean, it's just too difficult to swallow.
Yeah. And to be fair, we have like some prominent Qur'an scholars in the tradition who actually pose this question about like, okay, we cannot prove the tawatur from the 10 Qur'an to the Prophet. Fair point. And again, being very fair and as objective as possible, the same, we cannot prove this in a material with material evidence. But again, this doesn't really mean that this actually never happened. So I think we covered this point enough about the popularity, the shuhra, and how the Quran was taught, and how tawatur was a later term. And some scholars tried to make it fit in the narrative of the Quran. It might not sound very consistent. That might cause confusion to some people. But if you unpack the historical development of these terminologies, you find the fact that from Abu Ubaid al-Qasim ibn Salam all the way to Ibn al-Jazari, almost in the 9th century, they're still using sihhatul isnad only, the authenticity of the isnad, without really highlighting tawatur. You understand that, okay, it's not really what we find in a later text book on hadith or usul al-fiqh, defining tawatur in a very particular manner. And now we have to make all the 10 riwayas fit from this perspective. There are other factors that were involved as well. I'm here providing a legal hypothesis that is a little bit interesting and kind of funny as well. That Imam al-Nawawi, the famous scholar of hadith and fiqh, and many other disciplines as well, he was in a collection of his fatwas, there was a fatwa raised to him that if a person forswears by divorce, halafa bil-talaq, that Allah spoke the Qur'an in the 7 qira'at, would his oath be broken or not?
Qirāʻāt or aḥruf?
It was qira'at, yes.
Okay.
And it was 7. And it was 7. And the interesting part here is not only about 7 or 10 or aḥruf qira'at, is that Allah spoke in this. This is really like a very, very strong, that like kind of even exaggeration, that it's 100% divinely based. And then he said, no, his oath is not broken. That means like he's correct. And he said the same applies by mafhum, that if that man swears that Allah did not speak in the anomalous shadh readings, same thing. His oath is not actually broken. So you have al-Ashmuni, again, the scholar we cited later, we cited earlier, afwan. Again, al-Ashmuni is a linguist, and he also has a very, very beautiful book on al-Waqf wal-Ibtida' in which he talked about many Quranic sciences topics as well. So he cited this fatwa of an-Nawawi. Ashmuni is like later in the 9th or 10th century. And then he acknowledged that there is some kind of mubalagha, there's like hyperbolic, some kind of hypothetical at rest. And then, but he cited it, and then he added that the readings of Abu Ja'far, Yaqub, and Khalaf, the 3, because now he was asked about 7, and now he's adding the 3. He said also these complete the 10 canonical readings. Since they are also mass transmitted, now he's using tawatur, later a scholar, fair enough, can be recited inside and outside the prayer. It's Qur'an. It can be recited in a ritualistic act like Salah. It can be recited outside, because the scholar said in the Salah you cannot read in shadh the reading. So like he said, no, they're perfectly valid as much as the 7. And now because he's a late scholar, he started using the tawatur terminology as well. Now the idea of we find in the literature that some scholars are given preference to some qira'at over others. Yes, this did exist across different disciplines. You find this in tafsir, you find this in like linguistics and books on grammar and rhetoric, and you find this in other different genres of traditional works as well. Overall, when a scholar gives a preference to some qira'ah over another, this does not stem from a disagreement over the preservation of the Quranic text, again at this point, or even the authenticity of the canonical qira'at. Tarjih or tafdeel, preference, given preponderance to a particular reading, stems from different factors, none of which has to do with the authenticity of the qira'ah most of the time, to be more accurate, because sometimes it might, as the example of al-Tabari, for understandable reasons. Most of these discussions also relate to dialectical differences. So what the scholar here is doing is that, okay, let's trace back this to the original tribe or the original dialect that is spoken this. Let's trace this back to the grammar, what the early grammarians said about this. Is this a valid way of reading it? I give the example of the beginning of Surah An-Nisa, وَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ الَّذِي تَسَاءَلُونَ بِهِ وَالْأَرْحَامِ. And then they said, if you do atf on the jar, you need to repeat the jar again, because you didn't do atf on the jar without repeating it. It should have been تَسَاءَلُونَ بِهِ وَبِالْأَرْحَامِ. So the preposition had to be repeated here. Otherwise, it's not really a strong language. Is it not? This is the discussion among the scholars. A couple of famous incidents from Ibn Amir's Qirā'a as well. كذلك زين لكثير من المشركين قتل أولادهم شركائهم وكذلك زين لكثير من المشركين قتل أولادهم. So also the i'rab and the syntax of these words, are they like valid i'rab or not? You have some mufassirin, Zamakhshari and others, who actually kind of were in even some kind of harsh language accusing Ibn Amir that, okay, this is not authentic, this is not right. Their framework wasn't about the authenticity or the canonicity of this qira'ah. It was about like, okay, let's examine this from a linguistic point of view. Is this i'rab valid or not? Some of them might have taken it a little bit further and say, okay, if the i'rab is invalid, then we have doubts about the authenticity. Fair enough. It
fails one of the criteria then.
Yeah, because they're saying, okay, let's double check this. Are we actually sure that this fits the 3 criteria of the sihhatul isnad, the authenticity of isnad, the conformity with grammar, conformity with Uthmanic codex or not? Let's check this. Makki ibn Abi Talib, a famous Quranic scholar, he taught about this phenomenon. He said scholars might prefer what both Asim and Nafi' agreed on. So he's now describing one angle of the preference. You find scholars say, like, you know what, I prefer this. Asim and Nafi' are the best, for example. He said, since the readings of these 2 imams are the most credible, authentic, and eloquent. That's his opinion. The most is a little bit subjective and doesn't mean that the rest are not. Now we are between different degrees of authenticity from a language and the credibility and the eloquence and the position of the imams themselves as well. And then he said, after these 2, meaning Asim and Nafi', in eloquence, and he's specifying, I'm talking after in eloquence, rank the readings of Abu Amr and Kisai. So this statement, obviously about preference, we see preference, but you can also understand where this preference is coming from. Sakhawi, for example, declared the same opinion, and then he added, if the variant acquires high standards of eloquence, compatibility with the Mus'haf, and the approval of the majority of the Quran readers, al-amma, this is the term that you were describing. Again, usually reference the Medina and Kufa, occasionally Mecca and Medina. He said if it qualifies for these, it will be the chosen reading for most of them, most of the scholars. So we have these subjective preferences. They do not mean that the rest of the canonical qira'at are actually inauthentic. It's whether a re-examination of the criteria of the authenticity of qira'ah, or subjective preference from a balagha, eloquence, or fasaha, or i'rab point of view. Okay, so now Ibn Ashur, the contemporary exegete, the mufassir, a very famous scholar of Qur'an and tafsir, in his beautiful tafsir al-Tahrir wa Tanwir, he poses a fundamental question about this idea or phenomenon of tafdeel, or giving preference to some qira'at over others. And he said, does the tarjih or preponderance of some qira'at imply that their counterparts are weaker in establishing the Qur'an's inimitability or i'jaz? Which is an interesting point, relating this to the topic of the inimitability of the Qur'an. And then he responded basically saying that the core essence of i'jaz is the way the speech conforms to the context of its addressees, what we know in balagha to be mutabaqatul kalami li muqtada al-hal. As much contextually appropriate your speech is, this is the way balagha basically measures the degrees of effectiveness of the speech. So he said that this contextual conformity is not susceptible to any kind of discrepancy. If the kalam is mutabiq, if the kalam is effectively applicable to the context of the addressees, then the kalam is inimitable. The i'jaz is basically about this. But if some readings may contain additional rhetorical devices, additional subtleties of the grammar or eloquence, might have a little bit of more characteristics of fasaha that do not exist in the other qira'ah, this might exist, but this wouldn't dismantle the rest of the qur'an from the overall establishment of the i'jaz or the inimitability of the Qur'an. Another point is that it is also possible, and we already established this, that some qira'at were canonized by way of the Prophet ﷺ, permitting a qari to read a synonymous word, so that the original word remains in the highest form of rhetoric, while the other is the rukhsa, close to that level. And we said that the Prophet would directly teach or sometimes approve somebody to read the Quran in a particular way. Yes, we can detect some different degrees of balagha or rhetoric between these two words, for example, or these two styles, but this wouldn't detract from the overall establishment of the i'jaz of the Quran. This is,
at the end of the day, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has posed a challenge: produce a surah like it if you can. And so that challenge stands across all the qira'at. If one qira'ah could be argued to be containing more eloquent rhetorical devices than another one, this doesn't change the fact that yet all of them still remain, in the sense that they still remain miraculous, in the sense that they all can have the same surahs that cannot be imitated. So that's what essentially matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the i'jaz topic may be a little bit tangential to our purpose, but it's an interesting point that Ibn Ashur actually raised in the context of talking about giving preference to some qira'at. But the issue, or this issue, can be further explicated or discussed in two important Quranic studies topics. One of them is, are some parts of the Quran superior to others, or like better than others? هل في القرآن فاضل ومفضول? Is like some parts that we can say this surah is better than this surah. This is a topic in ulum al-Quran. And also whether the i'jaz is established by every verse of the Quran or by group of verses or by like a chapter, for example. This is also another discussion the scholars discussed in further detail in ulum al-Quran. The phenomenon of also giving preference existed in the legal tradition. Generally, we do not know of a school of law or a madhab that officially adopted a particular reading. We cannot really make this claim in a strong sense. But the founders, the four imams, for example, of the Sunni legal schools, and their prominent students and jurists, they did explicitly favor some readings over others. Imam al-Shafi'i lived for some time in Mecca. He loved and he adopted the reading of Ibn Kathir. He would say, Qirā'atuna Qirā'at Ibn Kathir. Our reading is the reading of Ibn Kathir. Malik would obviously prefer Nafi' because he's Madani and Nafi' is Madani. Abu Hanifa had his own ikhtiyar, by the way, even though the authenticity of his riwayah is debatable. I have another paper written on Imam Abu Hanifa and the early Hanafi jurists and their interaction with the Qirā'āt. But overall, in the Hanafi madhab, you can sense an inclination towards Asim, of course, and you can find the link between that Ibn Mas'ud, because Ibn Mas'ud is related or is in the isnad of Asim. Also, Abu Amr, of course, is heavily available or present across all the madhab, actually, not only the Hanafi, and etc. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, we have different riwayat from him. Sometimes he would explicitly say, like, I prefer Nafi', I prefer Abu Amr, I prefer the Hijazi Qirā'a. Like, he has different statements. Those are preferences, again, regional preferences. These are like personal preferences. These are familiarity preferences, like what I was like taught the Qur'an. And so it's much less contentious or controversial than maybe some other statements that we can find in other genres of the disciplines. The fuqaha or the jurists also engage with the qira'at from the legal perspective of giving a preference to which qira'ah the imam of a masjid, for example, should read in. And here the urf basically was the main standard they used, or the main criteria they used, because they said if the masses in a particular locality, they're not familiar with a reading, so the imam should not actually read in this. Just to avoid the fitna, to avoid confusing people, this is just only makruh. So, like those who are familiar with fiqh, they understand the dynamics of coming up with these ahkam, which makes sense. Ibn Muflih in al-Furu', for example, the famous Hanbali text, he said that it's makruh, it's reprehensible in the Hanbali school to recite in an unfamiliar reading to the urf of the locality. And then he basically talked to the mosques imams that they should not drive the masses to what may ruin the religion by reciting an unfamiliar reading. He said, he commented at the end, even though all qira'at and riwayas, readings and riwayat, are authentic and eloquent. So he's making it clear that the point here, when we say it's makruh to read in a particular riwayat, it's not because like some riwayat are better than the others. They're all equal from eloquence and from authenticity point of view. The point here is just like a different element back to the maslaha urf assessment of a particular situation. Actually, Ibn Muflih added a beautiful comment saying, this is the general hukm, but there's an exception here to be made, which is an interesting and beautiful spiritual dimension to his discussion. He said that if the imams intentionally choose another qira'ah that has one extra letter, and his intention, imam or any reciter, his intention is to get more hasanat, because when you read a letter in the Quran, you get 10 good deeds of hasanat, then karaha doesn't apply, because now getting hasanat takes priority over avoiding this subjective karaha of confusing people. So this is just a brief example of the juristic engagement with the qira'at from the preference perspective.
But the whole idea of even respecting the custom of the land, again, this all goes back to the spirit behind the motivation for the Uthmanic standardization, right? Which is to reduce fitna.
Yes.
Harmony, peace, unity. Let's not, and again, and this, this spirit, applies across the board, even across several matters when it comes to fiqh, as well. So,
absolutely,
it's just good to remember that.
So before we move to this point again about the preference, because there's also a point of contention and a point of confusion for many people. Again, most of the time, it's for the verification of dialectical origin. It's for grammatical, ensuring grammatical compatibility or conformity, or just like subjective preferences that have to do with like juristic considerations or otherwise. If you read Tabari or somebody else who do tarjih, or like Az-Zamakhshari, for example, or any like scholar of tafsir or Qur'an, and say like al-qira'atu al-mukhtara or al-qawl al-mukhtar, that this qira'ah is better, usually it's within this context. Sometimes it is not, as we gave the example of Tabari. The issue was that he used the methodology that most of the scholars agreed on, but he reached a wrong conclusion because of clearly a data issue that he had. And again, the scholars responded to him, and there actually like research done in detail about extrapolating every single example that Tabari did some kind of tarjih, because Tabari, of course, is an authoritative scholar, and it's very important for us to take his position seriously. Also, Tahawi, the famous scholar and the early Hanafi jurist as well, Sharh Mushkil al-Athar. He has interesting engagement with the Qirā't. He would do some kind of tarjih sometimes, but it needs an extrapolation of all the instances of Qirā't treatment in the work to understand his methodology. And I believe there is some good research on this, mostly in Arabic language. Now the point is about the spread of Qirā't, just a historic observation. So we find that by the 5th century, which is basically almost the stage where we stopped at the chronological order of the Qirā't history, we find that Kufa is transitioning from the riwayas of Hafs and Shu'bah, the two transmitters of Asim, to the reading of Hamza. So that was in Kufa for some time. And then Basra, which is not too far, both are in Iraq, settled for Yaqub. So again, this is very different from what is happening today. Sham, during the same century, landed on Ibn Amir's reading. Ibn Amir was, of course, living there, as we mentioned, was a student of Abu Darda, and he remained there for a long time. But so it settled in Sham for a long period of time, and then Abu Amir conquered Sham, basically, and it was very dominant there afterwards. Warsh lived in Egypt. It's said that he has some actually Coptic origins. So he lived in Egypt, and he was the chief Qari of Egypt at that time. His riwayah prevailed in Egypt until the 5th, 11th century, 5th Hijri and 11th Common Era century. And then Iraq, Hijaz, Yemen, Sham, Egypt, Sudan, and East Africa were later dominated by the riwayah of Ad-Duri, the canonical Rawi of Abu Amr. We said it's the same Duri, but here we're talking about the Duri from Abu Amr Tariq specifically, until the 10th century, almost 5th century, and Abu Amr was dominating all these regions in our history, even Egypt until the 12th century. I know people now know Egypt to have predominantly Hafs, but actually until the 12th Hijri century and 18th Common Era century, Egypt used to read in Abu Amr, or specifically Ad-Duri from Abu Amr. Shu'bah ibn al-Hajjaj, the famous tabi'i and scholar of Hadith, early on, I believe Shu'bah is maybe 2nd, 3rd century, he predicted that Abu Amr's reading will be the strongest common isnad among people, subhanAllah. It was just like kind of his gut feeling made him make this attestation or statement. And then Ibn al-Jazari confirmed this. Ibn al-Jazari is like 6, 7 centuries later. He affirmed that across Sham, Yemen, Hijaz, and Egypt, you do not find anyone teaching the Qur'an except with his Abu Amr's reading, with his reading, which means with Abu Amr's reading. And he considered this to be like a karama for Shu'bah ibn al-Hajjaj. That was like, because of his like righteous position, Allah enabled him to basically have this prediction. An important comment to make about the predominance of a qira'ah, because today we're very basically designed, most Muslims, not all Muslims, to read in Hafs, basically. We subsume that every single book or manuscript we find was written according to Hafs. And this is a common mistake. I'm not talking about scripts of the Qur'an, even like books. Like when you print a book of tafsir, and this tafsir was like tafsir al-Zamakhshari, for example, you didn't assume that it was in Hafs. Maybe Zamakhshari had it, actually most likely, in like Abu Amr, for example, right? Abu Amr, many tafsirs were written in Abu Amr. Or like al-Baydawi, this famous later became authoritative tafsir. When you print them in Hafs, this is not very accurate. It's not going to cause a huge problem, but yes, in certain interpretations, you might get confused. And actually, some untrained editors, they might actually try to correct the citation of a particular verse, for example. Even contemporary scholars like Ibn Ashur, he was in Tunisia, when he published his Tahrir wa Tanwir, he reads in Qalun, and the way he was the Qur'an, the way the Qur'an is transcribed, his tafsir originally is actually according to the Nafi' Qira'ah, which the Qalun or Warsh both belong to. According to Ibn Ashur, I'm citing him because he's one of the most recent reference on this topic. We didn't have much data actually on this topic until today, but Ibn Ashur, for example, he said, Ibn Ashur died, I believe, 1973, if I'm not mistaken. So pretty recent. He said that Nafi' in the riwayah of Qalun is in Tunisia, some parts of Egypt and Libya. Nafi' in the riwayah of Warsh in some parts of Tunisia as well, Egypt, Algeria, and all of West Africa and Sudan. Asim in all of the East, basically, including most of Egypt, India, Pakistan, Turkey, and Afghanistan, which I think we have some evidence to support this. This could be a little bit of a separate topic, but I will briefly discuss the idea of the widespread of Hafs, why Hafs is widespread. A common justification you commonly find said by many people is that because of the Ottomans. The Ottomans basically forced Muslims to read in Hafs. The way they did that, according to this opinion, is that the Ottomans appointed Hanafi judges Hanafi muftis, legal scholars, and Hanafi Qur'an. And the Hanafi school basically reads in Asim, and that's why Hafs became the most common qira'ah in the Muslim world. I do not think this opinion is actually, or this argument is compelling. Number one, yes, the Hanafis did adopt, the Ottomans did adopt the Hanafi school. It was kind of enforced in some sense during their dynasty or during their time. But this enforcement didn't necessarily extend to the field of Qirā't. Also, not every Hanafi scholar necessarily reads in Asim, let alone Hafs. We're talking about a particular riwayah of Asim, right? Hanafis read in Abu Amr. Even one of the very late Hanafi scholars, Ibn Abdin, for example, I remember him mentioning that our mashayikh read in Asim and Abu Amr as well. So why would you choose Hafs specifically as one transmitter of one of the two Qur'an Ibn Abdin mentions to say, okay, this is what the Ottomans actually enforced. Also, we have Qira'at works written during the Ottomans. We can't really find any reference in these works that say that the Ottomans enforced this. Actually, Ibn al-Jazari lived during the Ottoman era. He actually went to Turkey. He lived in that part of the world for some time. He never made a reference to something like this with the extensive literature he actually left us. Abu Amr's reading remained predominant in many regions, in Yemen, Sudan, a few other African regions, because the others were like Nafi', including regions that the Ottomans conquered or ruled, and Abu Amr's remained very common in these parts of the world. Abu Amr's reading also remained very popular in many regions: Malaysia, Yemen, Indonesia, Iran, India, Turkestan, many parts of the world. Some of these regions were ruled by the Ottomans, some are not. But basically, the reason I'm highlighting all these facts that we know as fact tell us that it wasn't simply because the Ottomans say, okay, now we're going to have everybody read in Hafs. We don't have any historical record of this supposed stipulation by the Ottomans requiring like candidates for religious positions to read in Hafs. Again, Ibn al-Jazari never made a hint or like an indication of such a policy. Also, despite sharing legal cultures and political circumstances with the Ottomans, we have the preceding dynasty, the Seljuk dynasty. Before that, they never adopted Hafs, even though they share a lot in common with the Ottomans as well. Another reason mentioned by some people is the Egyptian royal edition of the Mus'haf in 1925. It has an interesting story. I advise people to read the development of this copy, this edition of the Mus'haf. Yes, this edition was actually developed based on the riwayah of Hafs and Asim. It became very popular. It inspired most of the modern scribes of the Qur'an in the Muslim world, even like the famous Medina transcription of the Qur'an, or like copy of the Qur'an, also adopted a lot of the orthographical practices of the Egyptian royal edition of the Mus'haf. It became very common. It was like sent across the Muslim globe. That could be a factor. I don't know. I don't have by the way, a very specific answer to why Hafs became very dominant. We see that in observation, but maybe the royal edition of the copy of the Mus'haf, maybe it's a factor that now people started reading and teaching Qur'an, and Azhar afterwards made some edits to this copy and adopted it as the Al-Azhar edition of the Mus'haf, and then it became the standard copy for Azhar students and then the Mashayikh. That could be one of the reasons, but I don't think it's the only reason that can explain that. It could be just some, basically just a qadar point that things just happen as we observe the spread of the madahib of the schools of law, for example. So some of these factors may make some sense. I don't really subscribe to the idea of the Ottomans enforcing this. I don't find it, unless we actually find data that would prove the existence of such like policy or enforcement by the Ottomans. Allahu a'lam. But again, it's a point that people usually ask about. It's just interesting and important for us to know that the Muslim world actually went through multiple qira'at. And maybe a lot of us do not know that Abu Amr was very common across most of the Muslim world for a very long period of time. It wasn't always just like Hafs as we know today. Yeah. Now, qira'at is a discipline, and scholars of Qur'an are teaching it as a ilm independently. When we study traditionally any Islamic science or discipline, there is a discipline framework that is called al-Mabadi al-Ashara, the 10 essentials that give you introduction to this discipline. إن مبادئ كل فن عشرة الحد والموضوع ثم الثمرة. It's like mentioned in a couple of poetry by As-Sabban, a late scholar who just like compiled them together. So they started now providing like, what's the definition of the discipline? What's the purpose behind teaching or learning it? What's the hukm of learning this discipline? What's the benefit of learning this discipline? What are the masail and the main topics of this discipline, etc. So they provided a definition for the qira'at from a technical sense. Qira'at now as a discipline, not just as the readings of the Quran. So they said it's the knowledge of the exact manner of articulating the words of the Quran and their variations as attributed to each of the transmitters. You see now the technicality in the definition is starting, like what happened to most other disciplines, right? Early on, the way of like this logical construction of definition wasn't really common in the early literature of Muslims across all disciplines. Now with the settlement of ulum, which is again a natural evolvement, you're gonna encounter these definition, and then usually they examine definitions by what it excludes, what it includes. So this definition excludes the scope of tafsir, grammar, or any other linguistic sciences in their treatment of Quranic words, because grammar deals with Quranic words, tafsir deals with Quranic words. This is not really what the qira'at is concerned about. The mere way of studying qira'at is kind of obvious. It contributes to preserving the Quran, protecting the Quran from alteration, and also contributing to a deeper understanding of some of the verses of the Quran. The legal ruling of studying qira'at, scholars say it's a communal obligation. It's fardu kifaya. So Muslims in every generation, every area of the world should preserve the knowledge of the science or the discipline of the qira'at. Some of the scholars try to provide a more like quantification of how can this be achieved. They said that at least we have a minimum number of memorizers and reciters of the Quran according to that qualifies for tawatur. So again, I know we didn't have agreement on this, but a sufficient group of people, a number of people who actually know the science and the discipline of Qur'an would save the community from the sin of not fulfilling a communal obligation. What is the subject matter of Qira'at? Now again, as a discipline, we'll talk about a late designation of the subject matter of Qira'at. Imam al-Biqa'i, he has a book called Al-Dawabit wal he said that the subject matter of Qira'at is 7 wasa'il, 7 means. So there's a study of the isnad. So you need to scrutinize the chain of authorities, including whether it's authentic or not, what's the length of the isnad, what's the proximity of isnad to the Prophet, or the proximity of isnad to the early Qurrāʿ, like the 10 Qurrāʿ, or the proximity of isnad to the authoritative text of the Qira'at. Because later on now we have authoritative texts like Taysir Abu Amr al-Dani, like An-Nashr by Ibn al-Jazari. So you link to these books link to the Qurrāʿ link to the Prophet. So the examination of these different segments of links in isnad is one aspect of studying the topic of Qira'at or the ilm of Qira'at, and also examines the methods of oral transmission. Linguistics are involved, so there's syntax, phonetics, articulation. Al-Waqf wal-Ibtida is a very important pausal and resuming modes in the Quran and what they signify in terms of the meanings. Verses that require an examination from an orthographical styles, because you need to position where the verse starts and ends, and what are the fawasil, the ending of the sentences and the verses in the Quran. The examination of the rasm of the Quranic words and how they're transcribed according to the Uthmanic Mus'haf. Isti'ada, he mentioned it as an independent aspect of the mabhath. What's A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim? What's the exact phrase that should be said? What does it mean? What's the hukm of reading it? And there's overlap, Qira'at, Tajweed, Fiqh involved here. The topic of takbir, you can see the isti'ada and takbir are very particular topics. Takbir is a sunnah that the Qurrāʿ, or some of them, even though it became a common practice across all the Qurrāʿ, but it started through the Makki Qurrāʿ, that when you read Surah Al-Duha, from Al-Duha to An-Nas, after each surah in the Khatma, you say Allahu Akbar, and then you start the next surah. They also investigated the levels of Qurrāʿ, so now there's a hierarchy of the Qurrāʿ. According to Ibn al-Jazari in a famous concise work named Munjid al-Muqri'in, he said we have 3 levels. We have the Muqri', then we have the beginner Qari, and then we have the advanced Qari. And then he said the Muqri' is the scholar of readings who transmits them orally, and he specified orally here. He said if he memorizes the book of At-Taysir, which is again one of the authoritative Qira'at texts by Ad-Dani, he's not allowed to teach it except if he learned it directly from the one who taught him continuously in a uniform transmission. Because he said, and he's confirming again, Qira'at cannot be mastered except through direct hearing and oral transmission. It's an oral ilm chiefly. It cannot be learned or transmitted otherwise. Beginner Qari is the one who studies individual readings, like somebody knows like Asim and Nafi', somebody knows like Asim and Hamza, for example. So they said they're called beginner qari until at least the master 3 qira'at. And then advanced qari is the one who masters most of the qira'at, including the most popular ones. And again, those are later designation of the hierarchy of the scholars, like what the fuqaha did with the jurists as well, and other disciplines. The wisdom of qira'at is always a question, like what's the point of having all these qira'at? Imam al-Qastalani, and by the way, his work is very, very important. I find a lot of gems in this work, which I'm not sure if it's widely studied and cited. لطائف الإشارات لفنون القراءات. It's an extensive work that has a lot of interesting stuff. He said that scholars never cease to extract from every reading of a qari meanings that not found in other qira'at or in other readings. And the way he's describing this to be never cease, that means it's a continuous ongoing mission that the scholars always are trying to extract meanings from the Qur'an and the Qira'at specifically. And then there are different wisdom. This is not what he only said, but it's just I collected from different sources. So of course, is in the recitation and memorization. We talked much about this today. Accommodating dialectical diversity of historic Arabs and of Arabs today as well, that apply to Arabs today, as we mentioned as well. Honoring the community of the Prophet by revealing the Qur'an in different aḥruf and by allowing Muslims to recite it accordingly. The Qur'an is the only divine book we know of that had this unique aspect, demonstrating that exactly as Allah promised, the Ummah did not fail to preserve the Qur'an. The Qira'at, the preservation of Qira'at is also a reflection of preserving the Qur'an itself and how the Ummah is carrying this communal obligation until today, and hopefully until, like, inshallah, end of time, this ilm is preserved, studied, and disseminated at least within particular groups of the community. Increasing opportunities for reward, because now you have different ways of engaging with the Qur'an. And we have hadith about those who learn the Qur'an and exert efforts in doing this, and those who are actually learn from their mistakes in recitation, getting more ajr and more reward from Allah. So if you have extra ways of engaging with the Qur'an from multiple different readings, that of course multiplies the reward of the qari as well. Showcasing how the Qur'an's brevity is really deep rooted in eloquence, because the Qira'at shows this multi-layered meanings phenomena in the Qur'an. And instead of giving you multiple verses, another Qira'ah might give you a different meaning that adds to the dimension or the scope of the verse without having to read another verse to get that point. And I'm going to provide some examples for this. And finally, also number 7, proving the transcendent nature of the text. Indirectly, I wouldn't say Qira'at is directly in the core of i'jaz, because this might not be very accurate technically speaking, but of course the overall point of difference in the Quran, they do contribute to the miraculous nature of the text of the Quran. And finally, Qira'at assists in legal interpretation as well. We have legal interpretation in the Quran. Difference of opinions were based on the difference in the Qira'at, and I will provide an example for this shortly. If we want to categorize the differences in the Qira'at, Al-Jazari provides a nice like categorization for the differences. He said there are 3 different ways or 3 different categories of Qira'at differences. Number 1, difference in wording without a change of meaning. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم, Surah Al-Fatiha, we have قراءة اهدنا الصراط بالصاد, and we have قراءة بالسين اهدنا الصراط. So instead of صاد, you say with sin, الصراط المستقيم. And there's also a third قراءة with ishmam that we mentioned earlier as well. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. The difference is purely dialectical. They have no impact on the meaning. Number 2 of the category of qira'at differences is difference in both wording and meaning, with the possibility of both meanings being simultaneously applicable. So example, we also mentioned the example in Al-Fatiha, Maliki Yawmiddin, Maliki Yawmiddin. One means master, one means king. Malik, king, master, Malik. They both indicate Allah, right? And they both applicable to the verse. They're not the same, but they're both applicable to the meaning of the verse. And again, this provides this multi-layered meaning phenomena that exists in the Quran, specifically through the qira'at. And then finally, difference in both wording and meaning, with only one meaning applying at a time, even though they are harmonious in perspective without contradiction. So they're not simultaneously applicable. They two different perspectives of looking at the meaning of the ayah. For example, in the Quran, حتى إذا استيأس الرسل وظنوا أنهم قد كذبوا or وَظَنُّوا أَنَّهُمْ قَدْ كُذِّبُوا. So qira'ah, so the ayah says, until the messengers despaired and they assumed they were lied to, كُذِّبُوا, or they were certain they were rejected, كُذِّبُوا. So two different meanings based on these two qira'at. So the interesting part here is the difference is only in the shadda. One is كُذِّبُوا and one is كُذِّبُوا, but the meaning is actually different. And you have the word ظَنَّ, literally means assume, but ظَنَّ in the Arabic has different significations. It could actually mean to tayaqqana, it could mean somebody who is certain about something. So based on the qira'ah, we'll determine what is the meaning of ظَنَّ, what's the reference, the pronoun reference in who assumed or who ascertained, and then number three, what is the meaning of كُذِّبُوا. Three different aspects of the ayah. The interpretation of each is dependent on your qira'ah.
But
So
Shaykh,
if you
it seems like the three differences that are being alluded to here all touch upon farsh. Aren't there any notable differences in usul between the different qira'at? Because it seems restricted to three, and it seems to me that they all touch upon farsh and not on usul.
the first one includes usul as well. It's very similar to usul as well, like a sirat. So that's why I added the example of the ishmam, which is more usul, but basically,
because it says difference in wording without a change of meaning. So there's a difference in the content, right? In the wording. There are, aren't there any notable usul differences between the qira'at as well?
Notable differences, yes.
Yeah.
Do they have impact on the meaning? No. So notable difference, of course, like Himal al-Kubra is different from the Fath. Like when you see Musa is different from Musa, that's a notable difference. Many different applications among the Qur'āн. You have Qurrāḥ who do a lot of idgham, like Susi and Abu Amr.
Sure.
Most
I mean that was my. I was kind of aware. So basically, Ibn Jazari here, or for this context, you're not focusing on that. You're focusing on more of the farsh or more of the wording differences. Yeah.
Yes. Because he's also, that's why he's highlighting the point of being harmonious. He's just focused on the point, I don't want people to think that there's contradiction. Obviously, nobody would claim contradiction in usul, but people might claim contradiction in the farsh. That's why he's categorizing from the perspective that he's focused on the farsh.
Okay. Do some scholars say, so like focusing on your third example here, difference in both wording and meaning, do some scholars try to say that, okay, the wording could mean something different, but when you're looking at it from a ta'wil al-mujmal, the overall meaning of the ayah itself, it doesn't really change. Okay, sure. So the word changes. So kudhibu or kudhibu, that does highlight different aspects or dimensions of the meaning, but overall the ayah does mean the same thing, that they were pretty much rejected either through actual rejection or through lying, or they didn't really touch upon that.
I'm not sure if this particular ayah actually overall means the same thing. The ayah actually essentially provides two distinct meanings. They're not contradictory. This is the mutual ground basically that everybody agrees on. But now it's left for you. Like many other ayat in the Quran, without even having to have a different qira'ah, we have multiple interpretations, right? The difference here is that we have another canonical reading that adds a dimension of the meaning, and then it leaves it open to the interpreter, to the mufassir, to say, okay, it's possible that this is the meaning, or this is the meaning, or both of them. They're not contradictory, right? The qari might, the mufassir, the exegete might say, okay, if there's a particular occasion of revelation, sabab al-nuzul for this ayah, and they say, you know what, I feel like kudhibu makes more sense with that occasion, sure. But then now he will have to find interpretation for the other one to be, okay, this is just more general and generic meaning for the rusul in general, but the second one was for particular. I'm not saying this exists in the tafsir, but I'm saying that would be the approach, because now we have another layer of the meaning that is different. Doesn't contradict, but they both cannot apply at the same time. Because as I mentioned, in kudhibu, for example, the first reading, it's only an assumption. It is not a certain belief. And the pronoun reference is for people. حتى إذا استيأس الرسل وظنوا أنهم قد كذبوا, that people, not the prophets, people, the prophets were sent to, they assumed that the prophets had lied to them. That's a qira'ah. وظنوا أنهم قد كذبوا, different qira'ah, that it is certain belief. And the pronoun reference is the prophets or the messengers themselves. They were certain that they had been rejected by the people. So you have two possible subject object فاعل مفعول, like people. Who is the subject, who is the object, who is كذب, who is كذب, who is assuming, who is certain. Two different meanings completely. Again, not contradictory, but it's now okay. How can we understand this? How can we reconcile between the two scenarios in the real life application of the ayah, in extrapolating the stories of the or the history of the prophets or the messengers? The idea of having different qira'at instead of multiple verses is actually very interesting, because sometimes the Quran would provide in two different ayat, two different descriptions of one thing, right? So for example, the calf of Ibrahim alayhi salam, the ijl that he provided to the angels when they came and visited, right? It was described in one surah to be fat, samin, bi'ijlin samin, and described in a different surah to be roasted, bi'ijlin hanif, right? Two different descriptions of the same animal, of the same story. Sometimes two qira'at, there's no qira'ah in this, but let's imagine that there's a qira'ah that says samin, qira'ah that says hanif, and you have two qira'at in the same word, so you're saving like an extra description to exist in a different ayah by having a qira'ah. So Quran employs both. Quran sometimes would repeat a different description of the same thing in a different even place in the Mus'haf, but in another situation would give you a different description by adding another qira'ah. Same thing with the snake, with the story of Musa, the serpent of Musa alayhi salam. Mubin, thu'banun mubin, like a manifest snake or a serpent, meaning like big in size, as many scholars have said. And in a different surah was described to be Jan, right? To be like Jan is like here means like a male serpent that just rapidly slithers. It's like just it's a different description. It's not the same as manifest in the word mubin. So the Quran employs this sometimes, but sometimes instead of conveying meaning through multiple verses, the Quran would concisely provide multiple meanings by giving only one qira'ah. The ilm of balagha here like would be really much involved to analyze these different discourse modes. The phenomenon that different styles and rhetorical devices such as tadmeen, incorporation, or dissimulation, tawriya or tawjih. This in the science of ma'ani, balagha, there are three different sub-disciplines under balagha. One of them is ilm al-ma'ani. There's ilm al-badi', the ilm of the science of embellishment, like the corollaries and mustadba'at al-tarakib, the rhythms and the rhyming and all of that. So ilm al-balagha is very key to really appreciate the eloquence and the different rhetorical styles of the Quran. So this is just a contrast between sometimes a different ayah would add to the meaning, sometimes the same ayah by employing the different qira'at would actually add to the meaning. So now we're finally towards the end of the presentation. Just for the remaining few slides, we'll give some examples of qira'at differences. These are just examples. I encourage the listeners to like check them more further in the tafsir works, and there are books written specifically for tawjih al-qira'at that explain the differences between qira'at as well. There are also ma'ajim that they're very interesting contemporary like lexicons written directly for or specifically for qira'at and the differences as well that are very beneficial. So this is an example of the ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah about the prohibition of khamr, of wine and gambling. The ayah says, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْخَمْرِ وَالْمَيْسِرِ. They ask you about wine and gambling. قُلْ فِيهِمَا إِثْمٌ كَبِيرٌ or كَثِيرٌ وَمَنَافِعُ لِلنَّاسِ. Say in them is great sin and benefits for people. You have two qira'at here. إِثْمٌ كَبِير, which means great sin. The 9 out of the 10 of the Qur'an recite it this way. You have one qira'ah by Ibn Kathir, reads it إِثْمٌ كَثِير. Kathir means much. So a qira'ah says much sin, a qira'ah says great sin. And it's interesting because that's an easy example. Okay, we can see according to Majazari's taxonomy, both simultaneously applicable. Yes, there is much sin in them. Yes, they are great sins as well. But it's beautiful to see how scholars of tafsir would even take this further and try to unpack many layers of the meanings of each one to relate it, for example, to the hadith in which the Prophet, that there are 10 individuals cursed for their involvement in the process of serving wine in general, from the person who sells it, the person who buys it, the person who serves it, the person who drinks it, all of that. He said, like, kathir and kabir, if you correlate them to this idea of many people are cursed, which means it's a great sin and it's much sin as well. It's very interesting because it's a great sin because it's a heinous crime in Islam. It's also, there's much sin because it involves a lot of people in that sin as well. So it's a kathir, it's much from this perspective, how many people are involved in the consumption of alcohol. And before I move from that, if we want to highlight the type of difference here, it's an alternation, ibdal of two consonants, because you have kathir, kabir. It's literally one letter.
Yeah.
It's changed. Only one letter. Instead of ba, there is a tha. And now you see how difference of how different the meaning might be. And also you see the wisdom of the companions during the Uthman time transcribing the Quran without dotting. Because imagine this word there without, of course, no vowel markings, and also without dotting as well. So it accommodate both readings. Another example in Surah Al-Kahf, وَمَا مَنَعَ النَّاسَ أَن يُؤْمِنُوا إِذْ جَاءَهُمُ الْهُدَى وَيَسْتَغْفِرُوا رَبَّهُم. And nothing has prevented people from believing when guidance came to them, and from seeking the Lord's forgiveness, وَيَسْتَغْفِرُوا رَبَّهُم إِلَّا أَن تَأْتِيَهُمْ سُنَّةُ الْأَوَّلِينَ, except, and then the ayah mentions two things, أَن تَأْتِيَهُمْ سُنَّةُ الْأَوَّلِينَ, that there must befall them the accustomed precedent of the ancients, أَوْ يَأْتِيَهُمُ الْعَذَابُ قُبُلَ or قِبَلَ, two different readings, or the punishment, or that the punishment should come upon them in many times. You have قبلة with dhamma on the qaf and with the dhamma on the ba, reciters Asim, Hamza, Al-Kisai, and Abu Ja'far. And then you have the rest of the Qur'an read it qibala with kasra underneath the qaf and fatha above the ba. Qubula, of course, you need to unpack it. It's a plural word, so what's the singular? And then according to a famous tafsir, it's many types. Qubul asnaf, it's like diverse types. So the punishment will be diverse in terms of its types. Or qibala, it's from qibal al-shay, something that is in front of you, something that is face to face. So the punishment will come in diverse forms, or the punishment will come face to face, real. They will actually seriously face it themselves. Another example is وَمَا هُوَ عَلَى الْغَيْبِ بِضَنِينَ, or وَمَا هُوَ عَلَى الْغَيْبِ بِضَنِينَ in Surah At-Takwir. And Muhammad is not a withholder of the knowledge of the unseen, or Muhammad is not stingy of the knowledge of the unseen. Also, only one letter that changed here, Dad or Dha. Dhaneen from Dhan means accused. He's not accused to withhold the unseen. Why are you accusing him of this? And with the Dad, Ibn Kathir, Abu Amr al-Kisai, and one transmitter of Yaqub, whose Ruwais read it this way. With the Dad, stingy, Dhaneen from al-Dhan, from al-Bukhl, that he's not bakhil, is not stingy. The rest of the 10 Qur'an read it this way. We also have this example that relates to a legal issue. وَلَا يَحِلُّ لَكُمْ أَن تَأْخُذُوا مِمَّا آتَيْتُمُوهُنَّ شَيْئًا إِلَّا أَن يَخَافَ أَلَّا يُقِيمَ حُدُودَ اللَّهِ. Just briefly, the context is about khul', is about when the wife fiscally compensates the husband to obtain religious divorce. The ayah talks about this, like how the husband and the wife would consent together to the agreement of khula, because the husband doesn't want to give the divorce, so the wife would tell him, I'm going to give up part of my financial right, or I'm going to pay you money, it depends on the agreement, for in return for the breakup or the marriage dissolution. So the ayah reminds husbands not to abuse that right, or not negotiate much to make as much money as they can from the wife, except in a particular situation, which means do not resort your wife to do khula just for the sake of taking money from her. Do khula in the appropriate manner. So the ayah says it is not lawful for you, talking mainly to men, according to a famous tafsir also, to take anything of what you have given them, because usually, conventionally, the khula happens over the mahar that was paid to the wife, unless both fear that they may not be able to maintain the limits of Allah. إِلَّا أَن يَخَافَ, different reading, إِلَّا أَن يُخَافَ, passive and active, مبني للمجهول or مبني للمعلوم. Qirāʻah says يَخَافَ means to both fear, that's active, verb sentence. يُخَافَ means it is feared that, because it's a passive form. The passive form, Hamza, Abu Ja'far, and Yaqub recited it. يَخَافَ, the active, all the rest of the Qur'an. Here, actually, the implication is significant, because who is the subject here? يَخَافَ, both the couples, most likely, both spouses, the wife and the husband. إِلَّا أَن يُخَافَ, there is an indication of a third party being involved. If it is feared that they may not be able to maintain the masala. So you can sense that, okay, there's a third party here. Who is the third party? Is it the judicial authority, so the judge has to be involved, and then you have a legal discussion, does the khul' require the involvement of the judiciary or not? That's a huge discussion in the fiqh, which is part of it at least goes back to the discussion, is there a third party that is necessarily involved or not? If yakhafa, then okay, it's a domestic agreement between the spouses, the wife and the husband. I have much interest in this topic, so I'm not going to go in further detail on this. Another, I think this is the final example. This is an ayah that has two qira'at differences. The ayah talks about riba, and it's an interesting ayah that contrasts the gain people get from riba versus what people pay in terms of zakah. In Surah Al-Rum, وَمَا آتَيْتُمْ من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله, or وما أتيتم من ربا ليربو في أموال الناس فلا يربو عند الله. And whatever you give for riba to increase within the wealth of people will not increase with Allah. Riba is the unlawful gain through particular transactions that are prohibited in Islam. آتيتم, two hamazat, but there's ibdal here because آتيتم, the original form is أأتيتم. This is how we, actually three hamazat basically, how we break it down in morphology and qira'at as well, but we pronounce it ataytum because there is more than one hamza, or ataytum, only one hamza. Ataytum, without a long vowel, basically after the hamza, it means whatever way of riba you engage with. Atayt al-shay means like you are engaging with it. Ibn Kathir read it this way. Ataytum, there's a transitive form here, muta'addi, which means you are given something to somebody, which means that whatever you give for riba. Two different meanings. Whatever you engage, whatever you give for riba. Ataytum, the latter one, which whatever you give for riba, prohibits the giving of interest. Interest is not the most accurate translation of riba, by the way, just like this is the design in the article was this way, but like the unlawful gain from an Islamic perspective. So it prohibits giving riba in general. But ataytum expands the explicit prohibition to any type of engagement with the riba. Because one qira'ah might say, okay, I'm not going to give it, but I'm going to receive it, right? Or whatever, the other way around. But one other qira'ah will tell you, no, whatever way you engage with it, ataytum, like whatever you engage in riba, it's explicitly prohibited. You can't even claim, okay, this is explicitly prohibited in the Qur'an, but the other one is inferred. No, both are explicitly, basically prohibited in the Qur'an. The same ayah has a different qira'ah, لِيَرْبُوَ فِي أَمْوَالِ النَّاسِ or لِتُرْبُوا فِي أَمْوَالِ النَّاسِ. Whatever you give for riba to increase within the wealth of people, liturbu antum or liyarbu means the money. So whether the reference is to the money or the reference is to the people. So liturbu means so that you increase it through people's money, as a reference to the adversaries of the consumers of riba. Abu Ja'far, Yaqub, and Nafi' read it this way. Liyarbu, the reference is to the money, so that the money increases within people's money, as a reference to the money itself. Two different also qira'at. The first reading, the subject is the person dealing in riba, which associates the prohibition with the intention of accruing interest to riba gain, while in the subject in the second reading liyurbu is the riba itself, which generalizes the prohibition of riba irrespective of the intention of the person. You might say, okay, I'm not going to do riba, but my intention is not to increase my gain. It doesn't matter, because the other one, it says like liturbu, like whatever you engage in from riba is going to be actually prohibited. Those are just like quick examples of qira'at differences that have impact on the meaning. There are also works dedicated to this topic. There are works dedicated to qira'at that had impact on legal interpretation of some verse in the Qur'an. We have some ayat in the Qur'an, تمسوهن تماسوهن امسحوا برؤوسكم وارجلكم وارجلكم, multiple examples in the verse on wudu, the verse on sexual relationship with between spouses, etc. The difference in the qira'at actually affected the legal interpretation of the ayat, but those just are some quick examples of how two qira'at with very subtle differences, again, just like one haraka, one letter, would impact the whole or add a completely different dimension of the meaning of the verse. This is the last slide, and again, I know that was pretty long. I hope you bear with me to listen to most of it, and I hope it was beneficial, inshallah.
MashaAllah. Barakallahu fikum for this very informative and well-structured presentation. It was very educational to understand the interplay between the qira'at and the 7 aḥruf and how it all ties in, how they both tie in terms of how the Qur'an has been preserved. And you've shown us that contrary to viewing this subject as something shying away from discussing or being some kind of intellectual difficulty that cannot be rationally explained in a satisfactory manner, that in fact this is a feature of our Deen's divine revelation to take pride in. As you've discussed, there was great wisdom behind the revelation of the Qur'an in 7 aḥruf, and this demonstrates Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's wisdom and mercy in accommodating dialectical diversity, and it exemplifies an ethos strongly ingrained in Islam, namely that this is a deen of ease, and it's also, as far as we know, an exceptionally unique characteristic of divine revelation when contrasted with the previous revelations or other religions of the world. And so, if anything, it's an argument for and not against the prophethood of Muhammad, peace be upon him. Not only could there not be a satisfactory secular explanation for the Qur'an's origins, especially in an attempt to paint the Prophet, peace be upon him, as its author, but the fact that the Qur'an was conveyed in these different modes as well just makes it even more unimaginable as to how the Prophet, peace be upon him, could have possibly pulled all this off through any natural means. So, alhamdulillah, I believe that many of our listeners will benefit tremendously from this presentation. And for that, we thank you once again for your efforts in educating the masses about this very complex subject. Before we let you go, I did want to ask you, as you know, there are many arguments lodged against the Qur'an's preservation, and they involve stirring confusion regarding the topics of the Qirāʻāt and the aḥruf. And, as you know very well, most Muslims, especially the laity, are not equipped to answer these arguments. So is there any general advice you could offer these Muslims when they find themselves, or those whom they know from their family members or friends, in a situation where they are doubting the Qur'an's preservation as a result of being too overwhelmed with these arguments?
Bismillah, I'm going to try to put some quick bullet points here. First of all, the Qur'an was preserved 100%. And the content of the Qur'an is entirely preserved through the different stages of the collection of the Qur'an and the compilation and the transcription of the Qur'an by the companions throughout history until today. The Qur'an was totally preserved. Whatever opinion somebody takes about the interpretation of the 7 aḥruf is not going to affect this conclusion or this fact. Whatever opinion somebody believes about the aḥruf is not going to affect the canonicity or the canonization of the canonized readings of the Qur'an that we know today to be 10 qira'at. We're very sure that all of these qira'at are attributed to the Prophet ﷺ. He whether taught them or approved the companions to read in these qira'at. The companions taught Muslims to read in these qira'at. If parts of the aḥruf did not actually make it today, it was something related only to certain dialectical pronunciation of certain letters that have nothing to do with the content of the Qur'an, have nothing to do with the meanings to be understood from the Qur'an. There were extra ways of maybe pronouncing particular pronunciations, even though the original concepts of these different dialectical pronunciation, most of them, if not all of them, were actually preserved in the qira'at. Imala, mad, takhfif, and all these phonemes or linguistic phenomena were actually preserved in the Qur'an. This is enough for every person to know that this entire discussion is not really relevant to believing in the authenticity of the Qur'an or to believing in the rightly taken decision the companions made upon collecting the Qur'an in the manner that Uthman radiallahu anhu did. Beyond that, students of knowledge should read, should study, should go to the primary sources and examine these things themselves. There are answers for these questions. The way that some might present this question to be it's unanswerable or that we don't have enough in the tradition to answer, I do not think this is right. There are a lot of answers, a lot of research, not only in the tradition, even today there is much literature written by many Muslim scholars on these masail. Some parts maybe require further reconciliation in terms of like, okay, did Fulan say this opinion? We need to do some new edition of this particular manuscript book. Of course, this is what is left for us to contribute to the topic. But again, this topic shouldn't be intimidating. These masail shouldn't be like controversial that we're scared to talk about or there is stuff to hide. Ulama talked about this. I shared a lot of examples of the level of comfort the scholars had talking about these qira'at, 7, 3, should we add the 3 or not? None of them said, oh my God, now we're down in the Quran. No one ever had this implication about that. I showed interdisciplinary engagement with the topic from like usul, hadith, and scholars of Quran and linguists as well. Even the scholars who did this tarjih and preference of qira'at, they were very comfortably doing this, that, okay, I prefer this qira'at because I feel like eloquence here is more evident. Sure, like scholars were very comfortable doing this. And same today, students of knowledge and scholars should be very comfortable discussing these things with the clear mindset that this has nothing again to do with two things: neither the preservation of the Quranic text, nor with the fact that these qira'at are actually authentic, again, by way of teaching or approving by the Prophet, not necessarily the Prophet read in every single part of this. So again, this is the part that I believe general Muslim should be aware of, and the students of knowledge to educate themselves further, go into the primary sources and reading contemporary scholarship as well, of course, but to always examine the primary sources to understand the contextual premises of some of the opinions. This is very important. If I'm reading a quote from a Tabari, whatever person is citing in whatever paper, I need to go back and read the whole thing, and I need to try to do the actual work and examine what Tabari did with Qirāʾ and the entire tafsir. Somebody should do this work, right? If we want to attribute a particular position to a Tabari, to Tahawi, to anybody, somebody needs to examine the entire literature of that scholar before making a judgment that this scholar said whatever about Qur'an or aḥruf. This is number one. Number two, I think it's important also to move, may not necessarily be entirely, but to move from the discussion about the form to the discussion of the content. So it's important to discuss the form of the Quran, the historicity of the Quranic text. That's important. That's part of the research. But for average Muslim, engaging with the content is very important. The last few slides about the difference of Qirā't, I think those are much more relevant to the average Muslim, unless they are having issues with whatever shubha, misconception, or controversy. But if somebody is not really interested in the topic, Qirā't is a beautiful way to engage with the Quran from a tadabbur and understanding the meanings perspective. Tafsir literature has a lot of that. Kutub al-Tawjih, the books on the commentaries on the explanation of the difference of Qirā't are beautiful. When you know that there's a difference between ataytum and ataytum in the verse of riba, and you try to reflect on this, that's a beautiful engagement with the Quran. As we mentioned, a way to receive more reward from Allah by doing this. So sometimes I feel like a lot of us are stuck in the form discussion, but we're not really getting into the content discussion. I still do not find much English literature on the content discussion from a Qirā't perspective. Everybody's writing about the historicity of Qirā't. Fair enough, that's an important topic, but I feel like, okay, and then what? Like the opinions are there. People have different opinions. People are going to disagree. I'm talking people in general, like Muslims, non-Muslims, whatever approach. I don't like using the word confessional approach. I don't really believe in this term that people use, because I feel like it's a little bit, it denotes some kind of dismissal of traditional scholarship. But anyway, whatever approach people take to these topics, opinions are there. Difference will actually remain. Differences did remain in our history until very late stage. That's fine. But again, let's engage more with the content. Let's read about the differences between the Qirā't. What do they mean? And what are the implications of these differences? Allahu A'lam.
Very well said. Very well said. Jazakumullahu khairan. And is there a way for anyone to contact you in case they have some questions or require clarification about anything that you've said in your presentation today?
Of course, anyone is welcome to reach me on my email address, yousef.wahb@yaqeenissue.org, or I believe we can add it maybe to the description of the video, and I'll be happy to respond to any questions. And also I welcome any feedback or any correction for anything that I may have said.
Barakallahu feekum. Barakallahu feekum, Sheikh. Do you have any last words or before we conclude, or would you like to? No, mashallah. I think you broke blogging theology's record in terms of longest video. I think we beat the current record by maybe 25 minutes. So it's gonna be a big challenge for the next next contender.
I actually thought that I should be fine doing this over 2 hours, but yeah. I hope it's beneficial. And again, if I made any mistake, I hope that people will correct me and Allah will forgive me.
Barakallahu feekum. And you know, I just want to wish the listeners and yourself, Sheikh Yousef, farewell greeting. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam.